Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does the Star-Spangled Banner yet wave o'er the line of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Pastor Joshua Navarrete with today's invocation.
How's everybody doing this morning? How many excited to be at day 2 at CPAC? Before I start praying, I just want to note, isn't it so good to be winning each and every day under the greatest president, President Donald J. Trump? Let us pray and thank God for all those victories this morning. Heavenly Father, we love you and we thank you. We give you all the praise, glory, and honor for what you've done and what you continue to do in our lives. We thank you for another day and another breath of life. Lord, we thank you for this conference and every patriot in this room. We ask that you continue to bless us and protect us and keep us as we strategize and celebrate every victory of America. We thank you for Matt and Mercedes Slapp, who are at the helm of CPAC and who've answered the call for such a time as this. Lord, we thank you for President Donald J. Trump and our America today. We ask you that you continue to bless him and keep him and guide him and send your angels to protect him and his family. We ask that you continue to anoint every leader in America as they continue to lead our country in the right direction as we make America great again under your guidance and leadership, Father. We thank you for this day and we thank you for this conference. In your wonderful name, in Jesus' name we pray. Everybody says, amen.
Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are switching to Newsmax. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need those woke streaming services anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Rob Finnerty.
Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific.
Gain access to exclusive documentaries, series, and special briefings. It's free to start. So go to NewsmaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Tucked away in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Lynchburg, Virginia, you'll find us, Liberty University. Here, we pursue excellence in all of our academic endeavors, from anywhere. We fight for victory in our athletic programs and fan the flames with a mighty roar. We equip students with a Christ-centered perspective that changes lives. We are creators, problem solvers, and world changers. But above above all of this, we are champions for Christ.
Freedom, sovereignty, prosperity. The Patriots for Europe Foundation is on a mission to make Europe great again. Globalist elites have led Europe into a dead-end street. Violent crime has surged because of mass immigration. The Green Deal has put the future of the European economy at risk. Fake NGOs and the massive bureaucracy in Brussels are interfering in our democracies. Patriots must take action. We bring analysis, we organize debates, we build the network of patriots to challenge the woke narrative head on. Patriots for Europe Foundation.
TikTok is being banned all over the world. What will you do with your platform and followers? The solution is Realster. Realster has all of the features of TikTok and more, and offers complete data privacy and is safe for children with parental controls. Realster is an American-made, American-housed video sharing platform similar to TikTok that will not compromise your data or the safety of your children. Download in the App Store today.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp with CPAC. You know, we've had a huge problem in this country with election fraud. But at CPAC, that's not a problem. Our only problem is getting each and every one of you to vote. So look at your badge. You have a number on that badge. And get your phone out and vote on all the issues that matter. And my guess is you probably like what Trump's doing as well. And we'll have the results for you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is CPAC International. Please welcome CPAC board member Gordon Chang.
Hello, Patriots! Hello, Freedom Warriors! Last year at CPAC, when we were here, dangerous regimes, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea were on the march. They were infiltrating and subjugating free societies. The world was aflame and peace seemed unattainable. At home, we had leftists, communists, globalists, wokers. We had deviants. Evil itself were taking over. But now, all of them, at home and abroad, are in retreat because we have had enough. We are taking over our societies. One school board, one town council, one country at a time. And our movement is global. It's here and it's around the world. Freedom is back because America is back. And America is back because President Trump is back. The flame of freedom burns bright in this room, in this country, and in the hearts of good people everywhere. And CPAC is leading the charge. In Japan, Aeba started the first CPAC in 2017. He's held a CPAC every year since, and now conservatism is showing its green shoots in Japan. In Australia, CPAC Australia was instrumental in protecting freedom of expression, and it was protecting equal rights. In 2023, it defeated an amendment that would have treated different citizens different ways. And clearly, this was racial prejudice. This referendum that CPAC Japan defeated, it would have made sure that different races were treated unfairly. CPAC Korea. CPAC Korea is defending the most fragile democracy on the face of the earth. In South Korea, leftists are trying to seize the government by removing President Yoon Suk-yeol. And the only thing that is stopping this from happening is conservatives on the streets in the cold confronting leftist forces. And we are seeing in Mexico, their CPAC Japan is attacking leftism everywhere, which is embedded thoroughly in Mexican society. So far, CPAC has been to Japan, it's been to Korea, Hong Kong, Australia, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, Hungary, and Israel. And we are going to other countries soon because CPAC in this country stands shoulder to shoulder with free people everywhere. Freedom warriors, we are now in a fight. We're in a fight between democracy and tyranny, between freedom and oppression, and between good and evil. And freedom warriors, we stand our ground, we do not yield, we are civilization's last line of defense. And yes, we will prevail because the Almighty is on our side. May God protect and bless all of you. Thank you. Fight!
Please welcome CPAC Japan Chairman, Aeba.
I'm here today to congratulate and thank you all. ここからは日本語でいきます。
I'm talking in Japanese from here.
まず今回の大統領選の勝利、心からお祝い申し上げます。本当におめでとうございました。
Once again, the congratulations on your victory in the presidential election. Thank you. Congratulations from bottom of my heart.
皆様方がこの4年間、悔しさと忍耐の中で戦い抜いて勝ち取った今回の勝利は、皆様方にとっての勝利であると同時に、私たち日本人の多くの仲間にとっても非常に大きな勝利でした。
Your victory you got after the 4 years of struggle, endurance, is not just your victory, but victory of ours as well in Japan.
今回その日本の仲間が何人かそこに来ています。
Some of those our friends who are delighted by the victory are also here, all the way from Japan. Where?
皆様方が今回成し遂げてくださったこの勝利は、アメリカ人の勝利ということだけでなく、今申し上げた日本人の勝利、そして世界の人々にとっても非常に大きな勇気と希望を与えてくれる勝利でした。
Your victory here in America is not just for American victory, but a victory for us in Japan and all the people around the world.
Thank you. なぜならば、我々国民の力でディープステートやグローバリズムといった巨大な権力に勝てるということを皆様方が身をもって証明してくれたからです。
You've proven for yourself the people's power you just displayed can defeat the enormous power of the darkness of deep state and globalists. Your power matters. That encouraged us hugely.
だからありがとうございます。だから私は心から御礼申し上げます。本当にありがとうございました。
Therefore, I'd like to thank you once again from bottom of my heart. Thank you very much.
今回の勝利で本来のアメリカが 帰ってきたように、次は日本も帰ってきます。
This time, America is back. The real America is back. And then it's turn of us, Japan. Japan will be back.
ご存知かどうか分かりませんけれども、日本もそれはひどい状況なんですね。ディープステート、グローバリズムに侵された大変に惨めな状況に実はあります。
Not sure if you are aware or not, but Japan also in the terrible, miserable situation being inundated by the global rift and the deep state. It's been so hard.
なぜなら、数十年に及ぶ不況、そして世界一高い増税、さらには世界一の死亡者を出したにもかかわらず、政府がコロナのワクチンを押し込み続けている状況、さらにはオールドメディアにある偏向報道など、もう非常にまずい状況が日本でも続いています。
We've been suffering from the decades-long recession, the biggest tax increases, the imposition of deadly vaccines that caused the largest number of casualties, and all the media's biased report fake news. We've been in a very, very hard situation right now.
しかし、我々日本は皆様方から学んだように、これから数年後にはトランプ革命並みの大きな国民運動で日本を復活させます。
We've learned from you, you made it, so that we can make it. In the next couple of years, we will launch a national movement that equivalent to the Trump revolution in Japan.
自分たちの国を、そして世界を変えていくのは、政治の力、政治家の力だけでなく、国民の力、草の根の力なんだということを、私たちは改めて皆様方から学びました。
You taught us that the power, the real power to fight against the evil, the globalists and the deep states is not just the politics or politicians. That is the people, you people's power and grassroots. Thank you for teaching us that.
この CPAC の動きをこれからも世界中に広げていき、そして皆様方と一緒になって世界の闇を打ち砕いていきたいと心から願っています。
I hope sincerely from my heart that we should and we can spread this CPAC movement across the world, and we get back the world full of freedom and peace together with you.
皆様方にますます神の恵みがありますように、そしてアメリカに神の恵みがありますように、世界中に神の恵みがありますように、心から願って私の挨拶とさせていただきます。ありがとうございました。
God bless you, America, and us all, and thank you very much. And it's from me.
Founder and Director of CPAC Australia, Andrew Cooper, and Chairman CPAC Australia, Warren Mundine.
Hello, CPAC. Oh, that was right. Oh.
Well, Warren, here we are on the big stage.
Yes.
Elon and JD, they were just there.
They were just there. They're the B team. We're the A team now. We're right.
Now, Warren, you're a former president of the left Labor Party in Australia.
Right.
One of the things I find exciting here is seeing, you know, former leftist Democrat supporters like Elon and RFK and Tulsi, even Zuck. Can you believe it? Zuck is even flirting with free speech. It's amazing. Tell us about your journey from left to right.
Well, as I said, I was president, national president of the Australian Labor Party for a few years. And then, you know, but I've always had this basic belief in capitalism and freedom, liberties, freedom of speech, freedom of religion and that. And I saw the Labor Party moving very quickly to the far left. They were left, but they've gone so far left it's not funny. They're almost spinning around in a circle. And then I said, I can't stay in this party, so I left. And then I left, and then I was asked by a Prime Minister, a Liberal Party Prime Minister, to come and work for them. And I did. That was the John Howard years. And then I went on to Tony Abbott and that, and I found my ground. It was fresh air for me, the idea of freedoms and liberties that we've got to fight for. And it reminded me of the conversations I read about with Margaret Thatcher, where you got to, you know, liberty and freedoms and that you've got to fight. You have a battle for. And every morning you've got to get up and fight the same battle again. And so that's what I committed myself for. And this is when I met this great man, the founder of CPAC Australia, and he convinced me to join, and let's take up that battle.
And I must say, that's one of the smartest decisions I've ever made, was to invite Warren to become chairman of CPAC Australia, because we've got an election coming up in a couple of months in Australia, and there's a resurgence of confidence within the Australian Conservatives, and a lot of that confidence can largely be traced back to you, Warren, when you led the fight against a horrible proposed amendment to the Australian Constitution. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, that's right. The Constitution that they're going to change was put one race above every other race, one single group that was going to have more power than the rest of Australians. And yet Australia is like America. We're a country of, yes, Indigenous people, like the Native Americans and that, well, our Aboriginal people, but also we're a large country of immigrants, people who are coming to Australia looking for a better life, looking for the freedoms and that we offer. And yet here we were, these woke people were going to change our constitution, give more power to one group than any other group. So I stood up, and of course I was with the great Senator Jacinta Nampijinpa Price. Good on her. So we got up and we fought this battle. And what we knew was that Australian people had been so beat up, had been so crushed by the wokes and the cancel culture that they were scared about voting. In fact, when we kicked off, it was something like 80% were going to vote for this change in the Constitution against 20% no. But within 4 to 5 months, we flipped it. We gave the Australian people a voice, that they could stand up against this cancel culture, that they could stand up for equality and that everyone is equal before God. We are all God's children. And we won. We ended up winning 60-40, and we destroyed that attack on our constitutional freedom. Yeah.
And that was really the beginning of the resurgence, as I said, in confidence for the Conservative parties in Australia. And that, of course, has just been compounded so much more with the election of Donald J. Trump. That's been fantastic, hasn't it?
It has been brilliant to see Donald Trump come back and help us in this resurgence, in fact, leading it and making the world feel more confident about standing up for their rights and freedoms. And having him there has just, you know, we're so proud to be at CPAC here. We're so proud, you know, to see JD Vance and the people who have been working so hard with Donald Trump to make the world free again. The other thing too, we are coming up with an election.
We have the election.
We're having an election coming up in a couple of months. Mm-hmm. And for the first time in nearly 100 years, It looks like a government will not have a second term, that we are going to slay the Socialist Labor government and bring the Conservatives back into power.
And you know what, Warren? They're going to win, or we hope that they'll win, not because they're pandering to the other side. They've found their voice, haven't they? Peter Dutton, the leader, has found his voice. He's standing up for the values and principles of which we hold dear. And wouldn't you believe it? People are responding. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought that people love the idea of having freedom? They're having the idea that people are created equal. Wouldn't you find it really weird that they love the capitalist system where you can run your own businesses and employ people and do things? You know, he's standing up and fighting against the left. You know, he's making it to be proud to be Australians. In fact, he's put up that we all should stand under the Australian flag, like you all stand under the American flag and be proud of it and be proud of your country. And it's just amazing how people are responding to this. And as I said, it looks like for the first time in 100 years, the possibility of a government being tossed out in its first term. And that is going to be an incredible time for us.
Now, we have a CPAC in Australia. Who wants to come down under to Australia? All right, we need a bigger room, Warren.
Well, we need a bigger room. We're going to get a big, big, big room.
So CPAC in Australia is in September 18 to 20. We'd love to see you down under. We're a pretty friendly bunch. We'll have the koalas waiting for you at the airport.
Be careful of the koalas. They're cute and cuddly, but they may pee on you. So what's that?
Well, we thank you for making us feel so welcome here. There's one commitment we will make to you. Your president has committed to you, and you have enabled your president to have the opportunity to make America great again. I heard Nigel Farage say yesterday that he is going to make Britain great again. We will commit to you that we will do everything possible to make Australia great again. Thank you.
From CPAC Korea, former Ambassador at Large for Global Criminal Justice, Morse Chang.
Good morning, CPAC. It was my honor to serve in President Donald J. Trump's first term as his ambassador at large for global criminal justice. And I want to hearken back to a little bit of history here. In 1950, the Joseph Stalin installed government of North Korea invaded South Korea to seek to overrun it. And in that conflict, a US-led coalition of 20-some countries repelled the communist aggression at the price of 50,000 American casualties. I honor the blood that was spilled by American soldiers to keep the whole peninsula from being one big North Korea, which is the most oppressive, darkest, most unjust place on planet Earth. And believe me, I know of many such places around the world, and it is number one in that regard. Now, South Korea stands on the edge of a cliff. The democracy in South Korea is in a danger that has not been in for decades. President Yoon, who loves America, who was strongly and staunchly allied with the United States of America, has been impeached and is in danger of being prematurely removed from office. Why? Because he had the courage to stick out his neck and say that there are things that are amiss in South Korea because there have been many indications of election fraud. We know something about that, I think, here in the United States. And there is a parallel situation going on. President Yoon, indeed, has been called the Donald Trump of Asia. And he declared martial law in order to try to seize evidence in regards to the election cheating that he believes has run rampant and has given the Liberal Democratic Party in South Korea an overwhelming supermajority in South Korea that they have used in legislative tyranny to overrun the country, to give a haven to North Korean spies, to welcome the influence of the Chinese Communist Party. And they are rushing through a conviction process potentially before the Constitutional Court that if 6 justices on that court vote to remove him from office, he will be prematurely removed from office even though he was the duly elected president of Korea by the people of South Korea. They are rushing this through because his chief political rival who wants to supplant him as president, Lee Jae-myung, who has allegedly sent millions of dollars over to North Korea against US sanctions and against the UN Security Council sanctions, who has aligned himself with North Korea and with the Chinese Communist Party, is himself accused of various crimes that if he is convicted, he would be disqualified from being a candidate for president of South Korea. So there is a legal and political race going on to try to convict and remove President Yoon before Lee Jae-myung is disqualified for running for president of Korea in the emergency election that will ensue if Yoon is removed. This is an issue for which freedom-loving, democracy-loving Americans should not be neutral. This is a situation where our government and our people should stand with our allies in South Korea and with President Yoon and stand up and be counted and let the world know that the robbing of democracy and the destruction of democracy, that we spilled blood to the tune of 50,000 casualties in the Korean War, will not be in vain, but that the democracy in South Korea could flourish and the people's elected president, President Yoon, who loves America, who is closely aligned with America, would be able to be vindicated in the Constitutional Court and restored to his rightful office. Thank you.
John Trump, do solemnly swear.
President Trump is back in the White House. Donald Trump has won the presidency.
Trump is back in the White House.
Is back in the White House.
Donald Trump has taken back America.
I actually started quite a while ago in CPAC, and I enjoyed it so much that I came back for a second one, then a third, then I said, what the hell, let's run for president. Matt said, it's like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. He says, you should run for politics. He's the one, he said, you should run for the presidency of the United States.
It is my honor to introduce to CPAC 2017 our president, Donald Trump.
First of all, I want to thank Matt Schlapp and his very, very incredible wife and boss, Mercedes, who have been fantastic friends and supporters, and so great when I watch them on television defending me. Nobody has a chance. I love this place. Love you people. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you. We know that there are still more records to be shattered, new summits to be scaled, more triumphs to be realized, and more amazing history just waiting to be written. The American adventure has only just begun. God bless America, and we will see you next year. Thank you very much. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp with CPAC. You know, we've had a huge problem in this country with election fraud. But at CPAC, that's not a problem. Our only problem is getting each and every one of you to vote. So look at your badge. You have a number on that badge. And get your phone out and vote on all the issues that matter. And my guess is you probably like what Trump's doing as well. And we'll have the results for you very soon. Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
Puts a very bright light on the two-tier system of justice that only seems to go after President Trump.
The reason why we want him as president is because he's not stuck in this kind of bureaucratic machination. He was very clear. If you hit your target, you were golden, and you could work and work and work and do a great job. He's a very inquisitive person who loves to talk about the economy.
Trump does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because he kind of came outside the Republican Party.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most important issues are to voters.
Not only is America a great country, but that we Americans are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
We just lived through history. We're never going to see anything like this ever again.
When the bad people of Mexico meet with the bad people of the United States, what's the result? Culture of death, child trafficking, abortion, illegal guns, drugs, death. Mexico and the United States, we are not just neighbors, we're brothers and sisters. We need to work together, and let's make Mexico and America great together again.
Let's send the world a message. We condemn the police state tactics of Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, Lula da Silva, and Joe Biden.
I want to start by thanking Matt and Mercedes Schlapp and everyone at the American Conservative Union.
They say globalism comes to die at CPAC. I'm here to tell you that in El Salvador, it's already there.
An amazing time to be in this fight for freedom.
Eliminar la corrupción de la política, pero no nos vamos a rendir en volver a ser Argentina grande nuevamente.
Va a ser quién va a ganar y quién va a proteger a la familia. Esa es la batalla. Y ellos, al final del día, querían llegar a nuestros hijos para dividirnos. ¡Viva España! ¡Viva los Estados Unidos! ¡Viva Israel!
Vamos a ganar.
Before the cabinet room.
you saw Donald Trump's next cabinet make waves at CPAC.
This president is calling my family, is calling me, is calling MAGA supporters enemy of America.
That's right.
I am the daughter of a Cuban political prisoner who fought for freedom, who fought against authoritarian and dictators. He sounds just like Fidel Castro did. Fidel Castro would target the enemies of his government and try to take them down. This is exactly what we're seeing with Joe Biden. He should be ashamed of himself. No American should be called a Nazi or be called an enemy of the state. Those of us who love this country, and I have spent my whole life defending freedom in America.
As I think it was President Reagan said, we're from the government. We're here to help.
I think you all know that I've always felt the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
We're from the government. We're here to help.
Being woke is easy when it was just a call to defund the police or end capitalism, right? It's a little different when your fellow ideologues start cheering for your beheading. And here's a question. This next video, does this look like London to you? The pro-Hamas protests making for a very interesting political moment at Harvard. A university recently ranked the worst school for free speech in America. What would Harvard do in a moment like this, we all wondered? A school that will expel you for using the wrong pronoun and making a pink-haired trans girl cry. Well, in this moment, Harvard just miraculously transformed into free speech absolution. Apparently at Harvard, there's nothing offensive at all, even though everything's offensive at Harvard. There's nothing offensive at all about celebrating the murder of 1,000 people, including a whole bunch of kids.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President and founder of Movimiento Viva Mexico, Eduardo Verostegui.
Buenos días. Good morning. Good energy right here. So, dear friends, brothers and sisters in the fight for life, family, and freedom, it is an honor to stand before you today, not just as a Mexican, not just as a conservative, but as a fellow soldier in this great battle for our civilization. Today, we gather not just as citizens of our respective nations, but as one great family of patriots who understand a fundamental truth. If evil never rests, then neither can we. The good news is that common sense has won once again in the United States. President Trump has won for a 3rd time. Yes. President Trump is back. And after these 4 years, he should run again. 4 more years. 4 more years. There you go. I agree with you. We are living in a defining moment in history. This is not just another political cycle, not just another ideological struggle. What is at stake is the future of our nations, the future of our children, and the survival of Western civilization itself. A civilization built on truth, justice, and liberty. Yet today, those values are under attack like never before across many countries in our region. The enemies of freedom are advancing in Latin America. Communism, Marxism, woke ideology, narco states, and globalist elites who seek to enslave our people. So I ask you, are we going to let them take over the rest of the world? Of course not. Are we going to sit back and watch as our nations fall to corruption, tyranny, and moral decay? Of course no. We are going to fight, and that's why I'm going to join the Elon Musk and President Trump's movement. My heart goes out to all of you. Fight, fight, fight. And that's why the work that CPAC is doing around the world is crucial. Because only when we fight together can we win. Thank you, Matt and Mercedes, for your leadership. And thank you for your invitation. And I'm happy to announce that CPAC Mexico will be taking place in Mexico City in September. Please follow our social media, CPAC Mexico on Instagram and X. Very soon, we will be sharing all the details of the event. I would love to see all of you there. I promise you, you will have the best time of your life. Great food, great margaritas, with moderation. With moderation, it's okay. Freedom fighters, are you ready to keep fighting? Here is a call to action on 3 principles. Our fight will be grounded in 3 fundamental human rights: life, family, and freedom. The battle for life. The first battle we must fight is the battle to protect the culture of life. Because if we do not defend life, especially the lives of the most vulnerable, if we do not stand up for the most innocent, the most defenseless, then sooner or later we will destroy each other. We will kill each other. As Mother Teresa said, the greatest destroyer of peace today is abortion, because it is a war against the child, a direct killing of the innocent child, murdered by the mother herself. Today, in many parts of the world, being pro-life is seen as an act of rebellion. They call us radicals for saying something as basic as every human being has the right to be born. Can you believe that? But I ask you, who are the radicals? Who are the real radicals? Radicals are those who advocate for the killing of babies in the womb, even at 9 months of pregnancy, and in some cases, even after birth. Who are the radicals? Well, that is not just radical, that is evil. They tell us abortion is a right, when in reality, it is the greatest genocide of our time. They tell us euthanasia is an act of compassion, when in truth, real compassion is protecting every human life, because every human life matters. But we will not remain silent, because evil triumphs and good people remain silent. And when good people remain silent, they're not good people anymore, because they are part of the problem. We will continue to expose this culture of death and promote a culture of life, because a nation that kills its own children has no future. The second front of our fight is the defense of the family. The family is the foundation of society. It's the first government, the first church, and the first school. And that is why the enemies of freedom want to destroy it. They seek to impose ideologies that confuse our children, strip away their innocence, and attack marriage and motherhood. Because a country without strong families is a weak country, very easily manipulated and controlled. We will defend God's design for the family and protect the innocence of our children. Finally, we will defend freedom. We live in an era where those who speak the truth are persecuted. where censorship and political oppression have become the tools of tyrants. We have seen how they try to silence pro-life leaders, silence priests who preach God's word, silence ordinary citizens who simply want to live in peace. Freedom is a gift from God, and no government has the right to take it away from us. We will also follow the principles of freedom to grow our economies, lift our brothers and sisters out of poverty, and build a strong middle class. In Latin America, we have seen how socialism makes the majority of the population very poor. These people love poverty that they multiply it. They love so much poverty that they end up multiplying it. Socialism is a cancer. It destroys everything that it touches. Right now in Mexico, we have a socialist government. Mexico is becoming like Venezuela, Cuba, or Nicaragua. If we don't react soon, tomorrow is going to be too late. And for all these reasons, I'm here. I joined the fight for freedom many years ago when I was working in Hollywood as an actor. I made a promise to God that I will never use my talents again to do anything that will offend my faith, my family, or my Latino culture. And after I made that promise, I ended up not working for 4 years. Be careful what you promise. So I opened a production company and I became a film producer. We started with Bella, Little Boy, Sound of Freedom, Cabrini, and in December, the new one, The Massacre of the Holy Innocents. I'm not a politician. I'm an actor, a filmmaker, and a human rights activist. But I learned that in politics, there is no empty seats. There's always someone occupying those spaces, making decisions that will change the destiny of our nation. If not forever, then at least for a long time. And those decisions will affect our families for good or for bad. So after our movie Sound of Freedom was released, my eyes were open on many fronts. And I made a promise to God that I would not rest until we eradicate human trafficking, child trafficking, end abortion, and protect our Christian values. But I knew I had to start in my country. That's why in 2023, I wanted to run for president of Mexico as an independent candidate. But the system wasn't built for outsiders. The same corrupt politicians blocked me from competing in the 2024 elections. They were afraid of outsiders. In Mexico right now, there is no real opposition. There is opposition. The majority of the Mexican people do not have political representation. And the majority of Mexicans are tired of corruption, tired of lies, tired of politicians who serve the cartels instead of the people. And that's why it is so important to continue the fight for freedom. We will never stop. We will never give up. We will give our lives for this mission. It's not about us. It's about using our talents to make this world a better place. It is about glorifying God in everything that we do. It's about fighting for something bigger than yourself, bigger than ourselves. Remember this one. Man gives the battle, but only God gives the victory. Man gives the battle, but only God gives the victory. But I have hope. I have faith, and I know that very soon everything will change in Mexico. Very soon we will receive official approval from Mexico's Electoral Institute to begin building a new conservative political party. I am proud to announce that very soon Movimiento Nacional Viva Mexico will officially be underway. And Viva Mexico is not going to be just another political party. This will be the largest movement to free Mexico from socialism, communism, the radical left, woke ideology, and the corrupt globalist. Because Mexico is ready. Enough is enough. We don't want the same anymore. It's time to change. For too long, our country has been ruled by criminals in government working hand in hand with the cartels. Even President Trump recently recognized that Mexico has become a narco state. But I have a message for the corrupt leaders of Mexico. Your time is up. I know this fight will not be easy. The establishment will come after us, threaten us, but they won't stop us. Because we know this is not just a political or cultural battle. It is essentially a spiritual battle, and we are ready to fight. We are not alone. God plus one is an army, and we are more than one. We are more than one. We are the majority. If God is with us, who can be against us? Nobody. Because I believe that with courage, determination, and God's help, we will rescue our nation. We will defeat corruption. We will defend our families, our faith, and our freedom. So let me say this loud and clear. God willing, with the Viva Mexico movement, we will make Mexico free again. We will make Mexico safer again. We will make Mexico healthy again. We will make Mexico pro-life again. We will be working really hard so we can make Mexico godly again. And we will make Mexico great again. And we will do this together, because together we're stronger. We are not just neighbors, we are brothers and sisters. What happens? What happens when the good people of Mexico work with the good people of the United States? What is the result? Sound of freedom. A movement that is designed to end child trafficking in the world. Good things happen. Now, what happens when the bad people of the United States work with the bad people of Mexico? When they work together, what is the result? Fentanyl, drugs, human trafficking, child trafficking, illegal guns, terrorism. The USA is the #1 consumer of child sex in the world, the #1 consumer of drugs, the #1 consumer of child pornography, and Mexico, the #1 provider of all three. So I want to stop here for a second. We have done a lot of harm to each other. We can't move forward without first forgiving each other. I believe in the power of forgiveness. So I want to start this movement of forgiveness here in Washington, D.C., and I pray that God will heal the wounds. So on behalf of Mexico, I want to apologize for all the harm Mexico has done to the United States. And the United States needs to apologize to Mexico for all the harm they have done to Mexico. And after this breach of forgiveness, then we need to make sure that the good people of both nations work together and through bilateral efforts eradicate as much as we can all of the bad things that we have done to each other and focus on all the good things that we have done to each other. Capitalize on all the positive. Then we will be unstoppable. Together as brothers and sisters. When the United States and Mexico stand together, our nations are safer. Our border is safer. Together, we will make Mexico and the United States great again, and we will make the Americas great again. God bless Mexico, God bless America, God bless the world. ¡Viva Estados Unidos! ¡Viva México! ¡Y que viva la Virgen de Guadalupe! Thank you very much. God bless you.
Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are switching to Newsmax. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need those woke streaming services anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Rob Finnerty.
Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific.
Gain access to exclusive documentaries, series, and special briefings. It's free to start. So go to NewsmaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
This lunacy will end on my first day back in the Oval Office. I promise you it will end immediately.
Trump to Sullivan Square.
RSBN, by the way, how good is RSBN? They do a good job. So beautiful.
creators, it's time to take control. With Bursts, you create impactful content in seconds. Powered by blockchain, your content and earnings are protected, transparent, and yours to control. Play TV isn't just a platform. It's a community of creators building a new future together. Your freedom starts when you press play.
Still under construction, but already the biggest news station in Poland. The only international TV station that interviewed Donald J. Trump.
I'd like to say hello to the Polish people.
Poland's leftist government wants to destroy us, but we are not backing down. We're building conservative, English-speaking European news station. Join the movement. Support the revolution.
Make Europe great again. This is Republica, the home of free speech.
Hey, CPAC Patriots, make sure to go downstairs to go check out all of our incredible sponsors for CPAC 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Parent Trap. What happens when we leave our kids to the professionals? Please welcome America First Policy Institute Chair of the Center for Education Opportunity, Erika Donalds. Congressional Commission for the Social Status of Black Men and Boys, Jack Brewer. And your moderator, Senior Vice President of Communications, Alliance Defending Freedom, Billy Atwell.
Well, I want to start by thanking Matt and Mercy Schlapp for making this panel possible, and I'm so grateful for you two for giving up your time. Again, my name is Billy Atwell. I'm the Senior Vice President of Communications at Alliance Defending Freedom. ADF exists to advance every person's God-given right to live and speak the truth, and we contend for truth in law, policy, and the public square. For those unfamiliar with our work, our attorneys are attributed with 15 Supreme Court victories, and we have an international team that's doing work throughout the world. They just came back from ARC. Thank you. We've actually got 2 Supreme Court cases going on right now that I think you would be very interested in. The first one is Mundine versus Planned Parenthood. It's about protecting a state's right to decide if taxpayers should go to organizations like Planned Parenthood. And I feel like I have a pretty warm crowd for that, that idea. And the other is about education, which relates to this topic here. It's Oklahoma Statewide Charter School Board versus Drummond. It's about defending the decision to defund a religious charter school and fight for equal treatment of religious organizations in education. There are few issues that are going to impact our children and our grandchildren more than reforms to the education system, and that's why we're here. First, Erika Donalds is an education entrepreneur and is the founder and chairman of Optima Ed and the chair of America First Policy Institute Centers for Education and Opportunity. A former elected school board member, she is known as a national expert on education policy and school choice and is a frequent commenter and speaker on this issue. She spent 20 years in the financial services industry, finishing her career as the CFO and managing partner of a multi-billion-dollar investment management firm. Erika and her husband, Congressman Byron Donalds, lives in Florida. You're familiar? Very good. She lives in Naples, Florida with their 3 sons. Jack Brewer serves as the chair of the Center for Opportunity Now and chairman of the Jack Brewer Foundation. Recently, Jack was co-chair of Black Voices for Trump Victory Fund. He is a White House appointee on the Congressional Commission for the Social Status of Black Men and Boys and is currently the lead independent director for the GEO Group. He was the team captain for the NFL's Minnesota Vikings, the Philadelphia Eagles, who you may have heard of recently, and what I find to be the pinnacle of his career at the New York Giants. So I'm born in Brooklyn, I can't help myself. All right, let's lay a foundation, if you don't mind, for this topic. Erika, talk about what you see as the current state of particularly the public education system.
Well, the public education system in America has literally failed the American people. It hasn't lived up to the promise where we parents were told if you send your child to this school for 8 hours a day, we're going to teach them to read and do math and achieve their own American dream. That was a lie. We just found out a few weeks ago that only 1/3 of our students are doing reading and math on grade level, according to the National Report Card, the NAEP. And we are spending billions and billions of dollars not to teach our kids how to succeed and how to carry forward this republic that we all so value, but we're teaching them about victimhood and oppressors and the wrong history of the United States and the world, and to hate themselves and to hate our country. And so we are taking the education system back, though. We're here in the golden age of America, right, at the cusp of that. President Trump has promised to not only dismantle the Department of Education, but enact school choice and support universal school choice in our states where education belongs. So there's reason for hope, even though the education system has been failing for the past 100 years.
Yeah, that's a great point. And you think about, in the state where I live, Virginia, Glenn Youngkin essentially won the governor's seat on the issue of education and speaking to parents. Like, that was a key differentiator for him. Jack, President Trump, it feels like he's been president for like a year and a half this term because so much has happened in a few weeks, right. But it's not been that long, and yet a lot has happened. What has he done so far that's really encouraged you on the topic of education?
First off, I want to look at the American people, whoever's watching, and speak to your kids for a second. And just tell your child, if no one's ever told you this, Jesus Christ loves you.
Amen.
You are not a victim. You have victory in Christ, and he is the ruler over your life. President Trump has done so much, but I think the most important thing that he's done in front of the American people is he has stood for biblical truth. Yeah. When he sat in front of the nation and said, God created man and woman, and that's it.
That's right.
And so when you talk about the education system, our founding fathers did not create an education system that is going to indoctrinate boys and girls to make them believe that they can be transgender and any gender they wanted to choose. Our education system was established with the basic belief in the Word of God. And so anything else throws us off. And I think President Trump has taken a stand. I think you've seen more and more companies coming back and back him. More and more employers in America have backed him. Because we're getting rid of these DEI policies and all these things that have drifted into our education system to start to pick winners and losers and actually separate us and put us back decades in regards to social and biblical justice. And so I just think that we should all understand the spiritual time in which we're living right now in America, particularly with our children. And let's get the 10 Commandments back in our schools. You're seeing it happen in Louisiana. You're seeing it happen in so many other states around our country. We all must take a stand, no matter what your religion is, to get this word back into the hearts and minds of our children that may not have access to it.
Yeah. Amen. Erika, it's hard to know what to do sometimes, though, because parents, I think the instinct when they see these things happening in the public schools is to say, I'm going to put my kids in private school, I'm going to homeschool. And those are good options, and for some people that's the right decision. But you also don't want to forfeit the public arena to the other side. And then again, it's our children who are vulnerable and impressionable. How would you've got children, you're in the later teen phases with your children. How would you advise a parent with little kids like me? My kids are younger, they're like 11 to 2. We got a spread of 4. And we're struggling with it. Like, we're asking ourselves a question right now, what's the best educational model? How would you advise a parent, given the system we have now, how would you advise them to go about making those decisions?
Well, that very dilemma is what got me involved in education. As you mentioned, I wasn't an educator, I was a CPA. But I have 3 children, and for one of my children, the A school that I was sending him to did not work well for him. He was miserable, therefore I was miserable as a parent. And I was fortunate enough to find a classical Christian private school to send him to, and his entire life changed in the 1st grade. He started to love learning and thrive in that environment, and I thought, well, how many other Darrens are out there, and can I help by serving on my local school board to give them options? But that's when my eyes were opened to the education monopoly and the corruption that is happening in our school districts. What I would say is, the left wants to say that our obligation is to the collective. But as parents, our #1 obligation is to our family and to our own children, raising them in the things of God. And that is your contribution to the community. raising your children well and making sure that they are prepared to be good citizens in this republic. And so you need to take care of your own children first. I personally would not send my children into a public school in this day and age. I don't care if it's an A or not. I don't trust them. And so I would do whatever I possibly could to find the right educational environment for my children. You take care, put your own mask on first, help your children, and then do things for your community. Run for school board. It's not a bad thing to do, but a lot of the families that I know that are running for school board that are involved in education reform, they took care of their children first, but they're there, as I was, to help take care of their community and other children that don't have that same opportunity.
Right, because the public education system is everybody's. Even if your kids are homeschooled or you go to a private school, that's your school too. We're paying for that, and we deserve to have an influence there. We're seeing a huge shift in the country with regard to DEI. It's been unpopular for a long time, but we're seeing major institutions and politicians starting to come on board and get with it. Alliance Defending Freedom, we've got a corporate engagement division that's been working, and part of the product of that work was what we're seeing with Walmart. Shareholders are speaking out, and they're saying, we're tired of this, we don't want it, and Walmart's making good decisions. There are also corporations that are not making the right decisions, but they're feeling the pressure. Jack, talk about, because you've worked a lot with young black men and boys, you've dealt with the issue of fatherlessness, which we can get into in a minute too, but talk about the impact of DEI and that general mentality on the education system.
First off, the devil is a lie, and DEI is a lie.
That's right.
All right? So I want to start off by saying that I'm a black man, and I happen to be the lead independent director of a multi-billion-dollar public company. And so America does have opportunity for people just like me. And I'll take that further. When you look at what DEI really does, so I do a lot of community work. I got my master's in education, adjunct professor. I've taught from, you're talking about the poorest of the poor on to multimillionaires. But the one thing that remains consistent is that whenever you tell someone that they're a victim, or you tell someone they don't have the ability to learn, then they won't.
Right.
So I have a little girl in one of my programs. She literally went to class. She got an F on a math exam. And the teacher told her that it's okay because she's a little black girl and that she doesn't have the ability to do this math. Telling the girl that math is racist. So for me, that burns me up inside. And so you start to think about what these little children are being taught in some of these public schools that Erika just mentioned, and it's just heart-wrenching. I'll tell you another story. When you talk about people, and Erika said this, it's not just about us, it's about our community, man. When you look at our juveniles, we gotta realize juvenile crime in the United States of America went up 21% last year. These are the little kids, the little boys. I have men in my prison program who have been locked up since the age of 14 with grown men. We have to do something for the poorest of the poor. It starts in our education system. We cannot leave these men and these children fatherless. Yep. Our nation is the most fatherless nation on the planet. We have over 18 million kids that don't have an active father in their home. I went to a juvenile courtroom. There were 25 young men and boys, most of them black, at court to be sentenced by a judge. I looked around, there was only one father in the entire courtroom. Can you imagine if your child was being sentenced? This is the epidemic that we're facing in our nation right now. Our education system will never work if we don't put the man back in the home.
It's a basic Christian concept. Children deserve a mother and a father.
Amen.
Every child deserves a mother and a father. I mentioned a minute ago that we're seeing shifts in DEI and public perception of it. Erika, you and I were talking about this earlier. How do we take what we see as a public opinion shift and make institutional change out of it, right? We can all like the ideas. We can be at CPAC and be excited about the ideas that we've gotten, that we're seeing some progress. But how do we influence institutions? So how do we get from where we are to where we want to go?
Well, that's so important for this audience, right? Because these are the people that believe as we do and have believed as we do, but now the rest of the country has also come along against DEI. People, it's an 80% issue. It was the #1 issue for President Trump, saying there are only 2 genders. We're gonna get men out of women's sports. And now he got elected with such a mandate and is enforcing Title IX and the protections that provides to girls in their spaces and in their athletics. And he's gonna plow forward. You gotta elect the right people. That's one way to institutionalize it. But look at something like school choice. School choice now enjoys over 70% support across the country, including 67% of Democrats support school choice. But you also see 100% of Democrats voting against school choice in our state legislators. Why? Because the teachers union and the funding behind them are controlling those electors. But then you look at a place like Texas, where also rural Republicans went against it, and you had organizations like AFC, Donald Trump himself, America First, Policy Institute come get rid of the majority of the Republican incumbents that voted against school choice last year. And this year, in just a few weeks, Texas will pass a school choice bill and spend $1 billion on giving parents options. So that's how you do it.
Yeah.
You get the public and you get the right people in office to make those bold changes.
Yeah, elections have consequences.
They do.
We've been saying that for a while, right? Jack, I want to go back to what you were talking about a minute ago with the fatherlessness issue and the education gap. What can the rest of us do? So if you're the average person in the pew, so to speak, you see this epidemic, you don't know what to do. I can't impact, I may be able to impact one child, I can't fix the whole system. But what can the average person that just cares about the public education system, they care about these kids that don't have a mom or a dad in the home, what can we do? What would be your advice?
Well, my advice is, first off, understand that this is not just an issue of education or policy. This is a spiritual issue. The last verse of the Old Testament is Malachi 4:6. That verse says that he shall turn the hearts of the fathers to the children and the hearts of the children to the fathers. But the end of that verse says something that's so powerful, and it's the times that we live in. He said, if we don't do it, he shall come and smite the earth with a curse. Our earth is feeling the curse. No matter if you go to Guatemala or Central America and see that all of their men and fathers are leaving their homes trying to migrate to America illegally. Or you go over to Africa when you see these societies that have gone from a patriarch society to a matriarch society. Or you come here in America where you can have a generation like mine that was raised to believe that having a baby mama is okay and cool. Those things are generational curses that we must break. The only way you bind up a curse is by the blood of the Lamb and the word of your testimony. And so we've got to testify. We've got to talk about these things in the public square. We've got to stand for these poor children that don't have advocates and people to stand up for them and be their voices. Man, get out in your community. Go to the local juvenile. Go in there and sit in a courtroom and tell a little boy that's 13, 14, 15 that don't have a dad that you love him. Go see those folks in prison like the word tells us to do. We can't just take care of our people that have. We got to take care of those that have not. Church, it's our job. Church, let's do what the church does. Donald Trump can only do so much. We need the church to take a stand. Churches start schools. Yep. Churches start daycares. Churches empower organizations like Erika's to go in and push for school choice. Let's take our country back. Yes. But we can only do that through God.
There is no replacement for a Christian witness. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all the time we've got. If you want to learn more, erikadonalds.com, the Jack Brewer Foundation.org, and adflegal.org. We'll be around. You'll see us throughout the conference. Please stop us and say hello. Take care. God bless.
Ladies and Joy Reid, a desperate plea for help. Please welcome senior columnist for townhall.com, Kurt Schlichter. With at ALX on X, Alex LaRusso. And your host of O'Connor and Company on WMAL, Larry O'Connor.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. We got real big names waiting back. Hey, good to see you. We got super big names back there waiting to come out, so we're gonna get right to it. How about these guys, right? I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you that I just wrote a book about the media. It's called Shameless Liars. Can we get a close-up on that artwork there?
It's got an incredible foreword by a real thought leader.
Forward by Kurt Schlichter. But the subtitle is How Trump Defeated the Legacy Media and Made Them Irrelevant. And that's sort of where I want to take this, because for years, ever since the great Rush Limbaugh and Brent Bozell at Media Research Center for the last 35, 37 years, the late, great Andrew Breitbart, who brought Kurt and I into this world, we spent so much time fighting the media and exposing their lies and exposing the propaganda, and it all reached a head this year with Donald Trump leading the charge, and he won. I mean, they are meaningless now, and so I want to start with that. And Joy Reid kind of is the namesake for this panel, because Alex, she's been reduced to being obsessed over big balls.
Correct.
And I need you to sort of explain this to us.
Yes, so like the media...
Explain Joy Reid's obsession with big balls.
Obsession with big balls. So she's going on media right now, and she's demanding that Congress subpoena a guy named Big Balls and Elon Musk with a straight face on. So we've reduced them to a point where they're just looking at social media for people like me who post on X, and they're getting their talking points from online. And no longer do they have a mind of their own. There's like a whole supercut. I think it was like Media Busters who did it. And there's just like all of these people on CNN, MSNBC, and they're just repeating big balls, big balls, big balls over and over with a straight face. So it's like you look at
Well, they've got to get to the bottom of big balls.
So... Yes, and they brought on Kara Swisher, the noted expert on the topic for that. But yeah, that's all over an intern at Doge, who was hired by Elon Musk. And of course, we have tens of thousands of people in our government who have access to all of your personal information, including your social security number. But when Elon Musk has a small team of genius interns that are probably like smarter than everybody else on that whole panel or on their entire network, it becomes the biggest deal that they all have access to your personal information. So they just set the standard to like dox all of these government workers for some reason, because tens of thousands of people that are not elected, by the way, have the access to your personal information every single day and have.
And they've all been reduced to a punchline, these media personalities. That's why we're laughing at Joy Reid, because that's what we should do. We should mock them and make fun of them. And of course, all this talk about Joy Reid and big balls brings us to Don Lemon, Kurt.
Another gem.
He's my special friend.
I'm gonna connect the dots, I promise you. Because, Kurt, it was during the presidential election of
December 22nd, 2015, I get this call. Can you come on CNN real quick? Just a video hit. I get on, and Don Lemon's outraged because, it's the worst thing ever happened. Donald Trump said Hillary got schlonged in the 2008 election.
She did.
And I don't care at all. And we're going back and forth. He said, you should be more upset. And I said, look, his opponent shilled for her husband, who treated his intern like a human humidor.
Fact check, true.
And he said, you can't say that. So I said it again. And he kicked me off. And what we're saying here is the media used to be something that hit us. Now we use it for a punching bag. Everybody knows the JD meme.
Right.
Okay? I don't really care, Margaret. They go on her show to humiliate her, and she's too stupid to know it.
They don't know they're the joke at this point.
How excited is National Security Advisor Mike Waltz right now, knowing that he's coming out after this panel?
Well, he's an Army colonel too, so.
But you were banned from CNN.
Yes, for 10 years I have not been on CNN, and it's changed my life for the better.
Well, and honestly, who's got a better career trajectory right now, Kurt Schlichter or Don Lemon? Because he has also been banned from CNN.
Well, look, I'm on it more than he is. Look, I literally have more followers on the Twitter machine than they have viewers. Think about that.
Exactly. 100%.
So, Alex, your work that you do right now, you've got a meme for everything. And the fact that these guys can be reduced to a meme, that Margaret Brennan, the host of Face the Nation, a very important show in a very important town with a very important teleprompter reader as its host, she is now a meme. She can't do anything. Yep. From how J.D. Vance has handled her with these interviews to now reducing her to saying that too much free speech will lead to a genocide.
Yes.
This really is the best way to attack them now, is to just reduce them to a punchline.
Yeah, 100%. The thing is, it's like I said earlier, they don't have a mind of their own anymore. They are reduced to like scrolling social media and looking for the most viral moment that's going on social media, and it becomes now what they're talking about. Like, to give you an example, one of my local city council had, they just declared, my city that I'm from, Worcester, Massachusetts, just declared themselves a trans sanctuary city. So I got a tip that it was getting a little wild at the city council meeting, and I watched the 4-hour video of them all, like, you've probably seen it, the girl with the wig and everything, the blue hair.
Oh yeah, that was that city council.
Yeah, so that was my city. I went through and clipped it. For the next 3 days, it was all over, like, every corporate media, like, talking about it. So it's like they're looking at everything that they find online, and then they're making it their news cycle. So they don't have a mind of their own anymore.
And, you know, we talk about the gatekeepers a lot. The gatekeepers are the people who used to say what kind of news, New York Times, right? All the news that's fit to print. Who's deciding what's fit to print, right? There's some people in a tower in Manhattan who's, that's not news that's fit to print, but this is news that's fit to print. And they would decide what was worthy for your eyes, what was news that you could consume. It's been reversed now.
Correct.
In fact, we are the ones, as Elon Musk says, we are the media. We are driving what's important, and that's what this new revolution is about.
Well, and there's an
right?
And it all goes back to Andrew Breitbart. And one of the underappreciated aspects is how much fun we're having, right?
That's right.
Exactly.
I mean, we've got to dance. They're eating the dogs. There we go. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. We are having fun. We're laughing. And Kamala Harris says, my message is joy.
As she's screaming. As Biden's screaming, as she's screaming.
You will be happy.
By the way, you mentioned Andrew Breitbart again, and I just want to say, I want to read this. This is the very end of my book, but it's a quote from Andrew Breitbart. You all remember Andrew, right? God bless him.
Yeah, ALX was 5 when this.
Yeah, exactly. Elon Musk is now saying we are the media, and he's right. We are the media, using social media platforms, using X, which is now a free platform. On Tax Day 2010, during the rise of the Tea Party movement, Andrew Breitbart was asked to speak in Washington, D.C. at a Tea Party rally. And you should look at this video, it's out there. He asked everybody in the crowd there at the Tea Party rally to hold up their phones. And he said this, it's time for a new media revolution, and you are it. You are the media. Hold up your phones, hold up your cameras. This is the future of media. This is how we're going to fight the lies, the misinformation, and the propaganda of the mainstream media. We are now the media.
Yeah.
Andrew Breitbart, 15 years ago, said that. And Alex, I mean, you have inherited this legacy now, and you are the media.
It's really interesting, too, because a little bit about my story, too. In 2020, I was really gaining traction, and I was about to hit 100,000 followers on Twitter 1.0 at the time, and then I was just banned for like 3 years nearly until Elon Musk brought me back, and I'm now almost at 1 million followers on X. But yeah,
hold that thought. He had 100,000 followers, and they banned him because he was so... Look at how dangerous he is. Elon Musk buys it, opens it up for free thought and free speech, and now you've got 1 million followers.
Yep, nearly. I'm 30,000 from 1 million, so if you want to get me there before I leave the stage, go for it, at ALX. But yeah, so to your point, it's just like, you know, you are the media because you have a phone and you have the platform on social media. And one of the things that's ironic about this whole, you know, moral panic around misinformation, disinformation, all these people can go on their shows, like, you know, for 4 years they talked about the Russia propaganda hoax and Russian collusion hoax. So they were allowed to say that unchecked. They got to have their own guests on there, and that, like Adam Schiff saying he has inside knowledge about all this crap. On social media, no, it's a blood sport. You say something wrong, you're gonna get ratioed or community noted.
That's right.
So you're the media and you're also the checker, like you're the fact checker. There's not like independent fact checkers like Meta used to have. You are the fact checker, and what actually...
Well, because the independent fact checkers weren't independent.
Exactly,
And
yes,
they
were a
weren't
small
based in
group.
fact.
Correct.
And this is an important point that I want you to pick up on, Kurt, because this whole idea of needing fact checkers and needing to moderate what you say, and it's all coming from this arrogant presumption that you're too stupid to understand what's true and what isn't. You're too stupid to discern from a hoax and what's real.
I'm not sure that they think we're stupid. I know they say they're stupid because it justifies their existence.
Yeah, that's
okay,
true.
They want to be the gatekeeper. They want to be making the decision. And you don't need a gatekeeper if you are an individual, if you are a independent American citizen with your camera and computer who goes out and makes his or her own news. We don't need them. It terrifies them.
Yeah.
That is why Never Trump exists.
Yeah.
Because we didn't need them.
That
and they got mad.
that said, the platform and the technology and the freedom is there, and it's opening up more. Mark Zuckerberg suddenly is red-pilled, right? And that's amazing. But it all starts with this fist thrust in the air. It all starts with him yelling, fight, 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 right? Because he has shown us how to fight. Suddenly you see Republicans on Capitol Hill are channeling Trump because he's contagious. And I think I'll give you a perfect example. George Stephanopoulos last year lied about Donald Trump. He said that he was convicted by a jury of raping somebody, and he said it 7 times in a 6-minute span. What did Donald Trump do? Did he do a Mitt Romney thing? Did he do a George Bush thing? Did he do what Republicans have done for our lifetimes, which is just be the better man and say, oh, well, you know how they are, tut, tut, let's walk away? No, he fought, he sued, and he won. And that's what we have to do. And the fight we have, listen, we're doing a victory lap right now because we've rendered the media irrelevant, but they're not going away. The fight continues, Alex, every day.
100%. And then the other thing, too, to your point, 60 Minutes tried to edit that Kamala Harris interview.
That's right.
How did that go for them? The FCC has now released the entire thing, and we saw what a sham it was. Well, they messed up because they put the promo out with, like, the other answer.
With a different answer,
wait a
the word
second,
salad answer.
What happened here? Like,
well, and Kurt, this goes back to the arrogance because think about it. Donald Trump had the choice of sitting for 40 minutes with 60 Minutes and letting them condense it down to 20 minutes that they decided we could see. And they do that, by the way. They edit these packages because they think you have a short attention span. They talk down to you all the time. Instead, he said, no, I don't need freaking 60 Minutes. I'll sit for 3 hours uninterrupted with Joe Rogan and oh, and by the way, 50 million of you watched that. How's that for short attention span?
And here's the beauty of it. Kamala Harris wants to go on Joe Rogan. She thinks she's the get. She thinks she's in the driver's seat. Joe Rogan's like,
get it.
Nah. Talk to the hand.
Wow.
You don't set the conditions. They don't own us anymore.
That's right.
They're not in charge. We are.
Well, I think we've recovered from our big balls opening, and I think we'll quit while we're ahead. You guys, thank you. Keep fighting. Follow Alex, get him to 1 million, and buy my book.
Hey, chopped liver.
you can crack the code of nuclear waste, you've solved something that no one has attempted to do before and has succeeded.
We're onto something big.
We have the U.S. government partnered with us now to prove our technology out.
Make America stronger.
I want to provide limitless energy to the world, and I believe this is the path.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed to be ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
During my second term, we will fight for Alaska like never before.
I'm excited about what we can do with President Trump in the office.
We can work together to provide affordable energy to Alaska and allies all over the world.
More investment, more certainty, production, more exploration.
Thank you to everyone in Alaska, and thank you to your great governor. I look forward to a long and enduring future relationship. Drill, baby, drill.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a conversation with National Security Advisor Michael Waltz and CPAC Senior Fellow Mercedes Schlapp.
All right. Woo, good morning, CPAC. Mike, are you ready?
Oh, born for this.
Okay, good.
Let's go.
I don't have a chainsaw for you. That's the only thing I couldn't get on the stage. You know, Elon Musk came in with the present.
As a Green Beret, I left the belt-fed machine gun at home.
There you go.
Thank God the Secret
There you go.
Secret Service
But you know,
okay.
maybe next time just bring it if you'd like.
Yeah,
but how are y'all doing this morning? Okay, so how amazing was it yesterday? Seriously. I don't know how we can top it off, but we're going to top it off this morning with just one of our heroes right now in the Trump administration, someone who CPAC, someone that Matt and I admire so much, our National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz. So let's jump right in. Obviously, you've just come back from Saudi Arabia. You were meeting with Russian officials on really looking to find a solution to end the war in Ukraine between Russia and Ukraine. Tell me first how those negotiations are going. Any insight that you can give to our CPAC family here in terms of progress that's being made?
Well, let me make one thing clear. We would not be in this position, not even close, if it weren't for the leadership of Donald J. Trump. Period. Right? I had the honor of sitting in the Oval Office and listening to President Trump speak with President Putin of Russia and hearing both Putin and then immediately Zelensky both say only under President Trump's leadership, say this to him, and only he could drive an end to this war. So under Trump, this war will end. And it will end soon, and he is the president of peace. And it amazes me how many people in this town are clutching their pearls and having conniption fits over what? Because President Trump's ready to stop the killing, stop the hundreds of thousands of people that are dying per year in Europe, the largest war in Europe since World War II. And you see the same voices that are demanding a ceasefire in Gaza post-October 7th, then what? Oppose peace in Europe? It makes no sense. But with his leadership, we've now opened negotiations. We're sitting down with our host, the Saudis, and talking to the Russians, understanding what they are going to need, and then understanding what the Ukrainians are going to need, talking to all of the Europeans. You can't end a war if you don't talk to both sides, and that's what we're doing.
Thank you.
It's kind of common sense,
It
history of diplomacy.
It is common sense, but you do find those in the media and the critics basically saying, how can you all be talking to the Russians? This is insane, right? They criticize the efforts that the administration is doing. And with that being said, President Trump has expressed his frustration with President Zelensky, trying to get to the point that we're dealing with how can we get a deal on the raw minerals? How do we, the United States has given over $175 billion to the Ukrainians. It seems like the Americans, there is that war fatigue. It's time to move forward. How are we going to get Zelensky, President Zelensky, to cooperate?
Yeah. Well, so first, and this is the part that the media just wants to ignore, it was Zelensky last September, as part of his victory plan, it was Zelensky that proposed, hey, let's go into a partnership together. Right. If the United States will invest in us, we have aluminum, we have gallium, we have tritium, we have all of these rare earth minerals that the modern economy needs. A lot of them are not fully developed. They need investment. President Trump's a deal maker. And so now President Trump proposes the deal, right, and sent our Treasury Secretary all the way out to Kyiv to propose it, and then we get this rhetoric in the media. Well, look, here's the bottom line. President Zelensky is going to sign that deal. And you will see that in the very short term. And that is good for Ukraine. What better could you have for Ukraine than to be in an economic partnership with the United States, number one? What better could you have for Ukraine to stop the killing, number two? And you know what? We have an obligation to you all, the American taxpayer, to recoup the hundreds of billions of dollars that have been invested in this war. Because you know what? You know what Europe's contributions are? Europe's contributions are in the form of loans. And they're often paid back on the interest, by the interest on Russian assets that have been frozen. So Europe gets paid back, but the American people don't? I don't think so, right? And so that's the deal that we're putting in place that's good for everyone. And yes, you have to talk to the Russian side to understand how we're gonna get both sides to the table. And that's what we're doing. Look, this is the common sense presidency. This is the presidency of peace. He's going to end the war in Europe. He is going to end the wars in the Middle East. He is going to reinvest the United States and our leadership in our own hemisphere, from the Arctic to the border to Panama, all the way down to our good friends in Argentina with Milei that you saw yesterday. And you know what? By the end of this all, we're going to have the Nobel Peace Prize sitting next to the name of Donald J. Trump. And who opposes peace? Like, I mean, how do the Democrats oppose peace?
You bring up a great question, which is who opposes peace? Yet you've seen the European leaders under President Macron trying to bring the Europeans together in dealing with the Russian and Ukraine situation. They have been unable to move the ball forward. How are we going to bring our European leaders on board?
Well, President, and all, the other narrative you have in the media is, well, we're not consulting with our allies in Europe. President Trump has talked to Macron twice last week. He's coming here Monday. The Prime Minister of Britain is coming here next Thursday. We are engaging all of our European allies, absolutely. The NATO Secretary General and I just spoke. You establish peace through strength. And we have been demanding that the Europeans step up and contribute to their own defense. And as of now, a third of our NATO allies still are not contributing the minimum, which is 2% of their GDP that they committed to a year ago, or I'm sorry, 10 years ago. So that's unacceptable. And if, you know what, the Europeans want to take a bigger role in their own security, that falls in line with America First principles as far as I'm concerned, as far as President Trump's concerned. So, you know what, he's kind of rattled their cage a bit. And now they're saying, you know what, suddenly they've found more. And they're coming to the table with more. Fine by us. We've only been asking for over a decade now.
Shifting gears here to Iran. We've got Ambassador Mark Wallace with us, basically one of the biggest fighters in terms of ensuring that we can see change in Iran and leading the efforts incredibly here in the United States and across the globe. But I've got to ask you right now, What is this maximum pressure campaign going to look like in terms of Iran? How are we going to stop Iran from exporting terrorism into Israel and killing innocent lives?
Well, first, thank God that Prime Minister Netanyahu, that Bibi did not listen to the Biden team and did not listen to Kamala Harris. And as a result of his leadership and Israel's leadership, Hezbollah in Iran is now decimated. I mean, the pager, beeper, and walkie-talkie operation is going to go down in history. And as a Green Beret, I appreciate a good covert operation. That was one of the greatest ones in history. So you have Hezbollah largely decapitated. You have a real opening in Lebanon that you haven't had in a generation. You have Assad gone in Syria. You have the axis of terror from Iran all the way to threaten our partners, Israel, essentially disrupted, and we need to keep our foot on their neck in that regard. And then from a maximum pressure campaign, the president just signed that executive order returning to maximum pressure to start keeping a foot on the neck of the Iranian economy. And look, just a few years ago, we were seeing that all of Iran's proxies were out of cash, that the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, the militias in Iraq, none of them had the funds and the cash to continue their terror. We're going to get back to those policies that work, but key to it all is that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. No. And why does that matter to everyday Americans? Look, if Iran has a nuke, there's a real question of whether they're a rational actor. And they can take out our ally Israel, they can launch against the world, they will have that nuclear umbrella to launch these, all of these other attacks. They cannot have a nuclear weapon, and under President Trump's leadership, we will ensure that does not happen.
Israel. We just got word from the Israeli Defense Forces that they have returned several bodies. This is the Bibas family, the two beautiful children, the redhead children, and what was supposed to be the body of Shara, the mother. Apparently, that doesn't seem to be the case. IDF is saying this is a serious violation of the ceasefire. What's your message, one, to the hostages, their families, from the United States, from President Trump, and two, how can we ensure that we bring all those hostages back home?
My message, President Trump's message to those families is we are with you. His heart breaks and he is horrified by these scenes coming out. And if anyone thinks that Hamas is some type of quasi-benevolent, not so bad, kind of something less than the just despicable terrorists that they are, what more convincing do you need? Hamas is of the worst kinds of terrorist groups out there. They are no different than ISIS. They are no different than Al-Qaeda, and they absolutely must be destroyed. And only under his leadership, remember the Biden administration was trying to do some type of deal. They were obsessed with a ceasefire, but their approach was concession after concession after concession and putting more pressure on Israel than they did on Hamas. Only when President Trump came in and said, look, there will be all hell to pay, the credible threat that only he can deliver, did we see this deal come into place, still under Biden. And we saw our people starting to come out, including 2 Americans, with more to go. So this is only happening because of this election. These are the kind of consequences this election has had. And we will continue to get out everyone that we can. But remember, just 6 months ago, 8 months ago, you had college campuses, you had students, you had faculty, you had protesters celebrating Hamas, talking about from the river to the sea, having the worst kind of anti-Semitism, and now we've seen, and we just saw yesterday, the despicable people that they are and why they can never be allowed to run Gaza and why we can never allow another October 7th again. And there is a lot of talk about two-state. You know who doesn't want a two-state? Who will never allow a two-state? Hamas. And this is why they can never, they just cannot exist going forward.
China is one of our biggest threats. We have seen how China has infiltrated our institutions, has brought fentanyl into the United States, has stolen our intellectual property, have basically made so many deals with many Latin American countries, African countries. They're trying to be strategic in ensuring that the U.S. does not get involved in some of these regions. This has significantly changed under President Trump. Walk us through how we're going to deal with this threat of China.
Well, remember, President Trump is who pivoted us, pivoted the whole national security apparatus back in 2017 and 2018 to deal with the threat and the competition that China is. But he firmly believes we can win this economically, we can win this through our supply chains, we can win this through our markets and fair trade deals, and at the same time, rebuilding our great military under, how about our Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, right? Getting them focused on being the most lethal and most badass military in the world and projecting that strength. But at the same time, he appreciates the infiltration that's going on, and we just had Panama say, you know what, we're done with Belt and Road, we're done with allowing China to infiltrate critical strategic assets like the Panama Canal. And again, it's only been a month, folks. Yeah, we've still got it. We told the president, you said, you know, you have a full 4 years. We don't have to get it all done in 4 weeks. And just final thing, because you mentioned fentanyl. We are going to unleash holy hell on the cartels. Enough is enough. We are securing our border. And the cartels are on notice. You've seen images of the Mexican army doing joint patrols with our border, with our Customs and Border Police and with our military to secure the United States border, because without a border, you don't have a country and you don't have sovereignty. And if there's not anything more than America first than that. And so a lot of, going back to things that worked in the first term, but you know what we have now in the second term? We have a team that is 200% on board with the vision of President Trump. And we've got a great Secretary of State, a great Secretary of Defense, Secretary of Treasury. We've got the Team Florida with Susie Wiles and our Chief of Staff. Like, we are hitting on all cylinders, and we don't have a president that's year 1 or even year 5. He's year 9. And we are building the rocket as we're launching it, and it's just been the honor of my lifetime to be a part of it.
So I was going to ask you who can bench press more, Secretary Hegseth or Mike Waltz, but I'm going to skip that question. We're just going to go a little personal here.
Yeah.
You wake up every morning. You have one of the most important jobs in the administration.
I'm working for a man who doesn't sleep, but
That's
yes,
true,
I
too. So that means you're not sleeping either.
Yeah.
What drives you? What inspires you to do what you do every day?
You know what? It really is. It's been about 20 hours a day. And he's going 21 or 22. I don't know how he does it. I thought I was in 4th gear as a member of Congress and a colonel in a Green Beret. I've now found 3 more, and he stays in 10th. But here's what drives me. These guys. I don't know if you can see this bracelet. This is one of my Green Berets that I lost in combat. And every morning I get up, I look in the mirror, we get ready to go, and I tell myself to be worthy. Be worthy of their sacrifice. Be worthy of those Gold Star families. Be a citizen that is worthy of this blessing that we all wake up with, breathing free air in the greatest country on earth. But we got a glimpse the last 4 years of what the world and what the country would look like under progressive lack of leadership. The world got a glimpse of what the world coming unglued, starting with the disgraceful withdrawal from Afghanistan and how that was done through the wars in Europe. We went from the Abraham Accords to the Middle East on fire, and out of control border. I think, and the president is thinking about this a lot as well. Of course, he wanted that second term. But you know what? Maybe God had a different plan, that the world had to see and feel what it would look like in the country without him. And now you're seeing this amazing embrace of his leadership in the world. But be worthy, everyone. Be worthy of those that are out there right now willing to die for all of us, and those that did give the greatest sacrifice for all of us. And thank God we have a leader back in the White House that not only appreciates that, loves them, and loves all of you, and is willing to run through brick walls to get big things done for this country and for peace and security around the world.
Well, be worthy. I'm taking that with me. Be worthy to do this incredible work. I just want to thank you, and I know on behalf of all of us here at CPAC, we thank you for your service. We thank you for your sacrifice. We thank you for supporting and giving advice to this great president and in serving in this administration. Ladies and gentlemen, our National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz. Thank you so much.
Thank you, CPAC. Thank you.
The 47th President of the United States of America.
And, you know, I wouldn't say Fox has been exactly perfect. Fox has been a big difference of Fox between now and what it was 4 years ago, as you know. But we have others that come along, and they're doing well, and Newsmax has been really good, and, you know, others are coming along. And people are seeing that they're watching these conservative networks.
President Trump is right. That's why millions of Americans are tuning into Newsmax for the real news they can trust.
Live with you from CPAC.
I can't hear you.
I made MAGA War Room Posse deplorable.
Everybody's here.
We the people,
all united. Days of thunder.
That's where the news is.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed the ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended? The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
During my second term, we will fight for Alaska like never before.
I'm excited about what we can do with President Trump in the office.
We'll work together to provide affordable energy to Alaska and allies all over the world.
More investment, more certainty, production, more exploration.
Thank you to everyone in Alaska, and thank you to your great governor. I look forward to a long and enduring future relationship. Drill, baby, drill.
Hey there, scan your QR code on your badge so that you can view the agenda. Check out our membership circles and learn more about our centers.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CEO of MyPillow, Mike Lindell.
Thank you, everybody. When I wrote the book that you all received, What Are the Odds from Crack Addict to CEO, I used mathematical odds to prove that God exists. We all have things that happen to us all the time that we say, wow, that's a 1 in a million, or maybe that's a 1 in a billion, or things that we say, that's impossible. Well, when do we put them all together and say it has to be a miracle? Okay, well, I remember getting invited to the White House for the first time and sitting next to our great president and the cameras went live to the nation. And all my friends at home, and some of them were still on crack, looked up and said, what is this crack addict doing with the president? Jesus is real. Could this would be impossible without God? And in the spring of 2020, in another divine appointment, I spoke at the Rose Garden, and I said, God has given us grace for such a time as this. Well, then we were hit with the China virus and a stolen election, and over the next 4 years, people would come up to me all the time and say, Mike, this doesn't feel like grace. And I would say, oh, but it is. God uses all things for good for those who believe. And the president and I were talking one day, and I was saying that, you know, we were talking about how our country was getting completely destroyed everywhere. And I told him, I said, you know, Mr. President, these bad things are actually helping. They're opening people's eyes, and it'll end up being a good thing. And he said, well, Mike, they're destroying our beautiful country, and it's going to take so much to fix it all. And I said, sir, with God, all things are possible, and God working through you, you'll get it fixed faster and better than ever. Well, hasn't this first month been a miracle, huh? Thank you, Mr. President, for getting so much done in such a short period of time. It actually is a miracle. I said it before, and I'm going to say it again. Everybody loves our president. Some just don't know it yet. True. This has all been on God's timing, and I believe our great president, if he was put in right after the stolen election, we would have lost our country forever. It would have been too soon. There were so many things that we had to find out over the last 4 years. And especially there was one thing that was important. We had to get our voice back. On January 7th and 8th of 2021, those 2 days are historically important. 1.2 million people were deplatformed and canceled on Vimeo, YouTube, Zuckerberg's Facebook, Jack Dorsey's Twitter. If you spoke out about the stolen election, you were deplatformed. The rest of the country was too afraid to say anything because of January 6th. They went completely silent in fear. And it reminds me, like when I was a kid, we had black and white TVs, and we would turn them off as kids, and they would go down to a little tiny dot. And we would go, and we'd turn it on right before that dot went out. It would all come back to life. Well, that little dot was our voice. And if our voice would have went out, it would have been just like Ronald Reagan said, we're like a beacon of light on a hill. If the lights go out here, they go out everywhere. It would have been over. But our voice did not go out. We turned that back on, and our voice has gotten bigger and brighter than ever before. And this is, we never gave up. People started forming their own platforms, and this is where CPAC came in. How important is CPAC that gave us a platform? I couldn't speak anywhere back then except for CPAC. So important is CPAC. I and many of you were giving a world stage for our voice when almost every other platform had either blocked us or given up. We never stopped speaking out, and our voice has grown to the biggest it's ever been. We have beaten, there's two parts to this. We have beaten the biggest cover-up of the biggest crime in history. The uniparty, the deep state globalists, and the media tried to completely bury the truth about the 2020 election. 4 years later, evil has failed. Everybody knows the truth. I told people before the 2024 election, if they tried to steal it again, just like if they'd have tried to give us China virus 2.0, we would not have stood for it. We would have said, open up those machines. Or we would have said, no, we're not going to sit out in snowbanks wearing masks and be banned from our own houses. We would not have tolerated another stolen election. And evil knew this, and they also knew that it was too big to rig, as the president likes to say. If they would have done it, it would have been one of the biggest deviations in history, and we would have said, we're on to you now. Well, that's their tool to steal elections. By the way, and the media will like this, the fake news, they did steal 4 senators and 9 congressmen that my teams know of in this last election, just so you all know that, okay? 132 countries have banned electronic voting machines, and they've done it for a reason. More than 100 countries have banned early voting and mail-in voting. The United States of America has the worst election platforms in the world. We now have to make elections great again. We need to go to paper ballots, hand-counted, same-day voting, precinct level, and voter ID just the way our great president wants us. We have to lead the world in secure elections. We cannot let this time with the greatest president in history be in vain. This must be the time that God triumphs over evil. We have to have our voices stronger than ever, and we will never, ever stop until, with this critical timing, we have to get to paper ballots. We will never stop. We have to get there now. I encourage all of you to go to LindellTV.com. This is my voice. We have the greatest mayor ever, Mayor Rudy Giuliani over there. We have Emerald Robinson and many other hosts in our 24/7 TV lineup. We were granted, what a blessing, we have White House reporters right at the White House right now with Lindell TV. You have live reporting every single day. And I'd like to thank, I needed help, and I'd like to thank our great new sponsors like Fisher Liberty Gold and Airwater Healing. They're going to be they're at the booth. But during these times when I was canceled, they're trying to cancel everything I stand for to get rid of these machines and go to paper ballots. They stood up and said, hey, we're going to help. We're going to sponsor Lindell TV. So thank you. I'd like you all to visit our booth at Lindell TV, the booth that we have here, visit, and I need every one of you to get involved now. We are at a critical time in history. The stuff we put out, we have all the pieces to do this. We just need your votes to magnify the truth to the world as we get into this over the next months here and start putting all this information out and what we're doing from the ground up and from our great president down. We're doing everything humanly possible to get to this great place with our election platforms. God gave us grace for such a time as this, and we are in the best times to be alive in history and the greatest revival for Jesus Christ ever. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you all.
Four-time Prime Minister of Slovakia, a small, proud country in the heart of Europe. In May last year, an opposition activist tried to assassinate him for his policies. For politics based on the ideals of fight against fascism. For wanting an immediate end to the war in Ukraine. For the return of common sense and the barrier against wokeness when he endorsed constitutional definition of marriage as the unique union of a man and a woman. For his grasp of reality when he vetoed the compulsory redistribution of illegal migrants among the European Union member states. For pursuing a sovereign Slovak foreign policy to all 4 cardinal points. For treasuring freedom of speech and rejecting the politics of single correct political opinion. For the first time, Prime Minister of the Slovak Republic is coming to CPAC.
Who's AARP really watching out for these days? They've made billions partnering with big health insurance corporations while opposing reforms seniors want, like applying big discounts to medicines directly at the pharmacy counter. Instead, AARP supports liberal price-setting schemes, giving politicians, not seniors, control over any so-called Medicare savings with no guarantees. Funds won't be spent on unrelated programs or pad big insurers' profits. If AARP and Congress believe America's seniors aren't watching, think again. Paid for by American Commitment.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed the ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended? The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp with CPAC. You know, we've had a huge problem in this country with election fraud. But at CPAC, that's not a problem. Our only problem is getting each and every one of you to vote. So look at your badge. You have a number on that badge. And get your phone out and vote on all the issues that matter. And my guess is you probably like what Trump's doing as well. And we'll have the results for you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, a conversation with White House Deputy Chief of Staff James Blair and Breitbart Washington Bureau Chief Matt Boyle.
James, how are you, sir?
Good to see you, Matt.
I like those cufflinks.
Thank you.
They're very nice. Okay, so James, you were the Deputy Chief of Staff in the White House. There's a bunch of you guys that are Deputy Chiefs of Staff, and a bunch of them are gonna be here. All the President's men are gonna be here at CPAC, so it's really exciting. Tell us about your specific role in the White House. We were talking about this last night. Tell us about the various departments that you oversee inside the White House.
Yeah, I really oversee the external portfolio of the White House. There's three main components to that. We have our Office of Legislative Affairs, which obviously is really the president's lobbying arm on Capitol Hill. We have the Office of Political Affairs, which is just the political operations that come from the White House and run externally, of course. And then the Office of Intergovernmental Affairs, which deals with interplay between federal, state, and local governments and tribal governments.
Okay, so we're seeing right now, in terms of a pace from President Trump, I mean, the amount of executive orders, I think I saw somebody say that there are more executive orders we've seen President Trump sign than there are primetime viewers on CNN, right? Like, but we're seeing the level of action is just incredible, right? Like, it's rapid fire, lots of different action out there. I'll tell you, the person that I think would really, and I know a little bit of something about this because I work for Breitbart, that I think would be absolutely loving this is the one and only Andrew Breitbart. And at CPAC, of course, we got to give Andrew Breitbart a shout out because Andrew Breitbart was CPAC, right? But tell us what it's like in there in the White House every day. It seems like it's a pretty crazy, wild schedule, if you will.
It's a frenetic pace for sure, but you know, the president has thought deeply about what he wants to accomplish in the time he was not in the White House, obviously. And he's been spending a lot of time planning and obviously asking his team to plan the actions that we've executed so far. So I get asked a lot, was all this planned? And you know, obviously new ideas come up every day, but a lot of it, if not most of it, was planned. He's thought deeply since he left the last time around, and he knows that he wants to accomplish a lot in a short period of time. So really, it's all of us just playing catch up with the president. It's great to have an energetic leader. He runs circles around all of us. He doesn't sleep. He works all the time, and he's really committed to making this time in office very useful for saving the country. I mean, he's just going to do what he said he was going to do, and that's it.
All right, so James, one of the major departments you oversee is the political affairs, obviously. You were the political director for the Trump campaign. One of the reasons why we are where we are today is that President Trump was able to, in this last election in 2024, pull off arguably one of the greatest political transformations in the history of mankind. I mean, we are seeing lifelong Democrats, frankly, vote for President Trump. A lot of black voters, Hispanic voters. I think I saw him put on his Truth Social recently a list of all the counties he flipped from Democrat control. Tell us, you're the nuts and bolts guy of how this happened, right? Like, so tell us, how did you guys pull this off from the Trump campaign? And then we'll get into how we hold it together, because I think it's important that we hold this together for the long term. But walk us through how you guys did it.
Yeah, well, so they say success is where preparation meets opportunity, right? Obviously, we had a plan, but the plan primarily was to capitalize on opportunities that existed within these, different populations of voters that maybe have not traditionally voted Republican. We've really seen, the last 10 years, really since President Trump came into office, has been a slow-moving realignment politically, and a lot of significant demographic shifts are coming with that that are good for Republicans writ large if, really very simply, Trump voters can be converted into Republican voters. And that is, I think, the main thing that everyone has to focus on for the midterms and going forward. And I think the reason for that is issues. Good policy is good politics. President Trump is not like every Republican politician, as we all know, for the last several decades, particularly cuts against the mold of Washington. And I think that's really important. I think the number one thing, and just to put some stats on it, President Trump gained more popular votes than any Republican ever has. It was the first popular vote win. It was the first popular vote win for a Republican president in 20 years and the first non-incumbent since 1988. The House Republicans won more popular votes than they ever have, and he swept the Senate majority into office. And really, President Trump performs above all other Republicans. And that's because a lot of these voters that are with him have not come over to the party. And the way we solve for that going forward is to pass the agenda that he campaigned on. That's what they voted for. And I think that if we give the voters what they paid for with their vote, they will reward us with a long-term political realignment. One thing I like to point out is only because a lot of people say, well, presidents always lose the midterms. Often true, but not always. In the last 100 years, there's only 2 midterms where a president has added seats to both chambers of his party. One was 2002, and obviously that was post 9/11, kind of a unique time for our country, very patriotic, rallying around President Bush. And the other was 1934, which was after the New Deal passed. And that really set in motion a 100-year realignment of politics. And it came out of what they did. And I think that needs to be the model we're looking at, where we're not looking for incremental change, and we need our Republicans in Congress to help us with that. We need to look for big change. And I think if we enact big change, which the president campaigned on, we'll be rewarded politically for a long time.
Couldn't agree more. So it feels like we have a different look. I've been doing this for a long time at Breitbart. I've been at Breitbart for 12 years. I've been reporting in the conservative movement for 15. It feels like the Republican Party is a different Republican Party now. And this is in large part thanks to President Trump and his endorsements. We've got new incoming exciting senators, people like Jim Banks from Indiana, who I think we heard from yesterday, Bernie Moreno from Ohio, Dave McCormick from Pennsylvania, Tim Sheehy from Montana. These are exciting young voices that are, 8 years ago, President Trump had a rough time of getting his cabinet through. This time around, he's actually beating with a smaller majority of his party, Barack Obama from 2009 when he was confirming his cabinet. The Trump's cabinet is almost all confirmed now. How has the party changed in a better way that is reflecting this transformation that we're talking about? Because it's bigger than Trump, I think. I think it's happening in the Senate, it's happening in the House, too.
Absolutely. frankly, I think our Republicans in Congress are getting on board and seeing that we can do things differently. Look, with the cabinet, President Trump selected a cabinet that reflects the diversity of the coalition that swept him into office and the diversity of thought, and that was important to him. And we're grateful to our Republican senators for moving them through with, relatively little hiccups overall. And I think the president's view is that those voices are what the people voted for, and that is the government they want to see. And I think the Senate sees that. I mean, it's undeniable, ultimately. And I do think that, thinking back to 8 years ago, many people feel that in some ways President Trump's presidency wasn't given a chance because of the attacks that started from really pre-day one. And I think they recognize how much time he has spent reflecting on his 4 years in office and how he has come through the greatest weaponization in history, all the things that we all know. I mean, nobody has undergone more challenges to get to an office than President Trump, and I think they're quite deferential to giving him the opportunity and the team he wants to not have that happen again. And despite those challenges in the first term, he had a historic presidency. And now I think the feeling is, well, if we just support him and support the folks that helped get him elected, then maybe we'll all do better. A rising tide will lift all boats, and I think that's what we're seeing.
So, James, the big question is, the first major elections we're going to see in just a few short weeks here in Wisconsin. We have Wisconsin Supreme Court races coming up in April, the governor races and state level races later this year. We got some special elections coming up for some of the seats that have been opened up by cabinet picks. We've got, and then we have the midterm elections less than 2 years away. So how do you guys make sure that the political transformation we saw in November, those new voters, walk in beyond just that 1 year, that it isn't just a fleeting thing, that this is a lasting political realignment, similar to the 1934 one you're talking about in the FDR years?
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy, that's for sure. The Wisconsin Supreme Court race, I've been looking at numbers there, and there's some folks getting involved for the conservative. That'll be challenging, I'll say. I mean, it'll be challenging because if you look at the data in Wisconsin, what carries President Trump is a group of voters who only vote when Trump is on the ballot. And the thing that we have to accomplish in all of these elections is getting that specific group of people. There's super voters on both sides, but getting the people that are sort of with the Trump worldview, who aren't necessarily Republicans, but many of them, would sort of consider themselves that now, is getting them to go to the polls when President Trump's not on the ballot and helping them understand that supports his worldview ultimately.
Mm-hmm. And just to kind of bring this around, look, you have a standing army out here in the audience, right? These are President Trump supporters out here, here at CPAC. The millions and millions of people watching at home, what would be your marching orders to these folks out here in the audience that are watching this event right now, that are watching us have this conversation? What do they need to do to help solidify this political realignment?
Well, I mean, two things. One, put in the legwork. Obviously, we always need volunteers. And in the Wisconsin Supreme Court race, the Wisconsin GOP and many others are getting involved. And if you've got time to spare, go do it. It's very important. There's a lot at stake in that race, not the least of which, could be the future of congressional maps, which is very important. We'll see what happens. But just spread the word and continue to, frankly, encourage Republicans that are down ballot of President Trump to support his agenda, which is often but not always exactly aligned with the historic contours of the party. I mean, the last thing I'll say is I'll leave you with this. There's 13 seats in the House of Representatives that are occupied by Democrats that President Trump won. On average, the Republican underperformed him by 5.2 points. There's only 3 seats in the House that Republicans hold that Harris won. So that gives you some sense of the fact that we should be playing offense here. But that requires bringing all of the other Republicans up to the vote coalition that President Trump has and brought into office. So follow the Trump agenda and pass it, and we will all be rewarded for it.
Really exciting stuff. Thank you, James, for a great conversation, and give our best to President Trump.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Fanny, Letitia, and Jack, the Legal Evils. Please welcome Senior Fellow at Claremont Institute, John Eastman, and partner at Tactic Global, Barry Bennett.
Thank you very much. My name is Barry Bennett, and this is Professor John Eastman. The professor is a brilliant legal scholar, and I am a fan of, just watched the TV show Lincoln Lawyers. We have a lot in common. But what we do have in common, unfortunately, is that we were both made victims of our own government because we dared stand with Donald Trump. For me, I ran Ben Carson's campaign back in 2015, 2016, Great American. And I became a senior advisor to the Trump campaign in 2016. Within months of working at the Trump campaign, Obama's CIA director, John Brennan, gave my name along with 25 others to the Five Eyes to ask our so-called allies to spy on us in the Russia Gate. That led to me being bumped by both the UK and Australia and endlessly grilled about Russia and Hillary's emails and all this other crap. And then that, led to, the FBI taking my phone and my emails, the emails of my 9-year-old kid. They took my Uber Eats account. They got a lot of information there. But, one of the things, unfortunately, that John and I have in common, we both had to spend millions of dollars to defend ourselves. And John, I'm further along in the process. John is still in the fight, and he needs our help. But anyway, I want to be quick and tell you who I was and what I've gone through, but John's case is really happening right now. So I want him to have 7.5 minutes, and I'll take 2.5.
Very good, thank you. Thank you. Look, one of the most egregious examples of the psychological analysis of projection was when the Democrats, before the 2024 election, said President Trump would weaponize the Department of Justice. I said, are you kidding me? What have we been looking at for the last 4 years? They took my phone in New Mexico outside of a restaurant with an egregiously broad warrant that said all the data on your phone. Now, we fought a Revolutionary War to stop that. That's called the general warrant. The Fourth Amendment requires that they identify what they're going to search and seize with particularity. They just said everything on your phone. And of course, modern phones are a portal to everything, every communication, every transaction you have. But they said, oh no, we're not allowed to look at what we've seized until we get a second warrant. And about a month later, I start getting inquiries from a taint team in Portland, Oregon, asking if certain things I was going to assert privilege over. I said, well, I've got a question. How do you even have that? Where was this second warrant? Oh, we got that. I said, I haven't seen it. Well, yeah, but the phone was in our possession by then, so we've served the warrant on ourselves. This is utter nonsense, and they are shredding the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the Sixth Amendment, the right to counsel, the right to attorney-client privilege. I had a client, my wife sometimes he would forget the time zone difference from where I was on the West Coast and where he was, 4:30, 5:30 in the morning, and my wife would nudge me and said, you better get that, it might be the client. Well, the client was the President of the United States. And he asked me to help him get the legal challenges to the fraudulent and illegal election in 2020 for the courts to actually consider that. And for that, I was named as an unindicted co-conspirator in Jack Smith's criminal prosecution against President Trump, an indicted co-conspirator in Georgia, an indicted co-conspirator in Arizona, where I had no involvement whatsoever. They've put my bar license in California currently on inactive status. I can't practice out there. At least I'm still able to practice before the Supreme Court of the United States. But part of what's going on here, and they've admitted this, it's to scare lawyers from ever taking on causes or clients that the left doesn't want you to take on. This is an egregious abuse of our criminal justice system, the likes of which we have never seen. In 1940, Franklin Roosevelt's new appointment as Attorney General, Robert Jackson, he would later become Supreme Court Justice and later head of the Nuremberg trials after World War II. And he had all the U.S. attorneys in the country at a meeting, and he warned them not to abuse their power. And the greatest temptation for abuse of power was to find people you don't like and then scour the books to see if you can pin something on them, rather than beginning with the crime and investigate who done it. And that's what we have been witnessing out of the Department of Justice, out of the FBI, out of that ridiculous select committee on J6, with Liz Cheney running it, and destroying exculpatory evidence, issuing subpoenas without sign-off by courts, acting as law enforcement agencies without all the guardrails that our Constitution puts on law enforcement agencies. And people have said, well, Eastman, why don't you just look forward and leave it alone, don't look back? If we don't get to the bottom of what they did and hold the people who did it accountable, they will do it again the first opportunity they get. So I have been thrilled with all of President Trump's nominees, but I think the one that is going to be most relevant to this fight is the one that got confirmed yesterday, 51-48, Kash Patel. Because in my view, what we have been witnessing is a nationwide conspiracy to deprive political opponents of their constitutional rights to free speech, to assembly, the right to petition the government for redress of grievances. And if you don't hold people accountable for what they did for that, that's a federal felony, by the way. There's a group called States United Democracy Center. They filed the bar complaint against me in California. They're a rabid anti-Trump organization designed to go after all the lawyers that were trying to help Trump. They were the ones that were hired by the Attorney General of Arizona to prepare the prosecution memo for the electors and me and unindicted co-conspirator Trump in Arizona. And I've told media, I said, that's a little like hiring the fox to do the safety memo for your chicken coop. It's utter nonsense. And the people that are doing that need to be held accountable. And you know, if they spend some time in prison, maybe the next time they get power, they'll be a little bit hesitant about taking on this kind of lawfare against us.
Amen. Amen. And we'll never get our privacy back. We may never get our reputations back, but this must not happen again.
That's right. I teach at the Claremont Institute, our summer fellowship program, and I was teaching our John Marshall Fellows, young lawyers, when the indictment in Georgia came down, and everybody's phone starts going off, and they made fun of it at the end of the week when we did our big roasting. But the gentleman that roasted me then turned serious, and he said, what we saw here was an exhibition of courage, and courage is contagious. And then he said, if you think about the last line of our national anthem, it's not so much whether that flag was still waving. It's what kind of land it is waving over. Is it still the land of the free and the home of the brave? Or is it now the land of the coward and the home of the slave? And ladies and gentlemen, I've got grandkids, and I'm not willing to hand them over to a land of the coward and the home of the slave. We fight this battle until we win permanently. We fight it every day. We fight it in the streets, we fight it in the courts, we fight it wherever we can, because our freedom is too precious to give up. Thank you. You think about it, our founders pledged to each other their lives, and they meant it. Their fortunes, and they meant it. Just ask Robert Morris, who funded the Revolutionary War largely. But most importantly for them, more important than either of those, they pledged their sacred honor. What kind of sacred honor will we have if we hand off to our grandkids an enslavement contrary to what we inherited from our forebears. This is the fight for our time. It's the fight worth having. I can't think of anything more important to be doing. And I thank you all for being here and for the army that you are, for keeping America free, keeping America prosperous, and let's make America great again. Thank you all.
Thank you, guys.
It's our America. We conquered it. We built it. Great values like honesty and fairness. Great courage. A great nation needs a free press. Newsmax is it. 30 million Americans regularly go to Newsmax when they really need to know. They watch Newsmax TV at home. On the free Newsmax app, they go to Newsmax.com. Start today. Newsmax is real news for real people.
Wherever human freedom is under attack, in courtrooms, legislatures, and the public square, we stand ready to defend it. This is why Alliance Defending Freedom exists.
Supreme Court victory for a Christian woman who was taken to court for standing firm in her beliefs.
The First Amendment follows a golden rule. If we want to protect speech for ourselves, then we need to protect it for others.
A video released this week by ADF International has attracted over 34 million views and even attracted comment from Elon Musk. It concerned a pair of Swiss parents who have had their child taken away from them because they objected to her gender transition.
We're not just here to stop the erosion of liberty for this moment alone. We are here to keep the door open for the gospel. And when the gospel does its work, truth doesn't just hold its ground. It advances. It sets people free for generations to come. This is our mission at Alliance Defending Freedom.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp with CPAC. You know, we've had a huge problem in this country with election fraud. But at CPAC, that's not a problem. Our only problem is getting each and every one of you to vote. So look at your badge. You have a number on that badge. And get your phone out and vote on all the issues that matter. And my guess is you probably like what Trump's doing as well. And we'll have the results for you very soon.
Before the cabinet room, you saw Donald Trump's next cabinet make waves at CPAC.
Please welcome nominee for Director of Voice of America, Kari Lake.
I gotta take this in. You guys look phenomenal. You look great. I know why. We're all sleeping better, aren't we? How many of you are sleeping so much better since January 20th? I curl up every night with the sweetest dreams, and watching what President Trump has accomplished and done in 1 month is so incredible. Every day feels like Christmas Day, and every night feels like New Year's Eve. We got something to celebrate. And I want to thank Matt and Mercy for bringing us all together to celebrate this amazing month that we've had. Hasn't it been great? It's been wonderful. You know, a lot of you know about my life in politics, but before that, I had a 30-year career as an award-winning journalist. I was the voice of Arizona. If you're from Arizona, you know that. And I walked away from a very high-paying job in the corporate news during COVID-19 because I just wasn't willing to lie to the public. We had such lies going out toward the public. And I had to ask myself the question, was this huge paycheck that I was earning worth the cost of my soul? And the answer was no. And that is a question that a lot of people in the media right now and the bureaucrats in DC should be asking themselves at this moment. How much is the paycheck? How much is the money worth it? I'm very, very cynical when it comes to the government. It's just how I was raised. I grew up with Ronald Reagan as my president. Anybody else as a kid have Ronald Reagan? And remember his warning? His warning was the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." And boy, was he right. But now the tables have been turned. And the 9 most terrifying words for the government are, "We're from Doge and we're here to audit you." When Elon and the boys show up, I think they're a little nervous, aren't they? I prefer a hands-off government. Am I alone in that? Hands off. Unfortunately, our government has one hand around our throat, and we're finding out the other hand is in our pockets, and they're robbing us blind. And thanks to Doge, we've learned that our tax dollars are going to pay for luxury hotels for illegals in Manhattan, circumcisions in Mozambique, transgender operas in Latin America. It's terrible, it's theft, and Social Security benefits to 150-year-olds. The only 150-year-old I know is Joe Biden. I mean, this is, and apparently there's millions of them. There's even people that are over 150 that are allegedly getting all of this, these paychecks. So that's just the tip of the iceberg in Washington, D.C. It's really kind of like the D.C. creature is like an animal infested with ticks and parasites. From the work-from-home bureaucrats to the handouts and carve-outs and pork, the entire D.C. economy and the surrounding states thrive off of the freebies. But it's not free for us, the hard-working Americans. We're the ones funding this. Our money is lining these swamp creatures' pockets. We're paying off their friends. We're funding the fake news to broadcast this insane narrative across the globe. It's terrible. And knowing all of this and knowing how the odds have been stacked against us, it makes what happened on November 5th even more of a miracle, right? And we got to thank God for that. We got to thank God for that. We, the people, worked, we rose up, and we said enough is enough. We've had enough of this. And now, thanks to President Trump's radical transparency, we are learning some cold, hard facts about our government. I've never felt more betrayed by the government and, frankly, the media mouthpieces back in the fake news. This is the biggest scandal of our lifetime, the biggest fraud ever perpetrated on humanity, and any real journalist would be dying to cover this story. Unfortunately, we're still surrounded by too many fake journalists out there. Have you noticed they're grasping at their pearls, acting offended that the fraud is being uncovered? They're offended that we would question the bureaucracy that spent money trying to perform sex changes on monkeys while claiming that FEMA is too broke to help Americans. I'll tell you, the purpose of the mainstream media is no longer to inform us, it's to manipulate us. Have you been following the AP drama? Have you heard about this? It's known as the Associated Press. I kind of think of them as the anti-American propagandists. They're very, very mad about the renaming of the Gulf of Mexico. Now, they have no issue with swapping out Kiev for Kyiv or switching the spelling of the a country named Turkey. I didn't even know it was possible to spell that another way. But they have just been horrified by this name change. Remember, these are the same people who didn't want to call riots riots. They wanted to call them mostly peaceful protests. but they will die on the hill of refusing to call that big, beautiful body of water between Texas and Florida the Gulf of America, which is what it is, by the way. And don't get them wrong. They are not making some big principled journalistic stand. It's just fake controversy by a bunch of fake journalists. Where was the AP? And I don't know if they're back there. Where were you, AP, when moms and dads were losing their jobs for refusing to get the untested COVID shot? Where were they? It was crickets. Where were they when moms had to cover their babies' faces with masks? They weren't covering that. Where were they when the boys were in the locker rooms with girls? You know what they were doing? They were actually siding with the people who were perpetuating that insanity on us. They're criminal. They are. They still pretend the 2020 election was the most secure election in all of history. They never even questioned the impossibility. It's impossible that Joe Biden got 81 million votes. They're still sticking, you gotta give them credit, they're still sticking to their story. But what kind of journalist supports the hiding of 40,000 hours of video footage so that we can see for ourselves what really happened on January 6th? I still wanna see that. Don't you wanna see that video? They wanna cover their narrative, they wanna keep their narrative going. A real journalist would never support censorship. Every single time I've stood on this stage with all of you at CPAC, I've told you to turn them off, cancel your subscriptions, just tune them out. And it turns out it actually worked. We rendered the fake news worthless and useless. Only to find out that our government has been propping them up, keeping them alive with tens of millions of dollars of our tax money. It is absolutely sick. They propped them up. So the mainstream media is really just kind of a zombie media right now. There are a bunch of zombie media outlets who can only make payroll if our government funnels millions of dollars to them. It's obscene. Last week, these media zombies mulled around the idea of boycotting covering the White House to support the AP. Did you hear about their idea? They're gonna boycott the White House to support the AP drama. That means no more CNN, AP, MSNBC in the press pool. I've got a message for the fake news. Don't threaten us with a good time. We will not miss your stupid questions, okay? Real journalists recognize it is a privilege to cover this moment in American history. It's a privilege. We are witnessing the return of our government to we the people. It is a historic moment with monumental consequences for America and the entire world. It's a golden age in America, and damn it, we deserve a golden age in journalism. And that is why I'm honored that President Trump has appointed me to lead the voice of America. VOA has been telling America's story to the world for 83 years this Monday. Now, sometimes the coverage has been incredible, and sometimes it's been pitiful. We are fighting an information war, and there's no better weapon than the truth, and I believe VOA can be that weapon. I told President Trump when he called me and asked me to lead the Voice of America that we will focus on accurate and honest reporting. It won't become Trump TV, although I think the ratings would be very high. It won't become Trump TV, but it sure as hell will not be TDS TV. You can find all the Trump derangement syndrome that you want over on CNN, MSNBC, CBS, 60 Minutes, The Washington Post, and The New York Times. The VOA is a soft power for America. Some people have suggested shutting it down. And with all of the corruption, I get it. I totally do, with all the corruption we're seeing. But I believe it is worth trying to save. With a relatively small budget, along with honest reporting, we can spread the values of freedom all over the world and prevent trillion-dollar wars. I'm for that. So as I transition to this next chapter in my life, can we still say the word transition, by the way, or has the woke mob ruined another word for us? There is still unfinished business that I have in my beloved Arizona. Arizona is a mess. It's a mess. Now, President Trump's victory was a blessing, but Arizona remains corrupt and captured. Elon Musk described the government, and I thought this was perfect, as not an apple full of worms, but just a big clump of worms. I know, someone just said, ooh, it is a gross thought, isn't it? Well, Arizona is the same, and we're gonna deworm it. For the past 4 years, we have been in a fight, fight, fight mode. And now we are in a win, win, win mode. I like this mode. And I will say, people always say to me, Kari, you agree with the president on everything. Surely you have nothing you disagree with. There is one thing I vehemently disagree with President Trump on. We will never, ever get tired of winning President Trump. Never. So CPAC, are you willing to go to work, work, work to help President Trump reclaim America? We gotta work. Let's do it. This guy's ready. Let's do it. We're gonna work, work, work so we can continue to win. I love you, CPAC. Thank you for the opportunity, and God bless each and every one of you.
Erika.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. At ease. At ease. What a firebrand that is. She doesn't need to be director of the Voice of America. She is the Voice of America. Let's hear it for Kari Lake. I'm going to do something dangerous right now. I'm going to rely on technology. What did she say at the end about the one thing she disagrees with the president about? When I left my radio show 30 days ago, I asked my engineer to do one thing for me. And he said, yeah, I can do that. Do you want to hear my ringtone on my phone?
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning.
That's my ringtone. Before I talk about counterterrorism in the last 31 days in American history, can I just use that little technological moment to demand of everyone here and everyone watching that loves America, would you just please take a moment and celebrate? You did it. You made it possible to take back the Republic. Think of what we did. I thought if we're going to win, if the boss comes back, it's going to be insanity. It's going to be protest, the pink pussy hat cat, insanity. Where are they? Where are they? We crushed them, the Patriots. 77 million. I'm going to tell you, I've got 2 stories to tell you. That's what I'm going to do today. No big speeches, talking points, 2 stories. One on how much we're winning, and then one about what it's like to work for President Trump. I was in Yale yesterday. The belly of the beast. And I went there to give a speech on counterterrorism and artificial intelligence. And next to me were 2 panelists. I won't mention their names, but they're not of the 77 million, okay? One of them was an Obama appointee, okay? I spent the last 8 years, because I love America, because I chose America, because I am a legal immigrant to the United States. Me and Elon Musk, me and the First Lady, we chose this country. And for the last 8 years, they called people like me, who voted for President Trump, who worked for President Trump, fascists, Nazis, white supremacists. For 8 years. I kind of like, at the end, you just laugh about it. Yesterday, my fellow panelists at Yale, the whole time they kept saying, as Dr. Gorka just said. Well, that's interesting. I went from being a Nazi to being Dr. Gorka, and as he just said. They've surrendered because we won so bigly. So celebrate, smile every day, enjoy it, revel, revel, revel in what you have done. I was at Fort Bragg on Tuesday. This time is just like, I think I've been at work for about 3 years already. And I was at Fort Bragg, and indeed, and I was there to see our operators and the commander of Joint Special Operations Command. And the naval officer who was looking after me, I asked him, so when are we renaming the base? Because Pete, you know, Secretary Hegseth. And he showed me his phone. Sir, I drove in dark 30 this morning, and the Bragg sign was already taken down. Winning, winning, win. And Pete, if you're watching, Mr. Secretary, I want to be there with the screwdriver when we put it back, okay? Always brag, forever brag. Okay, so let's get to the real meat of this discussion. Wherever I go, I do a lot of public speaking, at least I used to, before I'm in a skiff for 12 hours a day working for the greatest national security advisor ever. Another Green Beret, oh my gosh, how cool is that? Mike Waltz is the first Congressman Green Beret national security advisor. But wherever I used to go to speak publicly, I was always asked the same question. Wherever I was in America, whoever the audience was, whatever the topic they gave me, sooner or later, they always asked the same question. What's he really like? What's President Trump really like? Well, let me tell you a story of what he's really like. Second Thursday of the new Trump administration. We're less than 10 days in. National Security Advisor Waltz and myself and a military member of my team on the National Security Council are waiting to see the president to tell him something rather shocking. We walk into the Oval Office. We present, this is all declassified now, you can read about it, there's a big article in the Daily Mail. We presented him a map and some intelligence intercepts. And we said, Mr. President, there is an ISIS terrorist enclave, a cave complex in northern Somalia, which our government has been surveilling for more than a year and a half. And the president looked at me and Mike and said, what do you mean? We've been watching jihadis. And Mike said, well, yes, the former administration and Joe Biden didn't want to kill them. President Trump looks up from the Resolute desk and said, kill them. He got out his iconic big Sharpie pen and ticked the go box on the operational orders. and then we left the Oval. Less than 30 hours later, I am back with my boss, Mike Waltz, with my team members, underneath the West Wing in the Situation Room. It's like I'm in an episode of 24 or a Jason Bourne movie. And we were watching this video, play video. Now this was classified as I was watching it at the highest level. That is a leader of ISIS, responsible for training, recruiting, financing, and deploying jihadis across the world to kill Americans and our friends and allies. Hiding out in a massive cave complex in northern Somalia. We are watching this live, but remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a movie. This is real life, and this is what President Trump did to him. My incredible team member had this declassified within 4 hours, after which President Trump put a social media post up that I would like to read to you. Last line, ladies and gentlemen. The message to ISIS and all others who would attack Americans is that we will find you and we will kill you. For 4 years, we placated our enemies. We gave billions of dollars to Iran. We opened our borders to anyone who wanted to come in and kill Americans. 100,000 fentanyl deaths in 1 year. In the last 30 days, we have designated the cartels as terrorists, and we have unleashed the hammers of hell on ISIS. So, all I want to say to you is President Trump's only motivation, the one he communicates to his National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz, and to the whole team in the White House, is protect America. And that is exactly what we are doing. Whether you voted for him or not is irrelevant. He is such a patriot. He wants you to be safe, and he wants you to prosper. That's the real Donald Trump. So, please keep the president in your prayers, his family, but also smile and be happy. You won. All right, guys, let's get up. God bless.
We have been lied to. We have been deceived. And I've been saying for years, the moment that moms find out what's going on behind closed doors in their children's schools, there's going to be a national revolt. And that is exactly what you're seeing.
Well, what we have learned is that there are members of Congress who aren't really representing the values that we care about as moms.
When you start telling moms they're not your kids, they're going, what are you talking about?
The main reason why we've been losing is because we've been fighting principle with policy. We need to fight principle with principle, because when we do, freedom wins.
What America is going to look like in 10, 20, 30 years from now, you are deciding it today.
Motherhood is a great unifier, and mothers of all political persuasions are uniting together to defend and protect their children. And Moms for America is giving them a powerful voice and platform to be able to do that.
You are creating the future of our country, and if you don't like what we see, you have the power to turn it around. When my children and my grandchildren ask me, where were you when the Republic was hanging in the balance? I am going to be able to tell them, I was right there, fighting to my last breath to save it. If you think that this mom-led revolution is just a little thing that's going to come and go, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome founder, Moms for America, Kimberly Fletcher.
Is it not a great day in America? So I am so excited to be here with you guys when we're happy, because it really was really close to being really, really terrible. And now I wake up giddy every morning looking at my email going, what do we have today? It's awesome. But there's some things that we definitely should be celebrating. The confirmations, the gulag has been opened, the pardons have been done. Women are women again. And I was so honored and thrilled to be with the president and 47 of our moms and their daughters when he signed that, we should not have to say historic, executive order protecting women's sports and our safe spaces. Everything that we asked for, we're getting. And I am so grateful to be living at this time. But I want to make sure that we do not forget 2020. Because those 4 years, if the President of the United States, I love saying that, if he had gone from one term to another, he would not be anywhere near as effective or on target as he is now. And the things that he's getting done, he knows. We don't have the luxury of time, but he cannot do it himself. The calls that you made to make sure that the confirmations went through, that made a difference. And I have to say, I was thrilled to be able to get the text from RFK that said, we made his day when he came out of the hearing and went in and out of the hearing and had all those moms out there in their purple shirts and Moms for RFK, and it was awesome. So these guys are there, things are happening, children are being rescued, but there's a lot that we have to do and we have to do it together because they cannot do it alone. I do want to make sure, though, and take a moment to thank Elon Musk, because prior to him taking over X, we had been permanently suspended from Twitter. No way to get our account back. And then this white knight comes galloping in and pushes a button and pays a bill and says, you're back. So thank goodness that we have a voice again. This mighty movement of moms has been incredible over the last 3 years, rallying moms, pulling them together, and being able to be a voice for common sense and truth, and promoting those principles and values that we hold dear. There are some things that we have that we're doing. It's pretty exciting because the message of Moms for America, reclaiming our culture for truth, for family, for freedom, for the Constitution, those principles of values of freedom are resonating not just across the country, but around the world. And I have had all these people from these other countries who have said, we need a Moms for America in our country. I'm like, I don't think that's gonna work. It's Moms for America. But we can have a Moms for Hungary, and we can have a Moms for Europe, and we are uniting all of those moms who have come to us, big announcement. We are launching momsforfreedom.world to collect the moms, gather them together all over the world to stand for these same principles and values. We are a very solution-based organization, and so when we see a problem, we don't just talk about the problem, we come up with a solution. And when we find somebody that we can partner with that has a solution, we get excited. One of those partners is the Child ID program, and we are thrilled to be able to partner with the NFL and the attorney generals across the country, law enforcement, and standing to protect our kids with these child IDs. I carried these around in my pocket throughout the 1980s and 90s when I was raising my own children. I had 8 of them, so I had 8 little child IDs, so that if the unspeakable did happen, I had the information to provide to law enforcement to get my kids back into safety. With everything that's happening with child trafficking and sex trafficking, this is something positive that we can do to give parents a peace of mind. So we are launching this here today, our partnership with Child ID program. there's a real threat to our country, and it's not going away. What we saw when all these people were flooding to us and all this crazy was happening, all these moms were asking, where is this coming from? I said, it's always been there. If you've seen The Lord of the Rings, the orcs were always underneath the ground doing their horrible, dark, evil deeds. It was when the ground ripped open and they all started flooding out that we were like, oh my goodness, what's going on? Do not think that the devil sleeps. They have just gone back underground. And this is our opportunity to make sure that ground never opens up again. So we have things that we can do, uniting and standing together. So the greatest weapon that we have right now in our arsenal is moms. And we have got to stand together, unite across the country and around the world to stand up, because the hand that rocks the cradle is not just a cute little saying, it's an immortalized fact. And if you want to turn this around and hold on to the values we hold dear, protect our children, defend our freedoms, restore the republic, we do it through the mothers of America. If you are a mom, if you are a grandma, if you are a woman of faith, stand up. Stand up right now, stand up. You are the heroes. You have stood strong. You went out and you voted. I need you to reach out to every mom you know, your daughters, your sisters, and you tell them how important that voice is. Because if we want to continue to win, we've got to get these moms who aren't voting out and voting. We've got to restore this love of liberty. Of all the things that is happening right now, the thing that I am most excited about is America 250. I was 10 years old in 1976, and I still remember what it felt like that year. It was like an explosion of patriotism, and everyone from Jack Daniels to Avon created some kind of commemorative piece, which now sits in my living room. That's okay. And I think I own stock in eBay. Anyway, but we can do this again. We have an opportunity to light a flame and start a resurgence of patriotism across the country. This is like a 50-year opportunity. We won't have it again. We need to share the story of America. We need to be celebrating everything that makes us unique and exceptional, because the world, I can tell you, as I'm talking around the world to these different countries, these people are coming and saying, we're looking to you. And I just spoke in Europe at Make Europe Great Again. And what every single representative from those countries said was, now we have hope. It is changing around the world. So I have some really good news. If you want to join this mom movement, we encourage you to do so. Come to momsforamerica.us. You can get on your phones right now and text MOMS to 53445 and be a part of this mighty movement of moms, because I'm going to tell you what. We have the Air Force. We have the Space Force. And now we got the Mom Force. And we're not done. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the host of The Benny Show, Benny Johnson.
What's going on, CPAC? Woo! What's happening? Welcome to the golden era. Look at these crazy Australians. Who let them in? They're from Australia. They escaped the concentration camps in Australia. It's amazing. The COVID camps, they got out. Good for them. Way to go. We're going to save Australia. But we're having a great time saving America, are we not? Let's frickin' go. Yes. CPAC, I'm so proud of you, by the way. Can we give you all, can you give yourself a hand? This is what CPAC looked like in 2020 versus 2025, right up here. Check it out. Oh, yes, baby. Oh, yeah. We call that a glow up on the internet. Who's more in favor of the chainsaw than the warmonger? Yes. I'm allowed to show this because Mercedes Schlapp tweeted it, okay? All right? I freaking love them. Matt and Mercedes doing an unbelievable job, all right? Capturing the energy of the moment. That was so awesome with Elon. Was that a real chainsaw? Did it work? Did you like actually do it? Okay, great. All right, fantastic. The golden era. Just a reminder, you live in a red country. You live in a red country. Ladies and gentlemen, that's getting redder. This is the 2024 election. Look at that. This is the directional arrows of how much more red the country went. And it is so amazing to actually have this moment to celebrate with you. Because you know why the country went this way. The country went this way because we finally had a candidate that kept his promises. And here's a big one that was made at CPAC 10 years ago from our boy, Donald Trump, standing right on this stage, right in this location. And Donald Trump said something remarkable. Check this out. This is a 10-year-old clip. Whoops. Ooh. The CIA, ladies and gentlemen. There we go.
Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of problems.
Ooh. Donald Trump. Is there a way to play that clip from the beginning? Can we do it one more time? Let's go.
Bill Clinton. Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of problems.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can tell that Sean didn't even know what to say there, right? He's like, whoa. Donald Trump was ahead of his time. Donald Trump made a promise that he was going to fix the predators inside of our government. He was going to start exposing them, starting with Bill Clinton. And who do we have now as our Attorney General? Pam Bondi, the woman who made it punishable by death to go after a child in the state of Florida. Pam Bondi, and as of yesterday, Kash Patel, the man who has promised to expose the entire Epstein list. Woo, baby! We are cooking. You know who are the most scared people in America right now? Right there. There you go. Oh, yes. We're going to have some fun. You want to know? This is why they tried to lock up our boy, okay? This is why they tried. Can we have some fun? Are we allowed to have fun? Is that legal here? Okay, all right, let's go. This is why they tried to lock up our boy. But here's what we say as Christians. Any Christians out there? Any Christians? This is what we say as Christians. What do we say? We say what man intended for evil, God intended for good. They tried to lock up our boy, but what they ended up giving him was a rap album. The hottest banger of the summer. Rappers actually got this tattooed on them. When I saw them making murals of it, I knew it was game over. Okay? It's game over. Who knows somebody with a Donald Trump mugshot t-shirt? Who knows somebody with a Donald Trump mugshot tattoo? Trump's got the mugshot hanging in the White House. That's what you call a backfire, all right? What happened to the, speaking of murals, what happened to the Kamala murals? Oh, I'm sorry, Kamala. That was the day after the election. They were like, see you, lady. What man intended for evil, God intended for good. And we're making some new art, by the way, in the White House. We're switching up some of the paintings in the White House. You know, after they sent out the photographers, Joe Biden was sitting there like this. You know it. You know it's like the guy. There he is. Good time to try. I mean, it's like, you can't stop him. Joe Biden called us garbage. Did you hear that? Joe Biden called us garbage. What man intends for evil, God intends for good, right? That's right. Who's proud to be the garbage that backs President Trump? I'm proud of it. That's right. Look at our boy. Look at him. He's rocking it. The story here is that his staff told him he can take the vest off, and Trump's like, I love the vest, I'm keeping the vest. Ladies and gentlemen, they tried to kill him. They tried to kill him. Most evil thing you can do to somebody. Who believes that this is the #1 most witnessed miracle in humankind? The most witnessed. Billions of people have seen this miracle, physically watched this miracle. And what happened next? Trump goes back to the Butler rally. He does a rally right on that spot. Brings in Elon Musk. Elon Musk does like the jumping on stage. You used to see it, right? Too bad he didn't have the chainsaw for that. God intended it for good, actually. And God saved us. And I believe that we witnessed the most seen miracle of all time. And then Donald Trump went back to Pennsylvania and did something else remarkable. He went to... Our boy went to McDonald's and showed us what salty servant leadership actually looks like. When was the last time you saw... Just call it Donald's at this point, right? It's might as well just call it Donald's. Just let it go. Who's down? Look at him go. Look at this. You know this is why Joe Biden voted for him, because he fixed the ice cream machine. You know it. I love you guys. I love you guys. This is fun. Let's have fun, right? It's been amazing. We're witnessing miracle after miracle after miracle, like RFK eating McDonald's. That's how much Trump's changed it all. Dude, RFK, you got this guy. Who's proud of RFK, man? He's coming in there, making us healthy again. You got RFK rolling up. This is a dude who was campaigning against Donald Trump, whose wife was doing the same thing, and now he's serving in the administration. This is a miracle. It's so incredible to watch these moments. Tulsi Gabbard ran against Trump one election cycle ago. She was running for president against Donald Trump, and here she is doing the Trump dance on stage with Trump. What a timeline we're living in. Who's proud of Tulsi Gabbard, too? We got some Tulsi fans in here? Man. It's such a special moment. And so it's important to center ourselves and remind ourselves what this is all about, all right? Any parents out there? Any grandparents out there? You grandparents throw it up? Anybody? Any young kids who want to be parents out here? Any young people who want to, look at this. Shout out to the young kids who want to be parents, right? We need you. And it's actually never been easier, right? Have you ever met a lib? Nobody wants to breed with those people. You know, it's yellow teeth, purple hair, they smell bad, no deodorant, no showers, okay? They don't know what gender they are. It's tough. America first for me, and I'm sure it's the same for you parents out there. Let me know if I'm right. America first for me means saving this country for my children, my American children first. I'm going to fight for my American children, because a blessed generation is a generation that leaves the country better for their children, right? A cursed generation is one that destroys the country for their children and leaves them a mess. So that's what we're gonna do together, right? We're gonna save this place for our kids. That's what being really pro-life is all about, and that's what loving your country is all about. We just welcomed our newest 4th child, born on Inauguration Day, baby Whitaker, the golden boy. That's my little family, that's my motivation. Proud Christian, proud father, proud patriot, love this country so much. And ladies and gentlemen, Kamala Harris said she was gonna run on joy. Yeah, right. In closing here, I'll show you what joy actually looks like. If you wouldn't mind, they were telling me backstage, they got some very fancy cameras. They said, feel free to use them. So I said, why not? If you wouldn't mind, if you feel compelled, I would like to show the entire country what actual joy looks like. I would love to do a big Trump dance with y'all. Let's go.
What makes me mad about those other guys and all the things they do wrong, the one thing that I will not forgive them for is they're trying to steal the joy from this country.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Trump's iconic dance moves are sweeping the internet and winning him a lot of fans across the globe.
Look at this.
Trump's dance moves were on show throughout and even after his election campaign.
Yeah.
And it seems like everyone wants to hop on the bandwagon.
Yes. Thank you, CPAC! I love you! All right!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Editor at Human Events, Jack Posobiec.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the new American Republic. President Donald J. Trump has returned to office as he always said that he would. President Donald J. Trump was put there by the people like you, by the warriors of freedom, by the warriors for America and for the American spirit. Give yourselves a round of applause because you never gave up. You never gave up the fight. You never quit, no matter what they threw at you, no matter what they said about you. You, the people of CPAC, the people of America, rose up and said, we are done. We are done and we've had enough of that city right across the river, and we are targeting exactly the people of that city, and we are coming in and saying, guess what? Where our eyes are wide open and our hearts are full of the fire of the Lord God above, we are going to come to this town and we are going to restore freedom for the American people. And we witnessed a miracle 1 month ago when Donald Trump was returned to office. We absolutely did. And then when Donald Trump swore to uphold the Constitution, I saw so many people now saying, oh, but Donald Trump is here. He's violating the Constitution. He's shredding the Constitution. And I say, no, Donald Trump is not violating the Constitution. Donald Trump is restoring the American Constitution. Donald Trump is the living embodiment of the American Constitution. Donald Trump is embodying the values of our founding fathers for the first time in a long time in Washington, D.C. And to all the champagne socialists as they cry into their lattes, I say to them, well, guess what? You're gonna have a lot more time to sit around and cry into your lattes, because if you're a bureaucrat that's been going out there wasting the American taxpayers' money, guess what? You're going to be fired. If you're a crooked politician that's been stealing money from the American taxpayer, saying that you're sending it to Ukraine, but using it to line your own pockets, guess what? Kash Patel is coming for you, and you are going to be locked up. We're going to investigate all of it. And if you're an illegal migrant or someone who's not supposed to be here, let me tell you right now, and I'll issue a message. Pack your bags because you're going home. This country was built by Americans for Americans, and we will hand it off to our American children. And to the warmongers of the war machine, guess what? Your war machine is grinding to a halt. the wars will end and peace will break out across the world. And by the way, I've never seen the mainstream media and the Democrats more upset when we're ending wars and actually restoring peace in the world. It's as simple as that, because I'm sorry, World War III has been canceled. And just like the Minutemen at Lexington and Concord, just like the Patriots at Bunker Hill, and just like a Patriot at Butler, Pennsylvania, Donald Trump understands that we are in the tradition of those who fought for this country when this country was on the line. That's what all of you are. That's what this man has done. And look at the team that he's put together around him. Not only do we need to restore the republic, but we need to completely revamp and revitalize our national security in this country. And that's why when I look at this team that President Trump has put together, it's so incredible. You've got Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. You've got your CIA Director, John Ratcliffe, who's now overseeing the largest layoffs at the CIA in 50 years. Oh no, oh no. A Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who had the power and the temerity to call a lie for a lie and to tell the truth. And I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if wars can be started by lies, then peace can be started by truth. And then, as we saw yesterday, our new Director of the FBI, Kash Patel, who's going to be overturning all of the tyranny that's come out of the J. Edgar Hoover building. He's going to be overturning it. We're going to go after the real criminals. We're going to go after the pedophiles. We're going to go after the traffickers. We're going to go after the illegals. We're going to go after the cartels. We're going to go after the foreign agents in this country. And yes, that includes the foreign agents that are working and have penetrated the United States government and the United States Congress. We will count every single dollar. And if there's money that shouldn't be in your pocket, oh, you are going away for a long, long time. That's what it means to restore justice in this country. That is the greatest effort, because President Trump came up and he found the destiny of the American people lying in the gutter. And he picked it up with his bare hands and he yelled, "Fight, fight, fight." And the American people delivered their mandate to him and put it on his head. And as President Trump himself said just a few days ago, a man who saves his nation violates no law. That is the way forward in America. We have to understand our Constitution gave the sole elected executive power to the President of the United States. And I say to these crooked judges out there, to these local judges who say that they can block the executive from controlling the executive branch, guess what? You are going to have a very rapid meeting at the United States Supreme Court, and all of your power will be struck down. And you know something else? We're going to take a look at that impeachment clause as well. Because we're done, ladies and gentlemen, we're done. And I'm here to deliver a message to all of you, because it's as simple as this: the American people are back. For my country, for my family, for your family. When President Trump was put to the test, to the ultimate test in Butler, Pennsylvania, we saw how he answered. Because the American people have woken up, and they've woken up for sure. Because, folks, it's as simple as this. President Trump said that when he was down behind that podium, and think of it, you've never seen President Trump like that before. You've seen him raise his fist before and punch it in the air and lead great crowds and great rallies. But in the moment just before that, what did you see? You saw President Trump on his knees with his hands clasped before him in prayer to Almighty God. And I believe in that moment, God spoke to President Trump and delivered him his ultimate mission. And that is the mission that you are seeing take place right now, every day in this new American republic. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness in this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. And therefore, put on the full armor of God, so that when the day of evil comes, you may be able to stand your ground, and after everything they have done to you, to stand. I can't tell you what the future will bring, ladies and gentlemen, but I will tell you that victory is not measured when Donald Trump wins an election. Victory is not measured when Donald Trump returns to office. Victory is only measured at the final day, when we pass on this republic to our children, and our children asked us, Mom, Dad, what did you do when America was on the line, when the revolutionaries were trying to take over and destroy this country? What did you do? And we will be able to tell them, children, we fought. We fought for you. We fought for this nation. We fought for God. We fought for Christ, our King, and we delivered. And now it's gonna be your turn, because that's how it is, ladies and gentlemen. Freedom is not bequeathed to us. Freedom is a responsibility that we must uphold every single day of our lives. And let me tell you something. You will never deny freedom to our children. You will never put our children in shackles again, because we have stood up and we are never going back to the way things were before. God bless all of you. God bless CPAC, and God bless the United States of America.
Fico, four-time Prime Minister of Slovakia, a small, proud country in the heart of Europe. In May last year, an opposition activist tried to assassinate him for his policies. For politics based on the ideals of fight against fascism, for wanting an immediate end to the war in Ukraine, for the return of common sense and the barrier against wokeness, when he endorsed constitutional definition of marriage as the unique union of a man and a woman. For his grasp of reality when he vetoed the compulsory redistribution of illegal migrants among the European Union member states. For pursuing a sovereign Slovak foreign policy to all four cardinal points. For treasuring freedom of speech and rejecting the politics of single correct political opinion. For the first time, Prime Minister of the Slovak Republic is coming to CPAC.
This is Declassified with Julie Kelly on Substack.
Hello, CPAC. Hello, everyone. Well, I want to thank CPAC for putting me after Benny and Jack Posobiec. I did not have enough coffee this morning to match either one of them, but Anyway, hello everyone. It's funny that Jack preceded me because 2 years ago, we were on the stage together. Jack, myself, Amanda Milius, and Kash Patel. Never in a million years would we have thought that we would now be swearing in today Kash Patel as the FBI director. Amazing, amazing. And a year ago, I was here speaking about how Joe Biden and his Department of Justice was continuing to round up his political opponents and try to throw them in jail, including President Trump, and of course, hundreds of January 6th protesters. Never would I have imagined we would be here after President Trump being elected, and then taking the really bold, courageous, and compassionate move of pardoning almost all of the J6ers. So I really want to commend the president. He deserves a lot of praise for what he did, because that was not an easy decision to make. I also want to give a shout out to Matt and Mercedes Schlapp and CPAC, because when no one would touch January 6th, even on our side, they gave me a platform early on to talk about what was happening to the J6ers in that prosecution. And without that platform, you know, now it's cool. Everyone's like, yeah, free the J6ers, you know, it's like the cause of the day. But it wasn't back then. And so I want to thank them and praise them also for giving me a platform, and then J6ers over the past few years. So at any rate, I'm going to introduce my fellow panelists in a moment, but what an amazing time talking about a year ago what this Department of Justice was doing, and now seeing it turn 180 degrees and, you know, hopefully bringing the reform that is needed, but also cleaning house at the DOJ, getting rid of the very dangerous partisan operatives who LARP as government lawyers in that department, and then, of course, the FBI. So I'm very excited to see what Attorney General Pam Bondi and her team does, and, of course, Kash Patel and his team. They have a lot on their plate. They really need our support and prayers because they've got, I think, arguably the biggest task ahead of them in the Trump administration. So I'm going to bring out my friend, and we're going to have a discussion about January 6th, and he was the chief of the Capitol Police on January 6th. We have become friends over the past few years, so I would like to welcome my friend, Steve Sund. Want to go here?
Oh, no, I got.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Chief. How are you?
Doing well.
So, Chief, why don't you tell a little bit about your background, and then we'll kind of talk about January 6th and your experiences.
Absolutely. Great to be here. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, CPAC, for allowing me to be here. 30-year law enforcement veteran, 25 and a half years, a little over 25 with the Washington, D.C. Police Department, where I handled all the major events, 2001, 2005, 9, 13 inauguration, 17, when I was up at Capitol Police. Done a lot of major events, a lot of barricades, a lot of tragic stuff, but loved being a police officer up until January 6th.
So I think people are familiar with your work. Of course, you have your book, Courage. What is it?
Yeah, Courage Under Fire, the definitive account of January 6th. And I got to tell you, the current January 6th committee under Barry Loudermilk, and I'm glad Speaker Johnson has continued that investigation. You know, they refer to it as the definitive after action because there's way too many politicized people's opinions, reports out there. I just want to provide the facts. It's much like I police. You know, my thought on policing and politics is it shouldn't matter to you what political leaning I am, and it shouldn't matter to me what political leaning you are. during a traffic stop, a First Amendment activity, or if you call 911 for help, you should get the exact level of service no matter what. And that's kind of how I wrote the book, just the facts.
So Steve and I started talking, I think, a few years ago, and we have become friends. We have our agreements and disagreements about the interpretation of January 6th and some of the things that happened, but we always are able to discuss those agreeably because I have tremendous respect for him. But what happened to Chief Sund is, despite his constant pleas to add more security for January 6th, of course, those were denied. But then the day after, on January 7th, Chief Sund became the fall guy who was, alongside President Trump, then blamed and accused of being responsible for what happened that day. And so we could talk a little bit about that. Now, looking back 4 years ago, how that all transpired, how you sort of were, especially Nancy Pelosi's fall guy for that, and then what has kind of happened since then.
So when you look at it and you look back, a lot of people may not realize this. They've heard Donald Trump offered up 20,000 National Guard troops. That most likely is the case. I do not doubt that. I can tell you definitively, I made 12 requests for federal support, including National Guard, both in advance and on January 6th while we were under attack, and was denied. It was only on the 13th request that I finally get approval at 2:09 p.m. on January 6th. So what I've come to learn since January 6th is January 6th was 100% preventable. If security on Capitol Hill hadn't been so politicized, and you know, when you hear Speaker Pelosi say she doesn't have a role in security on Capitol Hill, look at 2 U.S. Code 1970. Look at it before they changed it, because they changed it based on my testimony. It says specifically, I have to go to the Capitol Police Board. I'm the only chief of police in the United States of America that has to get permission to bring in support for my men and women. I went to the Capitol Police Board. They are required to then get concurrence. They have to go to congressional leadership. It's written in the law. Her responsibility is written in law. So when she said she doesn't play a role, she does. So when you look back on it, whether they had approved my request, and the current, the latest report from Congress said if Chief Sund's request had been approved, the perimeter most likely would have never been breached. 1. 2, intelligence. I've done major events in Washington, D.C. for many, many years. I've dealt with the FBI, I've dealt with DHS. They'd put out joint intelligence bulletins, they'd have briefings, they'd have call the chiefs into the SCIFs, they'd do a conference call, they'd make sure everyone has the same intelligence. Intelligence was handled differently, especially even within my own unit. If intelligence had been accurate, I would have gotten support from the Capitol Police Board, I would have gotten support from leadership, and again, January 6th wouldn't have happened. We had many opportunities to get out of the front of this train.
I think, too, we've talked about, and you've discussed during congressional testimony and also just interviews, what are some of the things that you've learned over the past 4 years that you didn't know about that day? For example, not being alerted about the presence of FBI informants. You know, we talked about not getting access to intelligence, the presence of undercover agents from numerous law enforcement agencies that you weren't really privy to. So I guess, what have you learned, like what surprised you the most as these revelations have come forward, either congressional testimony, the trials, media reporting?
Well, two things that I think surprised me the most is, 1, just how adverse some people up in Congress were to the truth coming out. People may not realize this. When they had the first hearing, February 23rd, 2021, think about that, it's only a couple of weeks after January 6th, they didn't want me to testify. I actually had to go and request through the Rules Committee that I be allowed to testify. I told them I will be there in person, I promise you. And sure enough, if you look at it, I'm the only one that showed up in person. Everyone else was videotaped in. The other aspect was, again, the domestic terrorists that people were saying, oh, the FBI was tracking domestic terrorists. That, again, started the day after my testimony, February 24th, 2001. Jill Sanborn testified and said that the FBI was tracking domestic terrorists coming to the January 6th committee. Now we know from GIO reports and various other reports that as of January 6th, they were tracking, I think, approximately 19 to 26 domestic terrorists coming to Washington, D.C. That sure as hell would have been something that I'd like to know about as a chief of police of a Capitol Police, that they were coming. And when they talk about tracking domestic terrorists, I mean, they're tracking them with people. They're not tracking them with, like, the janitorial crew. They're tracking them with people. So it's not unusual for undercovers to be in the crowd. You're talking about major events in Washington, D.C. It's probably SOP, but it would have been great to know that.
So a little bit your experience with the January 6th Select Committee, who now, of course, all of the members and all of the staff were pardoned by Joe Biden. So no one can be held accountable for the destruction of evidence, tampering with witnesses, such as Cassidy Hutchinson, and other malfeasance that we know actually happened with that committee. So, but they didn't really want the truth from you either.
Yeah, I had a very interesting interaction with them. One, it became clear early on that their focus wasn't trying to get to what the American people want to know, what really happened on January 6th. Their focus was predetermined outcome. It was to focus on basically 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. How was Donald Trump responsible for this? I went in there, I had, you'd think the chief of police, they'd want me testifying in public. Absolutely not. When we had our interview, it got very contentious. When I repeatedly tried to refer them back to my responsibility to go through the Capitol Police Board to get assistance for my men and women and how I did that in advance of January 6th, they wanted no part of that. They did not want you, the American people, to know that I had gone out of my way to try and bring in resources to protect the United States Capitol. And then it got, like I said, it got contentious. It was a 6-hour interview. You didn't see a word of that on TV. That was, I thought was concerning. That made me realize real quick that they weren't looking for the truth. And then when you watch, a lot of people are like watching some of the videotape, and I've heard this brought up that, hey, what's going on with some of the sound that was imported on some of the internal videotape? The cameras inside the Capitol do not have sound. They imported other riotous sounds, other demonstrations, other riots into that. Imagine if any chief of police in the United States of America had changed dash cam videos, body-worn cameras videos, and imported separate audio. What do you think would happen? You'd lose all distrust. So when you look at Biden pardoning the January 6th committee, one, committees on Capitol Hill already have certain levels of protection. That should be sufficient. When you provide them a pardon, you just delegitimized anything they were doing. Anybody that had concerns for the credibility, you just legitimized those concerns. So I think that was I think that was a disservice, but their focus wasn't getting to the truth.
Well, we have a minute to go. I told you this would fly by, so, but I think your work and your honesty, and yes, your courage in speaking out about the committee and everything that you saw has really helped unravel the January 6th narrative. I think we're gonna learn a lot more. Of course, Barry Loudermilk now has a permanent subcommittee under House Judiciary. Attorney General Pam Bondi is also announced that she will be looking into the abuses of the FBI against
phenomenal.
the J6 defendants. And so I think we are going to find out a lot more in addition to what we've already learned.
I think so as well. And I got to tell you, I miss law enforcement. All the law enforcement I've talked to from FDLE speaks very highly of new U.S. Attorney Bondi. So look forward to seeing what she's going to do. But thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, you want to do this?
Yeah, let's get it. I'll come around this way. Thank you.
Everyone, thank you.
Today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed the ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
Freedom, sovereignty, prosperity. The Patriots for Europe Foundation is on a mission to make Europe great again. Globalist elites have led Europe into a dead-end street. Violent crime has surged because of mass immigration. The Green Deal has put the future of the European economy at risk. Fake NGOs and the massive bureaucracy in Brussels are interfering in our democracies. Patriots must take action. We bring analysis. We organize debates. We build the network of patriots to challenge the woke narrative head on. Patriots for Europe Foundation.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp with CPAC. You know, we've had a huge problem in this country with election fraud. But at CPAC, that's not a problem. Our only problem is getting each and every one of you to vote. So look at your badge. You have a number on that badge. And get your phone out and vote on all the issues that matter. And my guess is you probably like what Trump's doing as well. And we'll have the results for you very soon.
Being woke is easy when it was just a call to defund the police or end capitalism, right? It's a little different when your fellow ideologues start cheering for your beheading. And here's a question. This next video, does this look like London to you? The pro-Hamas protests making for a very interesting political moment at Harvard. A university recently ranked the worst school for free speech in America. What would Harvard do in a moment like this, we all wondered? A school that will expel you for using the wrong pronoun and making a pink-haired trans girl cry. Well, in this moment, Harvard just miraculously transformed into free speech absolution. Apparently at Harvard, there's nothing offensive at all, even though everything's offensive at Harvard. There's nothing offensive at all about celebrating the murder of 1,000 people, including a whole bunch of kids.
As I think it was President Reagan said, we're from the government. We're here to help.
I think you all know that I've always felt the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
We're from the government. We're here to help.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
President Trump is back in the White House.
Donald Trump has won the presidency.
President Trump is back in the White House.
Donald Trump has taken back America.
I actually started quite a while ago in CPAC, and I enjoyed it so much that I came back for a second one, then a third, then I said, what the hell, let's run for president. Matt said, it's like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. He says, you should run for politics. He's the one who said you should run.
For the presidency of the United States.
It is my honor to introduce to CPAC 2017 our president, Donald Trump.
First of all, I want to thank Matt Schlapp and his very, very incredible wife and boss, Mercedes, who have been fantastic friends and supporters, and so great when I watch them on television defending me. Nobody has a chance. I love this place. Love you people. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you. We know that there are still more records to be shattered, new summits to be scaled, more triumphs to be realized, and more amazing history just waiting to be written. The American adventure has only just begun. God bless America, and we will see you next year. Thank you very much. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it takes a village, people. The MAGA Moolah Meltdown. Please welcome CPAC Senior Fellow, Mercedes Schlapp. Senior Advisor, United Against Nuclear Iran, Aeba Miklós. CEO, United Against Nuclear Iran, Ambassador Mark D. Wallace. And CPAC Chairman, Matt Schlapp.
Where's Michael? What kind of music is that?
I don't know.
Is that Iranian music?
No, but we should play one.
Hey, was Benny Johnson not great?
That's great.
I saw some dance moves out there that were pretty, that was pretty good. Did you get to see that? Benny got the whole crowd dancing.
I'm not surprised. I mean, he's such a charmer.
And tonight, just so you know, I don't know where Natasha Owens is. She's probably she's getting another dress made.
She's got a special dress. It was like
she's got a special song for you guys tonight. So anybody who's going to the dinner, and if you're not going to the dinner, make sure you watch. I know C-SPAN's got this. X has it. Ben Shapiro was showing this, live streaming this on the Daily Wire yesterday.
Right.
So many ways to get this content, so you make sure you watch. Thanks for being here, guys.
Thanks for having us.
So I'm in a little bit of a vulnerable position today because
I don't know if that's a good thing, Schlapp.
I've known Mark.
It's a good thing.
I've known Ambassador Mark Wallace. I choke on that because, you know, when your friend has an august title like that,
Never used it before.
Ambassador, whatever. But, you know, it is kind of, I mean, ambassador to the UN, so it's that takes it down a couple notches, actually, when you say UN. But the, sorry, it's just the way it is.
You're vulnerable here, Schlapp.
I am vulnerable because he's known me a really long time. Priscilla O'Shaughnessy's here. I know she's going to be mad at me for saying it, from my hometown of Wichita. Priscilla's known me since I'm like 18, 16, 17, something like that. So you could probably learn some bad stuff from Priscilla if you
Matt, you're
decide
really
what's
telling
next
your
for her.
age right now, okay?
And Wallace is in the same position. But Mark, it's a great honor for Mercy and I to have you and your beautiful wife. You guys do such amazing work. You had me, give me a very special invitation to go to the 80th anniversary at Auschwitz recently. I went to Poland, Mr. and Mrs. Balaban and Henry. I went to Poland, your home country, even though you're Americans. And a beautiful place. We met with amazing people. It was a very moving trip. Thanks for including me. But to have you here is very special for Mercy and I. You're a great friend. The work you do, you've done behind the scenes and prominently to try to make sure that we defang Iran and Hiva, from your point of view, give the Iranian people a shot. It's the mullahs who are in the way, just like the same problem we have in Cuba, the same problem we have in China. So thanks for being here.
Guys, thanks for having me. And I have to do a little something to start this.
Oh,
You have to
no.
indulge me
Oh,
because
no.
it's a sentimental thing. I have to get some real thank yous out of the way and talk about what this is, because I've known them a very long time, and I've seen this grow, and I've seen what it's meant to the Schlapps. And it's very moving for me to work with them. They're very dear friends of mine. But first we have to say, I have to acknowledge and tell a story. I want to acknowledge the government of Poland, Prime Minister Tusk, my friend Radek Sikorski, and the Polish delegation. The president of Poland's coming as well. And there's an entire Polish contingent here. Guys, stand up just for 1 second.
And the Poles here, you stand up.
Every Pole.
Come on.
Every Pole.
Who's Polish?
Stand up.
Come on.
No, no, the delegation.
There's
Please,
more.
the entire delegation, stand
There we
up.
go.
Because the reason why that's so important is Poland is here in so many ways, and their government is so wonderful. And I had a crazy caper to exfiltrate a drone out of Ukraine and work with our allies, the Poles, to sneak an Iranian drone out of Ukraine and fly it on a Polish C-130, and it's displayed here. They're great allies, and before the president even did it, they are the biggest NATO defense spender in the world. They spend nearly 5% already, and they are really the poster child of what we want a NATO ally to be about. And it's so great to be here, and all the Poles to see them here. It's really exciting. Now, I was talking in the green room. It's, you know, the Schlapp green room, I guess. And I was talking to the Foreign Minister Sikorski and Amanda McKinney, who's here, and I was talking Iranian drones and things, and this is what CPAC's about. All of a sudden, it turns out that Poland, and I didn't know this, is one of the great apple producers in the world. And Amanda, wherever she is here, produces incredible apples in Washington State. So immediately, the CPAC discussion in the green room that was about Iranian drones turned into a apple diplomacy, and that's what this place is.
Which could have easily turned into tariffs, so it could have gotten really fun, right?
But it's a testament to what CPAC is about. And, you know, having known them, it's really what the Schlapps are about, because you can have a conversation with real people about real things and important things and the binds that tie us together. And Matt and Mercy, I've seen you, and I knew you before you were Matt and Mercy. And to see that and the things that you do for our country and for all of us, you know, I just think we should give them an applause. I have to do that. I've known them a long time. But to Matt and Mercy, I mean it. You know I mean it. I'm totally hokey.
Okay, you're going to make me cry. Let's get going.
No,
I think
true.
he just wants to get invited back.
I want to talk about tough things.
Hiva, you married this guy who is this anti-Iranian regime activist, anti-extremism activist. We have a lot of commonality. Your organization doesn't really get involved in politics. You're really involved in national security.
We are.
We get involved in politics, but there's a lot of crossover here. There's so much that we have in common because at the end of the day, if it's not about human rights, God-given rights, what is it all about? And you must have this amazing experience of seeing Donald Trump's maximum pressure campaign that your husband had a lot to do with building, then this 4-year hiatus, which is everything to subsidize this radicalized regime, and now we're back to trying to bring the regime, not the people, the regime to its knees by depriving them of everything they could possibly need, including customers for their petroleum products. How does it feel to be back on the right track?
It brings hope back. Let me tell you, the 4 years, it felt like a betrayal. It felt like a betrayal. All the money that President Biden gave back to the Iranian regime, not a single one of it went to the people to do anything good for this country. People suffered under, continue to suffer under this regime. This regime kills its own people, kills its young women, young men, that all they want is freedom, basic freedom of just not, how threatening is my hair right now to you? A young woman died, well, yeah, too. But a young woman dies on the street for just showing a bit of her hair. And President Biden did not support any of it. And to me, that was unacceptable. And thank God that President Trump is back, because this regime is scared. Let me tell you, all of its proxies are brought down to its knees. It is, if any change is going to happen, it is now, and this is the time. And I am so thankful for the maximum pressure being back on and all option against this regime. Because
Hiva, you grew up in Iran. You spent time there. Yeah. Your family had to flee this regime. I mean,
Yes.
how difficult was it for your family to pick up and have to leave everything to come here to the United States?
Well, your family knows something about that,
Right,
too.
both of you.
Yeah,
I mean,
both of
I
us.
mean, remember,
Yeah.
we have a Cuban American and an Iranian American sitting next to one another. It's an amazing testament to our country that you two are here and can
where
talk
we
about human
are.
rights and freedom. Because I know them, obviously, both really well, and their experience across the world is so similar. You know, and there's hope now, but, you know.
And where we have come this far, this country has provided so much opportunity, and just to the freedom and the opportunity that has brought us. I mean, I would have never thought I would be sitting here with you guys, with this amazing audience, talking about President Trump. And to me, this is a dream come true. And
Mercy, how long was your father in prison?
This is very near and dear, because what you see, and we had this conversation yesterday with the Jewish families, the families of the hostages, of the tragedy of really how horrific governments can be, terrorists can be, and for us in the United States, we don't comprehend it 100% because we live in this great country. But when I look at my father, who is now 89 years old, who, back in the early 60s, when he did have to confront the communist regime, and he was put in a situation where, he was building his businesses, he was in the prime of his life, to have to turn everything over to the communists because they came in and said, give me your keys to your house, give me your keys to your businesses, and then he's left with nothing. And how many countries have so many people, millions and millions of people, who have lost everything in the hands of these horrific authoritarian regimes and these communist regimes? And so for my father, he was thrown into jail after trying to overthrow the Cuban government, and was in jail for literally close to 8 years, where he was thrown into solitary confinement, naked in a dark room for 2 to 3 months at a time, where he was tortured, where he would hear the cries of his friends being executed. It is horrific what the communists have done to destroy so many people, so many families in the world. And when you ask my father, are you Cuban? Are you American? He proudly says, American. I am American. I stand for freedom. And you, my daughter, and you, my grandchildren, and you, my son-in-law, you have an obligation to protect this country. You have an obligation to protect the freedoms that are fragile in America. And that is my message to every single one of you in this audience.
You know,
let me just say one thing there. So Agnieszka, I often say, well, you're Polish, you correct me. You say you're American.
American.
When I ask my father-in-law, or if I slip up and say he's Cuban-American, he puts his hand on my arm and says, I'm an American. This is a very, very important difference. There's nothing wrong with being proud of your heritage, but as Mark Levin, who is one of a real hero to all of us, says, we're not a nation of immigrants. We're a nation of former immigrants. That's a really important distinction.
You know, her family, may her father rest in peace, Mir, he was a wonderful man. He said the same thing to him. I knew him before he passed. And he said, you know, I'm an American. And her father and her mother gave up everything in Iran to move her and her sisters here to get a better life. Her mother couldn't speak English and still struggles with it because she had a harder time, came a little later, but they wanted a better life for their daughters. And that's an incredible experience, all in the face of oppression. And look, you know, because of our friends, the Poles and the United States, President Trump, our friend Rick Grinnell, we were able to bring this Shahed 136 drone.
Which everyone can go down to our CPAC Central and go see it. It's actually here, the first time on American soil. Right. It's at CPAC. Go see this killing machine. And it's a good, important reminder to this regime, this barbaric, murderous regime that intends to tell you that it stands for some kind of godly principles, what an abomination they are. It's important for them to know that due to Mark's good work, that we're on to them, that we are going to make sure that we stop them, and that they should be, we said yesterday, around the globe, all the right people are sweating.
That's right.
They're worried. And that's part of the maximum pressure campaign, is to make sure that they understand that if they take steps against America, against Israel, against Jewish people, against Christian people, against our allies, against the stability of civilization, I believe, I'll speak for him, even though I don't represent him, I believe President Trump and our allies will take the steps needed to make this stop. And that starts with Israel getting rid of Hamas. It starts there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look, it's very rare when you can look into the eyes of a despotic regime, because they usually lie, and the propaganda they put out is to tell you that they aren't who they are. But that drone downstairs, that Shahed 136, is the ubiquitous terror weapon of mass destruction across the Middle East.
There it is, right there on your screen.
There it is, and we have it downstairs. It's been used against Israel. 3 American service members died on the sharp end of that because of, in my opinion, failed policies of the previous administration. Numerous service members have been injured. It's attacked our allies in Saudi Arabia, the UAE, across Syria and Iraq, and shipping in the Bab el-Mandeb in the Red Sea, even in the Persian Gulf. And of course, they've sent over 6,000 of these drones into Russia to attack Ukraine. And it is an indiscriminate terror weapon that kills innocent women and children. So every time you see an Iranian official, and we list them, say this propaganda and they smile at you, the smiles that oppress their families, you'll look at this drone and that's the true face of oppression. That drone is what they really are.
So and thanks for bringing it here. I think it's important. The other person who was going to be with us today was the Crown Prince of Iran, who played us, you know, Mercy and I sometimes pinch ourselves because we have the most fascinating meetings at our CPAC headquarters. And he came to our headquarters and we had this great conversation about his view for the government of Iran to be a secular government, and the government of Iran that would recognize the state of Israel, a government of Iran that would rid itself of this concept of fueling and feeding and funding terrorism. He's an important voice, and he wanted to be with us here today.
Right, and we heard, we hope, he indicated his mother, the great Shabanu, is sick, and he had to return to Paris.
The Shah of Iran's widow is alive.
Yes, and apparently she was ill, and we wish her the best. And I'm personally disappointed that I didn't get to see His Royal Highness, and I know he would have been a valuable addition. But we have to figure out ways to support the Iranian people, just like we supported the Cuban people, because these are the oppressed. Any ideas?
You know, we've been thinking about this.
Should we do it? Should we make some news?
Yeah, I think we should make some news. Why don't you make the news?
Oh, man.
Mercy, you're okay with the news, right?
Yes.
Because I always have to...
hard work. I'm not having another baby.
This is why...
I would love to, but we're...
Oh, she says that until someone puts a little baby in her arms, and then she starts
I
having...
could be a grandmother before.
This is why...
This might be harder than actually raising a baby. Let me just say.
This might be harder.
But it's worthwhile.
We might have opened up a bad topic. But
it is worthwhile, though.
I will say this is one of the reasons why we're here as couples, too, because I kind of saw how you guys operated at the museum that you're opening up on the corner of Auschwitz, at the corner of the camp where this horrible criminal lived, who was the camp
Commandant. If you watch the movie The Zone of Interest, the Huss house, Rudolf Huss, we don't like saying his name, I'll only say it one time, but the man that institutionalized the industrial scale slaughter of Jews and other people, Poles, Romans.
A lot of Poles.
Yeah, a lot of Poles, but millions of Jews went to their death looking at that house. It is the true face of evil. We managed to put and you were there, we put a mezuzah on the front door of that house after 80 years.
Yeah. Yeah, and I got to touch it, it was incredibly meaningful.
It was so interesting, when we put that mezuzah on, sometimes you just do things and you don't realize, and we put it on that door, we observed the halakhic principles in doing it, and we just did it. And everybody, Jews, non-Jews alike, wanted to go touch that mezuzah, and it's become just a real rallying point.
It's an evil place.
The wonderful U.S.
I will say it's an evil place. I felt evil there.
Yeah.
I didn't like being there. So it's very important that we take evil places and try to, make them more holy.
And we got to teach. We got to teach the people. We got to teach the people that these tragedies, these genocides, they happen. They have destroyed communities. They have destroyed families, and it must stop.
So let me just say one thing. I wanted to say this one thing. It's really important. So we had a great tour guide at Auschwitz, and I'd never been to a concentration camp, a death camp, a work camp. On purpose, I hadn't gone.
Yeah.
Because I already know I think it's terrible, and it upsets me so much to even be there. But one of the things I learned was the initial intent of Auschwitz was to kill political prisoners in Poland.
Yeah.
So many Polish people were killed who were trying to stand up to authoritarianism. Is this right? This is right. And this is the story for America. I'm not comparing it to that. I'm simply saying the lesson I learned was, whether you're talking about people that are persecuted by the government. We've had this whole conversation with Julie Kelly here. What happened to people that felt like the last election had fraud? And we have all these J6 victims. You have all these people who couldn't even speak their mind. They had their Facebook page canceled, while the mullahs have their Facebook page. Donald Trump and others people have their Facebook page taken away. The lesson of all of that is, when you snuff out political speech, that's just the beginning, and it can lead to even worse things. So you're right, sweetheart, we have to really understand our history. So part of our understanding our history is calling out the bad guys now, right? Absolutely. Ambassador Wallace?
Absolutely.
So how do we do that?
Well, I think one of the things we have to do is think about how we can help the oppressed, right? How do we rally that? And look, we've operated, when the Crown Prince was supposed to be here today, we can do something to try to help organize that diaspora. It's a diverse diaspora, different people, different competing influences. And look, like any diaspora, Mercy, the Cuban diaspora, there's a lot of, at times, friction. But if we can do something to show that we stand with these diasporas, as diverse as they are, and bring them together in one roof, the moment the unity is shown against these despotic regimes, it's the first day of the last day of those regimes. So what do you think?
I think we should look at the title of this conversation, I'd like to have a MAGA mullah meltdown.
A MAGA mullah meltdown? A CPAC Iran in exile?
I think a CPAC Iran in exile. What do you guys think?
I think...
Would that cause, there we go, that would cause a meltdown.
Right, we could invite all the Iranians, leaders and groups who all at times have friction, but are all united against this regime. And I know, Matt, you've done so many things with CPAC, but that would be an incredible way to show the people of Iran that their future might be just around the corner.
What would your dad think about having a MAGA mullah meltdown?
It will be a big task, but it is worthwhile, and we have to
Let's do it.
That's the only way.
You guys join us?
You guys got to show up.
Don't worry, we're not going to Tehran.
Yeah, we'll do it here.
We're going to go someplace closer. Yes. All right, thank you all.
I will not be participating if it's Tehran.
That's right, not doing that. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
for bringing this weapon of mass destruction. Make sure you go down to the CPAC Central to check it out. And we got so much more going on today, so just don't leave the room for very long at one time, okay? God bless you all, and thank you all for being here.
Welcome to CPAC. At Great American Media, we celebrate what matters most: faith, family, and country. Today, we invite you to experience storytelling that uplifts, inspires, and reflects the values we all cherish. PureFlix is your home for entertainment without compromise. With faith-driven movies and series, we bring you stories that strengthen hearts, uplift spirits, and honor what truly matters. And on Great American Family, where faith leads, where stories inspire. Welcome home. Whether it's Christmas all year long, heartfelt romances, or movies that bring families together, we are here to make you feel at home. At Great American Media, our foundation is quality. Our promise is to always deliver entertainment that aligns with your faith and values. Thank you for standing with us as we stand for faith, family, and country. Enjoy CPAC. And remember, when you choose Great American Media, you choose entertainment that lifts you up. Join us and experience the best in faith and family entertainment.
Wherever human freedom is under attack, in courtrooms, legislatures, and the public square, we stand ready to defend it. This is why Alliance Defending Freedom exists.
Supreme Court victory for a Christian woman who was taken to court for standing firm in her beliefs.
The First Amendment follows a golden rule. If we want to protect speech for ourselves, then we need to protect it for others.
A video released this week by ADF International has attracted over 34 million views and even attracted comment from Elon Musk. It concerned a pair of Swiss parents who have had their child taken away from them because they objected to her gender transition.
We're not just here to stop the erosion of liberty for this moment alone. We are here to keep the door open for the gospel. And when the gospel does its work, truth doesn't just hold its ground. It advances. It sets people free for generations to come. This is our mission at Alliance Defending Freedom.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed to be ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
America is under attack. Our families are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. But moms have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
This is our battle. This battle is every bit as important
is a revolutionary war because we fight for the same thing.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
I think Moms for America is exactly on track and is doing the right thing for the future of our country and our children.
Like, Moms for America is going at the heart of the issue.
I want to go on the record and say I'm for moms, I'm for America, and I'm especially for Moms for America.
But I am honored to join Moms for America today as we speak out against the horrific mandates.
With a national network of over 500,000 mothers, Moms for America is one of the fastest growing movements of women in the country.
Well, the most dangerous place in all of nature is between a mama bear and her baby cub.
We are the change. No matter what, no matter where, and no matter how difficult the obstacles are that are facing us and our families, we will not give up and we will not give in.
So if not now, then when? If not you, then who?
Welcome to the Homeland Revolution.
Hungary. CPAC Hungary, the Hungarian version of the annual super conference of hard-right U.S. Republicans, has begun in Budapest.
Hungary's authoritarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán.
CPAC is doing a special event from Hungary in May.
CPAC has made its way to Europe for the very first time. The gathering, frequented by many of the GOP's leading fringe voices, is underway right now in Hungary.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman CPAC Hungary, Miklós Szánthó.
Dear friends, fellow patriots, what a time to be alive. For a wonderful month, Donald Trump has been back in the Oval Office, and we can all breathe free again. And would you look at Elon Musk and Doge? I have never seen so many liberal tears in my life. And I'm from Hungary, you know, the island of freedom of Europe. It is our national sport to make the liberals cry. But of course, you know that. You know a lot about Hungary, don't you? But why? It's because our Prime Minister, Viktor Orbán. He is a loyal friend to President Trump and to CPAC. And loyalty is a true conservative value. Prime Minister Orbán also spoke at CPAC Dallas in 2022 and has been the keynote speaker at every and each CPAC Hungary so far. And CPAC Hungary will be a joyous occasion this May again. Because 2025 began tremendously. The Trump tsunami has swept the Dems out of office, and there is a revival of the right on the old continent, led by Prime Minister Orbán and the Patriots for Europe. But dear friends, allow me to recall a Hungarian saying. It is in victory that one must remain most humble and have a realistic view of the world, I would add, We may have won a famous battle in the struggle for the soul of the West, but the fight against the woke is far from over. Until Donald Trump came to your rescue, the United States hadn't had a strong leader for almost 2 generations. And sadly, the same applies to Western Europe. And the lack of leadership and vision has led to a systematic collapse on an economic, political, and security scale. The disease has spread to every and each level of our societies, but its roots are cultural. And culture is a matter of national security. When Elon Musk let the Doge loose at USAID headquarters, he was targeting the root cause: corrupt, malicious, Marxist propaganda poisoning the well of our civilizational greatness. But USAID was only one of the heads of the woke hydra. The left's geopolitical manipulation machine also operates through Hollywood, Brussels, the UN, the Washington swamp, the big media, the Ford, the Gates, the Rockefeller foundations, and of course, George Soros' Open Society Network. Just imagine that good old Georgie spent $1.4 billion to meddle in Europe. The woke machine assimilated bureaucracies and policymaking at all levels of government. It launched a concerted assault on the family, Christianity, and the sovereignty of nations. And the establishment has been more than happy to play along as puppets of the globalist deep state network. So do you know why they hate Trump, Orban, or Milei so much? Because they refused to submit, wouldn't assimilate, and can't be destroyed. And now it turns out that they were right all along. Just one, but hugely important example. Both President Trump and Prime Minister Orban have been pushing for an end to the bloodshed in Ukraine, going against the progressive warmongers. And now, with the new sheriff, your new sheriff in the White House, peace negotiations have finally begun, and it's really shocking to see supposed pacifists whining that the war might be over. So, the lesson is strong leaders make peace, weak leaders make war. And our civilization is not lost as long as such visionary and charismatic leaders can rise in the Americas and Europe. But in order to cut off every single head of the woke hydra and break the great geopolitical manipulation machine of the left, we must unite our forces. You conservatives, we respect the past, so we should write the future too, and so we will win, but we win so that we can fight for more. Fight for normality over green jihad, fight for the family, the best thing humanity invented so far, over wokeness, fight for political leadership over bureaucratic dictatorship, fight for national security over open society, and fight for peace, securing life for future generations over the ideology-driven bloodshed of war. Life is much more than a struggle for self-preservation. And what it makes it more is precisely what it makes it truly beautiful and meaningful to us. Our families, our children, our dignity, our freedom, our faith, and our country. That is the message I came here to share, and that is what CPAC and CPAC Hungary is all about. We really very much hope you join us again this May in Budapest at CPAC Hungary. Let us fight together, and the age of patriots will dawn. With a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, let us be confident that the best is yet to come. God bless you, God bless America, God bless Hungary, to God alone glory. Thank you very much.
I switched.
I switched.
I switched.
I made the switch to Newsmax.
We start this morning in Washington, where all eyes are on the White House. I switched to Newsmax.
Newsmax. Newsmax.
Have you made the switch? You bet I did. My whole family switched.
Everyone is making the switch. I did.
I did.
I switched, and it made all the difference. It made all the difference.
Have you made the switch? You should.
Millions are switching to Newsmax. You should too.
America is under attack. Our families are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. But moms have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
This is our battle. This battle is every bit as important as the Revolutionary War because we fight for the same thing.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
I think Moms for America is exactly on track and is doing the right thing for the future of our country and our children.
Like Moms for America is going at the heart of the issue.
I want to go on the record and say I'm for moms, I'm for America, and I'm especially for Moms for America.
But I am honored to join Moms for America today as we speak out against the horrific mandates.
With a national network of over 500,000 mothers, Moms for America is one of the fastest growing movements of women in the country.
The most dangerous place in all of nature is between a mama bear and her baby cub.
We are the change. No matter what, no matter where, and no matter how difficult the obstacles are that are facing us and our families, we will not give up and we will not give in.
So if not now, then when? If not you, then who?
Welcome to the Homeland Revolution.
Today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed the ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MK Ultra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
Creators, it's time to take control. With Bursts, you create impactful content in seconds. Powered by blockchain, your content and earnings are protected, transparent, and yours to control. Play TV isn't just a platform. It's a community of creators building a new future together. Your freedom starts when you press play.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp with CPAC. You know, we've had a huge problem in this country with election fraud. But at CPAC, that's not a problem. Our only problem is getting each and every one of you to vote. So look at your badge. You have a number on that badge. And get your phone out and vote on all the issues that matter. And my guess is you probably like what Trump's doing as well. And we'll have the results for you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Inclusion Delusion, Hollywood Survivors. Please welcome President and CEO, Great American Media, Bill Abbott, actor and filmmaker, Dean Cain, and your host, co-host of Morning on Merritt Street, Fanchon Stinger.
Wow. Which one?
That's her.
I know I'm going in the middle. There it is.
Well, hello, CPAC. Wait a minute. I don't know if I heard that right. Hello, CPAC. Well, we are delighted to be with you this afternoon, but there's one thing we're going to get started and declared right off the bat. CPAC revival is here. Woo! Revival is here. I know so many of you, myself included, have been praying for revival. We have been praying for our country. We have been praying to return back to the Christian Judeo values that our country is founded on and those great freedoms that we all are blessed to enjoy. So today, we are delighted and honored to talk with you about where we've come, where we are, and what God has for this country in the future. Amen? All right, let's get started. Well, Bill and Dean, it's surreal to be able to sit here and have a conversation with both of you because both of you are so integral in terms of this journey we have all been on. Bill, I want to start with you. We know you have a stellar background. You have led the faith and media movement with your positions throughout the years. Now you're with the Great American Media Corporation. You're leading that. There's so many projects that you have now, more that are coming. But a lot of us have heard your name. A lot of us have watched your entertainment. We're so excited about what you're doing, so thank you for that. I want to start with something that I don't know that you have touched on in public. But we're among family, so we're going to do it right here, right now. You were previously with the Hallmark Channel, and all of a sudden one day you were gone. And you have not really given us the behind the scenes, the scoop, that's what our journalists like to get, in terms of what really happened. Would you like to talk about that for the first time right here publicly?
Of course, sure.
I'm dying to hear this story. I really want to hear.
Well, we worked together a lot at that time.
Yes.
And we will work together.
At the Hallmark Channel, but amazingly, after you left, I didn't work at the Hallmark Channel anymore.
Well, you're next. After he tells his story, your story's coming.
No. Well, you know, so we had a great team at Hallmark that built an incredible franchise and a great brand and a network and a bunch of networks, actually. And we got to the point in 2017, we were #1, fourth quarter, with Countdown to Christmas, and very successful. And at that point, though, you could see the change in, you know, the chairman and the management at the parent company and the family to become much more woke and DEI-driven, very DEI-driven. And so, you know, they were in DEI before it was cool to be in DEI. And the reality of that was that we were serving an audience that was focused on family-friendly content and faith-based content, that they wanted traditions, they wanted values, they wanted to see that expressed on TV. And so there was tremendous pressure from the family to make changes.
So at some point then you decided, and you stood up and had the courage to say, I'm not going along with this. I heard, and maybe this little birdie told me the right information or the wrong information, but there was an incident that happened with the White House tree lighting.
Well, this was really the beginning of really seeing this become public or become evident to me. We were chosen to host and televise the White House tree lighting. It was President Trump's first time doing the tree lighting. And there was an article in The Hill that said, Trump White House partners with Hallmark Channel for Christmas tree lighting. And it was wildly successful. It was the president's first tree lighting. We had talent there. It did big ratings. It was a big part of our Christmas presentation. And the reaction was, at the time, that's not so good. and you're either with humanity or you're against it.
That's what you were told?
Yes.
And what was your response?
Well, at the time, you know, I was totally shocked. We had an incredibly successful business that was thriving, and we were, you know, by any measure, we were told for many years we could never be successful as an independent, that we were just, you know, in over our head. We wouldn't be able to survive, and we were hugely successful. So, you know, I kind of took it with a grain of salt. At the time, though, I was, you know, very shaken by that thinking, and then you saw it become more pervasive over the next couple of years. So, you know, and we had an audience that was so loyal, loved what we did so much, and they had nowhere else to go on TV. There are many places, any place you want to go, you're going to find different type of content that is not family-friendly and values-based.
When you're faced with something like that, there had to be a level of heartbreak there, because you've poured your life, you've poured your career into that, you've poured your mission, your testimony, your own personal faith into that, and when you come to a moment like that...
And reading notes from viewers who were just so disappointed with, you know, what the direction was is heartbreaking.
Wow. Dean, you were with Hallmark Channel as well. Of course, you guys have a history. And you left. Tell us a little bit about your personal experience.
By the way, did I host that Christmas dinner? I did host that one. As a matter of fact.
Did you know that was going on behind the scenes at the time?
No, I was too busy working for him. I didn't know that was happening. I didn't realize that was the feedback, which is amazing, because I remember it being a very successful event. It was great fun. And it's shocking to hear that. It's actually ridiculous. And, you know, when Bill left Hallmark, I was shocked as well, because I had been doing a lot of films for them, and I enjoyed them so much. I'm a single father, and I wanted to make a lot of content that my son could see and my family could see and be around, and that I wanted to watch. And you really built an incredible brand. Absolutely. And then all of a sudden, Bill was gone, and my phone never rang from Hallmark again. And I was like, wow, okay, whatever has happened with the sort of the wokeness, that wasn't going to be me on the other end of the line, which I was okay with. I mean, I had plenty of other things to do. But I found that shocking. I love what you've built. Congratulations again. But it's just that you've proven that what you're putting out there is what people want to watch. And that's fantastic. You know, as far as being canceled, they tried to cancel me in Hollywood so many times. If an actor speaks up on something, listen, and for actors, go ahead and speak up or don't. It doesn't matter to me. I would work with Robert De Niro. He's a great actor. I don't like his politics. You know, Rob Reiner, very good director. I don't agree with his politics either. But I would still work with him, and I don't think it works the other way around. Like, I don't think Rob Reiner, and I've met with Rob since, and he didn't hire me, but it could be for many reasons. But, you know, you just sort of wonder, you know, why it's so solid, such a solid wall on one side and not the other. So I don't think I've ever really been canceled, because I continue to work constantly, and I voice my opinion, and thank you.
Well, absolutely. There is an element of courage when it comes to pressure from the world. And as Christians, we need to understand that we are called to be bold. We're called to be confident, and we're called to operate in excellence at all times. It's interesting because now there is a headline of an article in the New York Times that reads,
"This ought to be good.
The woke movies era is over." That was the New York Times. Absolutely. And I want to read this other, because I want both of you to kind of speak to this, because you have been on the forefront of leading by example when it comes to standing up. There is a cultural shift, this is a quote, and this cultural shift is not merely a trend. It is a revival that has the potential to reshape society in ways that will make the powerful take notice. It is not about political parties, yet its impact will be felt across the political and cultural landscape as young people find hope and identity in Christ and step up as the next generation of leaders. That is where we are.
Are you sure that was the New York Times?
That was not the New York Times.
Oh, that part wasn't.
That was the Christian Post.
There we go.
There you go. The New York Times has declared woke movies that era over. With that being said, Bill, what is next for great American media?
Well, we're going to be true to who we are. We will never compromise our values. We will never change. And We don't care what the environment is. We will be serving the viewer, which we believe, by the way, is the vast majority of the country who want to see faith-based content that's family-friendly and supports the country and isn't derisive of those elements. So we will never change who we are.
What is the importance, Dean, because you have been very outspoken, like you said. It is not the majority of the country that was asking for the woke content that was being put out. I work for Dr. Phil's Merit TV, and Dr. Phil has done so much research on this fringe that seems to have the microphone. You have challenged that. Talk about the significance of where we are right now and what opportunity we have to spread faith, family, and traditional values.
Well, you kind of don't have to look any much further than what Bill has done at Great American Media.
Yeah.
There's a reason that folks have flocked over there. I'm not sure about the Hallmark numbers anymore, but I got a funny feeling they're not as good as they used to be, my friend, and I think your numbers are up. People go and watch what they want to watch, and they'll find that, and I think that's wonderful. Andrew Breitbart, who was a friend of mine, once said that, you know, politics are downstream from culture. When you're making content like Bill is making and putting out there, people want that, and they will come to it, and they will see it. And I think that's super important. I love making that stuff because I want my son to be able to, you know, watch this. Now, he's 24 now, so he's getting into different things. But when he was in high school, he was at a Christian school, and I did a film called God's Not Dead. I did not play a nice guy in that. And everybody watched the film, and the school went to see it, and they're like, dude, your dad's a jerk. Like, no, he's acting. He's acting. But I mean, I think it's so important to have those conversations, and those kind of films and shows, they have those families have conversations because of them. When you're putting out this other content for just a fringe number of people, they'll die. And that's why, you know, companies like, I'm not going to pick on Disney, but Disney has not done a remarkable job with their franchises, rebranding, changing things, and look at the success that Bill has had, and I think it's wonderful.
Having the courage to do that, though, is so incredible, because without talent like you in God's Not Dead, it isn't the franchise that it is.
That's right.
Thank you, good sir.
I've had the opportunity to be in 2 of the God's Not Dead movies. We met at the Dallas premiere of God's Not Dead, In God We Trust. If you haven't seen it, it's a powerful movie because it mirrors what is actually happening in our society today. It's the spiritual warfare that we all are watching play out. Talk about this Gen Z revival that is happening. We're seeing it in sports with players. We're seeing it with coaches. Ohio State University, guys, they just had 2,000 young people accept Christ on campus. This is happening. So talk about how we're going to come alongside those young people and help catapult them into being the next generation of godly, faith-filled leaders.
I think you talk about it openly and you have those conversations. I mean, if we had this conversation 3 years ago, you know, oh my gosh, what a horrible conversation to have. But now it's okay to have this conversation. And they should. And my son's 24. Does that make him a Gen Z guy? Does that qualify as Gen Z?
So.
Does it? In that area. I was worried about our youth. I really was.
Yeah.
Until I started talking to him and some of his friends. And there's some common sense out there. Yeah. And I think it's wonderful. And so doing this, putting out content that they can watch and talk about and showing them, you know, again, politics downstream from culture. Yeah. Put it out there and hopefully change the culture. And I think it's happening.
How are you going for that audience? Because we know right now, looking at the statistics, Bible sales are up with Gen Zers. Young men are returning to church in droves. And there are young people who are really returning back to traditional values, faith-filled families. So now it's up to us to come alongside them and help them fly and shine.
The woke left went so far in the other direction, and it was so offensive that it's moved people more toward, you know, faith and family and country and supporting the values they love.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask you, what are you working on? What do we need to be looking for? We have about a minute, 15 seconds left. What should we be looking from your company? And Dean, I'm going to ask you the same question.
Wow. Well, we will.
Give us the scoop.
That's a big question. We want to work with him. No, I mean we have two great. Our two biggest platforms. Our flagship is streaming and is PureFlix, which we mentioned, and Great American Family. Both are great and successful, and we're very pleased with both. We have a lot of original content on both, original series, original movies, and we'll keep doing that.
Awesome.
I hope to work for him for a long time. That's what I want to do. And I want to keep making content that gets people thinking and talking. You know, sometimes I'll be the bad guy, but you need a good bad guy with a good message in the film. So I hope to just keep making more and more content and putting it out there and having conversations like this that further our nation and our faith, and I hope it's successful.
And all of us as believers, we are part of this. Each of us has a role to play. So quickly, in 10 seconds or less, what is your message to everyone sitting in here in terms of their role in making this happen and getting this out in their communities?
Support projects and channels and platforms like Bill's. I mean, 100% it. I mean, I give great support to it, and that support means everything.
And be proud of it, and never shy away from it, never run from it, and always be who you are.
And we will continue to give God the glory. Let's thank Bill and Dean Cain, and thank all of you. God bless you, and God bless this great United States of America.
Thank you, Fanchon.
Welcome to CPAC. At Great American Media, we celebrate what matters most: faith, family, and country. Today, we invite you to experience storytelling that uplifts, inspires, and reflects the values we all cherish. PureFlix is your home for entertainment without compromise. With faith-driven movies and series, we bring you stories that strengthen hearts, uplift spirits, and honor what truly matters. And on Great American Family, where faith leads, where stories inspire. Welcome home. Whether it's Christmas all year long, heartfelt romances, or movies that bring families together, we are here to make you feel at home. At Great American Media, our foundation is quality. Our promise is to always deliver entertainment that aligns with your faith and values. Thank you for standing with us as we stand for faith, family, and country. Enjoy CPAC. And remember, when you choose Great American Media, you choose entertainment that lifts you up. Join us and experience the best in faith and family entertainment.
The only homicide on January 6th was the unlawful shooting death of Ashley Babbitt. This major new lawsuit that Judicial Watch filed, a $30 million wrongful death lawsuit against the United States government. She was unarmed. There were no weapons visible. She was shot in the shoulder and killed by Lieutenant Byrd. He popped out and shot her dead. Ashley was shot in cold blood, and the rule of law requires justice for her.
Who's AARP really watching out for these days? They've made billions partnering with big health insurance corporations while opposing reforms seniors want, like applying big discounts to medicines directly at the pharmacy counter. Instead, AARP supports liberal price-setting schemes, giving politicians, not seniors, control over any so-called Medicare savings with no guarantees. Funds won't be spent on unrelated programs or pad big insurers' profits. If AARP and Congress believe America's seniors aren't watching, think again. Paid for by American Commitment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a conversation with U.S. Envoy for Special Missions, Ambassador Richard Grenell, and Politico White House Bureau Chief Dasha Burns.
See, they're going to be nice to you.
That's right. What's this? Hey, everyone. It is his fault that a Politico journalist is on this stage, so don't get mad at me. Get mad at the ambassador. All right. I have so much I want to talk with you about, but the number one thing that everyone's been asking me about you is a new hat that you're wearing at the Kennedy Center.
Oh.
What? What is going on? How did that happen? How big an art connoisseur are you? Walk me through the behind the scenes there.
Well, we want to make art great again.
And what does that mean?
No, look, I think, I don't know for sure, but I think the frustration that President Trump had is that the Kennedy Center has no cash on hand, no reserves, and they have been paying for the salaries with the debt reserves. while taking around $40 million of public money. And so you can't have that. If you're gonna take public money, then you get to have public input. And so what we're gonna say at the Kennedy Center is, first of all, we gotta clean up the financial situation. We have to do the big productions that the masses and the public wanna see. We wanna have really good programming. So the first thing that we're doing, I think the big change, is for everybody to know you gotta be at the Kennedy Center in December, because we are doing a big, huge celebration of the birth of Christ at Christmas. How crazy is it to think that we're gonna celebrate Christ at Christmas with a big traditional production to celebrate what we are all celebrating in the world during Christmas time, which is the birth of Christ.
Do you worry at all, though? I know there have been some folks who have been dropping out of performing at the Kennedy Center in protest. Do you worry about being able to bring in big artists to the center? No, we don't, because we already have them, and I think it's a real misnomer. But let me just say, there's one thing that got a lot of attention that this group dropped out, and it was all blamed on President Trump and me. And we've tried to correct the record, and I think we're gonna have to do a more direct job, because it wasn't true. They had the Kennedy Center, before I arrived, before President Trump was the chairman, the Kennedy Center had made some decisions about this individual group to change them because ticket sales were atrocious. And so they said, you know what, we can't have this because we really don't have any money, and we can't be spending on things that aren't bringing in revenue. And so they made this change before we came, and then it was announced, and suddenly it was, you know, the gay men's chorus or something was dropping out because of Trump. That wasn't true. And it was replaced with some other things. That happens all the time. So I would just challenge you. You would welcome the gay men's choir to perform if they were interested?
Well, first of all, right now, if you're gonna take public money, you have to prove that you actually can bring in revenue. We don't have any money. The woman that had my job before me was getting paid $1.3 million a year, and we had no money.
How much are you getting paid for this?
Way, way, way less.
Wait, but let me ask real quick, though, because we were talking about this a little bit backstage. How did this happen? Because you're going to Venezuela, you're going to Munich, and then suddenly you wake up and you're running the Kennedy Center?
Well, again, I think it was a frustration from the president that there was no money at the Kennedy Center.
But why you?
Content
and how
was
did it
crazy.
come about?
I don't know, you'd have to ask him. Look, I love the arts. I'm somebody who, goes already to lots of different art styles. I appreciate a whole bunch of different styles of art. If I started naming all these things, you would be like, wait a minute.
You're a connoisseur. We believe it. So listen, I want to talk about some of the major conflicts that we're seeing around the world right now that I know you've been working on. Number one, I mean, I think this has been top of the list for everyone at the White House, is the situation in Ukraine. In your conversations with President Trump, what do you hear from him about what's going on with his relationship with Zelensky, President Zelensky? Because it's clear that they've never necessarily been best friends, but it feels like in the last few days in particular, that relationship has soured. What's going on?
Look, I think, I'm so thankful that we have a president who's concentrating on peace. And that's what Donald Trump has just said. Let's stop. Remember that we handed Joe Biden total peace in the Middle East and total peace in Europe. He handed us a war in the Middle East and a war in Europe, and we can never forget that. So I do get a little bit frustrated with reporters when they're trying to say, oh, your decision now isn't perfect. I'm like, yeah, we were put in a hole. We were put in a terrible situation. There are no great solutions right now, so you're gonna have to be patient with us that we're trying to dig the Biden people out from this terrible $100 billion hole that they created. That's the first thing. The second thing is I don't think it's fair to say that somehow President Trump has met with President Zelensky 4 or 5 times. The Trump team has met with the Ukrainians and Zelensky another 4 or 5 times. So let's say we're up to 10 times meeting with the Ukrainians. I never once heard from the media and outraged that the Russians weren't invited to those talks. However, the one time that the Trump team reaches out to say, how about we talk to the Russians, there's this hue and cry from the Europeans and everybody to say, why aren't the Ukrainians
involved? Well, I think
involved?
it's because the Russians are the aggressors in this situation, and that's another question I wanted to ask you. You know, President Trump has blamed Ukraine recently for starting the war. You know better than anyone that it was Russian aggression, actually back in 2014. People forget that this goes over a decade back. But it was Russia that invaded Ukraine. So do you have a sense of why President Trump is making these claims now that Look, Ukraine started the war?
I think what President Trump is saying very clearly is we have to stop this war. He is somebody who's concentrating on saying to both sides, let's talk to both sides and figure out how we stop this. Again, we have terrible choices because of the Biden team. There's not a lot of great choices. And so, yeah, is there frustration that things are not perfect in Ukraine right now? Yeah, but I'm a little bit annoyed that we were handed a file that was war when we handed them a file that was peace. And so I do think that we're frustrated. And it's
But why make those false claims about who started the war? Why call Zelensky a dictator? What is happening there?
Look, I think the American people are really frustrated with Zelensky. I think that there's a big frustration that he's not making great choices for peace. And again, when the American people are spending hundreds of billions of dollars, there's a frustration. Let's go back, you know, you said 2014. Let's go back just to the beginning of this war, where Joe Biden messaged for more than 30 days that he knew through intelligence that a war was absolutely coming. The Europeans and the Biden administration all did one thing, which was prepare for more war. They talked about more funding for war. They battened down the hatches. They got hardware in there. No one was talking about peace. I actually think it's pretty immoral if the President of the United States says we're having a war in 30 days and we know for sure, and no one shows up in Moscow and Kiev to try to say, let's do diplomacy, let's stop a war. And now we're $100 billion later, and so there's a frustration.
So you said President Zelensky isn't making the choices for peace. What do you think are those choices that he should make to bring an end to this, that he's not making now?
First of all, hundreds of billions of dollars of American money, again, I'll say that, and a whole bunch is missing. So we immediately say, okay, mismanagement of funds. What we want to see is talks with Putin. I don't think that talking means that you're weak. I actually think talking is a tactic to get to a goal. And so we've seen with President Trump, he can show up with Kim Jong-un, and we need to be able to have these conversations with the Russians. Look, I've done negotiations my whole life. I did Serbia-Kosovo negotiations. And I can tell you that if you're in the middle trying to bring peace, trying to make sure we're not spending hundreds of billions of dollars on war and we're saving lives, you need at least a person in the middle who can say, I'm going to talk to these guys, and I'm going to talk to these guys, and I don't care what kind of criticism I get, I got to figure out a way for peace. It's not going to be perfect, Tasha, I will give you that. But again, I go back to the fact of we had it perfect in terms of peace. We were handed a war, and now we're being criticized of, well, how do you dig us out of a war, and you're not doing it fast enough, and you're not doing it fair enough? So we're a little frustrated.
So the social media stuff, I mean, President Trump called Zelensky a dictator. Do you believe he's a dictator? Well,
I think when you reject having elections and you're not moving towards that way, that people get angry about that.
Is Putin a dictator?
Of course.
Putin is a dictator?
Yeah, of course.
So the stuff that we're seeing on social media...
But I want to say one thing that's really important in this conversation. Donald Trump has done something different than Republican foreign policy leaders have done for 25 years.
This is a paradigm shift, what he's doing.
We articulate very clearly under Donald Trump, we don't do regime change. We are going to deal with the countries that are in front of us. And our criteria is not how do we make that country better, how do we make America better, stronger, and more prosperous for the people that live here.
So I was in the East Room when President Trump held the presser with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and he announced the plans for the Riviera of the Middle East in Gaza. Is that art of the deal talk? Is that a serious plan? What is your sense of where President Trump is headed with that idea?
Well, first of all, let's start from the fact that he's a great negotiator. So we know that he's negotiating all of the time. Secondly, I think, again, I sound like, you know, I keep repeating myself, but we had peace there. We had peace agreements, right? The media and the intelligence agencies told President Trump if you moved the embassy, there would be outright war. We know the opposite happened. Peace agreements broke out. And so I think you got to say to Donald Trump, you know how to deliver peace. You certainly know how to negotiate Americans into a peaceful situation. And so my kind of attitude is let's watch and see how this plays out, because I have full faith that Donald Trump is a great negotiator, and he's delivered peace before, and he's going to have to do it again now because of the Biden regime.
Regardless of what it looks like, us getting involved in Gaza, I mean, President Trump has talked about getting out of foreign entanglements. That's a promise that he made on the campaign trail. How does that jive with his promise?
I think that's an incredibly fair question.
Thank you. You hear that, guys?
No, I do. I think it's a legitimate question to say, wait a minute, you've said this.
Yeah.
Again, what I think the thinking and the criteria is how do we deliver peace? And I've spent 8 years at the UN, and what's been happening in the Palestinian territories and in Gaza, we've been talking about for decades. We were talking about this.
The U.S. still has a role to play and should play a role in peace in the Middle East, even with the America First agenda?
Yes, but that doesn't immediately mean that we jump to boots on the ground. And I would say the other thing is, I'm a diplomat. You're going to hear me talk about diplomacy, not about war and the things of war. But I will say that as kind of a chastisement to the public debate right now, when you talk about security assurances, stop assuming that security assurances are just simply American boots or UN boots and guns. I can't think of a better security assurance than private equity folks on the ground. American businessmen on the ground trying to do deals and help rebuild or help bring economic development. If you've got a bunch of Americans or Westerners even that are in Ukraine, that are in the Black Sea, doing economic development, I can't think of a better way to have a security assurance.
And I know we're running low on time here. I do want to talk to you about the wildfires in Los Angeles. I know you know people who have lost homes. I think anyone that knows anyone in LA knows people who have had tremendous loss there. How are the recovery efforts going? I know the president at the roundtable in the Palisades tasked you with some of that effort. How are things going with FEMA? We know Democrats and Republicans can agree that FEMA doesn't always work effectively and quickly. What are the bottlenecks and what are you doing there?
Well, thanks for asking. I think that the reality is that the federal response is mostly money, and so we are going to have strings on the money that we give to California. They've made terrible...
There will be conditions, okay.
There will be conditions. We're talking about those conditions now. As a Californian, I'm all for it because I don't have faith that if we went back and we just gave California hundreds of millions of dollars, they were going to go back to their same old ways of not giving enough water, having dangerous situations on the ground when it comes to forestry. It's going to happen again.
Yeah, what are some of those strings you're talking about?
Well, I don't want to commit too much, but...
Give us a little.
But I will say this. Everyone who's involved knows that the California Coastal Commission is a disaster, and it needs to absolutely be defunded. And from just a way to think about government, we already have local government making these decisions. Layering it on with the California Coastal Commission is a terrible idea. It's an unelected group of people who are crazy woke left, and one person can stop progress, and they've made California less safe. I think squeezing their federal funds, making sure they don't get funds, putting strings on them to get rid of the California Coastal Commission is going to make California better.
While we're on California, since you have so many ideas for the state, are we going to see Richard Grenell run for governor of California?
Honestly, it's not in my plan unless Kamala Harris runs for governor. If Kamala runs... You're jumping in? I mean, here's the thing. We already know who she is. We've spent hundreds of millions of dollars to define who Kamala Harris is. If she thinks that she's going to run for governor of California, a Republican is going to win, and I may not be able to resist trying to run against her.
Making news here at CPAC. Lastly, before I let you go, we talked about the Kennedy Center. You've got that performance coming up in December, but what is your ideal performance at the Kennedy Center if you could have anyone perform?
Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton. Is that an official invitation?
Of course, of course. I'd love to see it.
All right, Mr. Grenell, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp with CPAC. You know, we've had a huge problem in this country with election fraud. But at CPAC, that's not a problem. Our only problem is getting each and every one of you to vote. So look at your badge. You have a number on that badge. And get your phone out and vote on all the issues that matter. And my guess is you probably like what Trump's doing as well. And we'll have the results for you very soon.
Wherever human freedom is under attack, in courtrooms, legislatures, and the public square, we stand ready to defend it. This is why Alliance Defending Freedom exists.
Supreme Court victory for a Christian woman who was taken to court for standing firm in her beliefs.
The First Amendment follows a golden rule. If we want to protect speech for ourselves, then we need to protect it for others.
A video released this week by ADF International has attracted over 34 million views and even attracted comment from Elon Musk. It concerned a pair of Swiss parents who have had their child taken away from them because they objected to her gender transition.
We're not just here to stop the erosion of liberty for this moment alone. We are here to keep the door open for the gospel. And when the gospel does its work, truth doesn't just hold its ground. It advances. It sets people free for generations to come. This is our mission at Alliance Defending Freedom.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed the ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
During my second term, we will fight for Alaska like never before.
I'm excited about what we can do with President Trump in the office.
We'll work together to provide affordable energy to Alaska and allies all over the world.
More investment, more certainty, production, more exploration.
Thank you to everyone in Alaska, and thank you to your great governor. I look forward to a long and enduring future relationship. Drill, baby, drill.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the new G.I. Joes. Please welcome former U.S. Navy SEAL Rob O'Neill, UFC fighter and Special Forces operator Tim Kennedy, and your host of the Carl Higbie Frontline on Newsmax, Carl Higbie.
Yes! What up, Drago? I love you, brother.
All right. Well, they gave us open mics, no script,
and a bunch of guys who used to shoot people.
Just a scope.
No, so the last, we were talking 12 years actually, not just last 4, have been disastrous for the military, not only domestically, but on the global stage.
That's the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty madness. Been losing wars everywhere that we look. Yep. On multiple continents, we've been losing our strategic positions and strategic bases that we have fought for decades, from Africa, literally every single continent, to Eastern Europe, and obviously in the global war on terror after 20 years, the most embarrassing withdrawal in American history.
Yeah, well, Rob, let's talk about that. We had the withdrawal from Iraq. I was in Iraq in '09 when we were drawing down. I know you guys were in and out of the same areas. I was watching us pull resources out, denying the fact that there were bad guys still doing bad things, that were killing coalition troops, and yet they wouldn't let us get them because of the perception that the war was over.
Yeah, the perception of the war being over is something we've been doing wrong, and that's getting too political. And I don't mean just the politics of the country. I'm talking personal power for politicians. Making a promise to get out of a place because that was said in the campaign, or in the case of Afghanistan on 9/11, and just making decisions that don't make sense, because a lot of stuff, I don't know if you noticed, in DC doesn't make sense. But the way that I put Iraq was one of those things where we shouldn't have invaded, but we shouldn't have left the way we did. And when the convoys coming from north to south, we should have hit them with some A-10s. ISIS is gone, didn't do that because I guess we could be nice to the enemy. But the thing with Afghanistan that I noticed too is if you took the bin Laden team and asked them to come up with the worst possible way out of Afghanistan, we would have come up with exactly the way the Biden administration did it. And that's all because they wanted to be out before 9/11. We lost a lot of people because of that.
Right, but the unwillingness to actually define the enemy was the bigger problem. It was, we're going to work with them, we're going to give them money. I mean, hell, we left, what, $80 billion worth of stuff, including night vision and Humvees over there. They didn't define the enemy, and therefore we couldn't defeat it.
I mean, that's the story of old as time, right? Whether it's Vietnam, the Korea War, us being able to define who we're fighting is something that it's necessary for us to know who to beat. You know, if you take the military and you point them, I still believe, even though we are in a dangerous position with Secretary Hegseth trying to fight to bring back the strength, we still have, without a doubt, the most powerful military on the planet. And I'm so inspired by the young men and women that, especially recently, have raised their hand to serve. But watching Pete Hegseth, I mean, it's the truth.
Yeah.
In Germany, training with the Special Forces unit, like with the Hulk running right in front of him.
That guy was huge.
He was huge.
That's a big dude.
I'm just like, that's the America that I know and that I love.
Put that on a recruiting poster. I mean, Rob, we had record low recruiting over the last 4 years. It turns out if you tell a bunch of people that were in your ranks that they don't like them anymore, they go home.
Yeah.
And we had posters of people with 2 moms, or transgender this, or DEI that. It's like, well, this is a place where we're supposed to put bullets in bad guys' faces.
That's it too. And the military can be very simple. The way you're successful in the military is master the basics, keep it simple, and leave the diplomacy to the diplomats, right? Go in, crush people, and leave. And that's all it's got to be. And then we just start getting into this woke ideology with, okay, you're raised by 2 women in San Francisco. Great, fine. I don't think ISIS is afraid of that. I don't think Al-Qaeda is afraid of that. And even like Queers for Palestine, if they went over there,
they'd throw them off
if
the
I
building.
went over there with them, they'd murder them before they murdered me. Yeah. They don't like them.
Yeah.
But the problem is, we're trying to play nice with everybody. It's like, well, I don't know if it's you don't understand them, or like we were talking backstage about the enemy. You can't, or you just said just now on the stage. We're bad at defining the enemy, and we just think that. Here's a little thing I learned as a battle interrogator, especially dealing with terrorists. They lie.
No.
Yeah, they'll lie.
What?
Yeah, they'll lie to your face.
Weird.
Drago, back me up on that.
But, we can sit here and joke about this, but there's some serious work. And look, I actually talked to Secretary Hegseth this morning about it, was trying to get him to call in, but he has this little thing like managing the whole country's, DOD. But he's got a serious job ahead of him. I mean, they've already increased recruiting in 30 days. Weird how if you put warfighters, you attract more warfighters. But in order to do that, I mean, you're talking about a massive deficit, not only from a financial standpoint, where we've spent 3 times as much on aircraft carrier budgets, where we've massively reduced the force. The COVID vaccine was one of the greatest reductions of good men and women, and we have to build that back. How do we start?
It's a great question, and I think from the top down, seeing the Secretary of Defense out doing PT with the troops in the morning, it's not just the number in which we were failing to recruit for the past 4 years, but it's who we have been recruiting. We were recruiting, and I'm so grateful for everybody that raised their hand to serve. we want strong, fearless people that want to be part of the most lethal fighting force on the planet.
Yep.
That's who we want. We want them as a deterrent. We want the rest of the world and every single one of our peer-level adversaries to look at our men and women in uniform and be like, nah, not freaking worth it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the other thing too, is Rob, you walked in a door, shot the world's most wanted criminal in the face, and didn't think twice about it. How do we get more people? Thank you. How do we get more people that want to join because of that versus college benefits, which are great, but also, pushing DEI, pushing personal growth, and things like this? How do we get more people that want to join because they want to do what you did?
I think it starts with the recruiting, and it impacted me more to see the Marine killing the dragon with the sword. I really like that. Plus the movie Navy SEALs with Charlie Sheen. That was really,
greatest movie
really,
ever.
Really,
That's
greatest movie
why
ever,
I
man.
became a SEAL.
100% accurate. But it's got to start with that too. And we're in a place too, and it's the generation with staring at your phone, not going to the gym, stuff like that. We just lower the standards. It's like, well, you can't do the set amount of pushes. We'll just cut it in half. And I think that, the good men and women are out there. We just haven't been focusing on them. They're great people. There always has been. The leadership has gotten bad simply because you get to a certain level, be it senior enlisted or a senior officer, you become political because you want the next job right down the street here. The way to do it is literally get back to the basics, which is forward defense, alliance solidarity, and deterrence. And we're just simply not going to deter people by being nice, but the military's job is not to be nice. Again, we do have public affairs, great. We also have infantry who will swim over the horizon at night and kill you, and that's what we need.
And not to mention, we will complain about it the whole time we're swimming.
Oh, yeah.
Why do SEALs post-career don't like cold water, or
they torture us with it?
It's wet.
The water's wet. I've seen dudes in combat go an extra mile just to not get their feet wet.
Yeah, man.
I'm not even making that up. America's finest, just keep me dry.
Yeah, exactly.
With recruiting, the standards have to be set. They have to be met. They cannot be moved. They cannot be bent. It has to be merit-based. If you're going to fly a helicopter, it's because you're the best person that can be on the stick.
Absolutely.
If you're going to be pulling down night vision to go on a mission, it's because you passed every single one of the standards to be there, and you deserve to be there, whether you're wearing a trident, a green beret, or you are proudly just running down, as every single infantryman knows, to shoot, move, communicate, and medicate. You met the standard, and you deserve to be there.
Right. Well, that's the other thing too. A 7.62 doesn't understand the difference if you're black, white, blue, green, 5'7", 5'4", 250, 150. It doesn't matter. So why did we get away from a general standard? And now, if you're a 40-year-old woman in the military, you can get 24 minutes to run 2 miles. But if you're a 22-year-old male, you have to do it in 18 minutes. Like, how did we deviate?
Well, I mean, again, we need to get back to it. We deviated just by, we saw when I joined in 1996, uniform, bad haircut, and all we saw was green or blue. That's it. But now we're to the point, because of a softer outlook, or because we're so connected, just be yourself. Express yourself. That's not the military's job to express yourself. You'll be fine. But again, too, like 16 and a half years in the Navy, with the men and women with whom I served, we never had a problem with sexism or racism, because it just didn't make sense. We knew each other. Even when I was getting out, don't ask, don't tell was the big thing. And I remember in Afghanistan, this is after the Bin Laden raid, looking at a bunch of Navy SEALs, like, I know damn well some of you are gay. I don't really care. And at the bottom line, what you do behind closed doors is your business. The big question is, can you carry me with body armor after I've been shot and bring me home to my wife? That's it.
I agree with that. We had a guy in my first platoon who got out of the military, and he was like, guys, I got to tell you, I'm gay. And we're like, yeah, we know.
We know.
And we don't care.
Nobody cared.
Nobody cares. Sorry, man.
Seriously, but that's it, too. He could do his job, and nobody cares. But then you get involved with the media, and they just want to spin it because they want the talking points to badmouth whichever Republican's running.
So let's talk, Secretary Hegseth comes in now, 8% cuts across the board. A lot of people on the other side are saying, well, hey, this is going to diminish our fighting force. And I look at that, I'm like, look, we're still using floppy disks and fax machines. Sure. Like the DMV is more technologically advanced in some areas of the Pentagon right now. So, there's a vast, massive redundancy within the Department of Defense, and how do you get to the bottom of that without even slightly creeping on the mission of capability?
And if you're trying to become effective and more efficient, the first thing that you do is you recognize fat and you cut it from it. So whether it's fraud, waste, and abuse, and in some instances we're seeing DOJ just come through with a battle axe to do that, which is awesome.
Yeah.
On the military side, I would definitely argue, and I know personally, as I think everyone else does, and if you've been in the military, that there are good redundancies, like a good PACE plan, primary, alternate, contingent, and emergency, and on the communication side, on like multiple routes in and out. But when it comes to bureaucratic regulation, and the military is not supposed to have that, what is called the kill chain. How effectively can I take from a decision to do something to the execution of it? How fast is that thing? And that kill chain has gotten so many bureaucratic steps in there. We have become ineffective and inefficient. Those have to be cut.
Yeah, well, that's the danger of the big corporate mindset too. I mean, you guys know as well as I do. You get the green light to do an op, and you have to get it approved up the chain, and by that time, the guy's already left his house and fled the country.
That's true, yeah. And I mean, it comes back to the efficiency that they're doing right now. You need redundancy in place, like with submarine warfare. If one gets an order, another one needs it too in case it gets hit and no one knows, that stuff like that. But the Pentagon hasn't passed a budget. An audit.
An audit.
Hasn't done it, and you got to start with that because, and we see it down at the platoon level where they're like, well, here's our budget for the year and we have to spend it all or we won't get it next year. It should be the opposite. Right. If you're more efficient, maybe these guys are squared away. We can get them more work. We can get them more funding. Right. But it's almost like the free money thing where we're just going to get it again as long as we get rid of it. And,
it also seems if you cut even 8%, let's just round it up to an even 40 for good time's sake, and you will remove all those limitations, but you'll also remove a significant amount of processes that were put in place after World War II, a time where we have now quadrupled our number of generals, and now I would say effectively we lost the war in Iraq and Afghanistan because the enemy gets a say in that. How do you rebuild that within the ranks? I mean, there's obviously morale has already gone way up under Donald Trump, big time. But how do you rebuild that with generational support?
So, right now with General George and the Sergeant Major of the Army, Mike Weimer. Mike Weimer, former unit guy, was part of the special missions units, also a special forces guy. They clearly have said time and time again, they want to focus on lethality, maneuverability, flexibility, and these are things that bureaucratic systems and multiple checks and balances always slow down. They want kids being able to 3D print a tool that would have cost through a government contract on a named project, tens of millions of dollars.
And 7 years to approve.
That's right. Yeah. And all of that, we have to innovate. We have to innovate our way out of this, and we have to become the 2025 fast, lethal fighting force where the rest of the world is like, buddy, want nothing to do with that kid from Oklahoma that just throws hay bales, and now we're giving him the best tools possible to go and kill his enemy.
Right, and something on that too, that good point. I think just we were talking about Secretary Hegseth working out with the guys and the big monster dude. Yeah. That's something else right there that you haven't seen with the SecDef, but that's what you need. It's always been impressive when the general officer, the general or the admiral, comes and talks to the E5 Mafia. Right. Hegseth, Mr. Secretary, sorry, Pete, can like I've always been saying we need a mid-level officer with combat experience to take the Secretary of Defense, because he will talk to the troops, and that when you're working out with the troops, you can ask them simple stuff. Right. Where are you from? Why did you join? What are you anticipating? What do you expect out of this? How's morale? Okay, morale's bad. Why? Morale's good. Why? Find out why, and then obviously, it is a pyramid, top-down type stuff, but they might want to think about potentially changing that up a little bit.
But also flattening the organization, allowing that direct feedback. I remember when I was in, the Admiral would come down and they'd be like, hey, look, if you have any questions for the Admiral, clear it through us first. Carl, you're not allowed to ask any questions whatsoever. But it's, and I raised my hand, this is in 2009 after we just gotten back, and I said, what's the desired end result in Iraq? I mean, I got in a lot of trouble for that, but they had no answer.
Yeah. It was heartbreaking on the ground in Afghanistan, in August of 2021, all the way to the 26th at the Abbey Gate bombing. That sent a shockwave through all of GWAT and recruiting. Nobody likes to lose. America's not built to lose. We're built to be the most powerful fighting force on the planet, the military is, and the country that's the strongest that's ever existed in the existence of our species. Greatest country ever. So our young people need to look at the service members, men and women in uniform with the flag, and with pride, be like, I want to be like Rob. I want to be like Carl. Right. I want to go win wars. It's time for us to start not just being preventative, but for everyone to know that the next war that we go into, we are not just going to fight it. We're not there to perpetuate the military-industrial complex. We are there to destroy our enemy in the most violent way possible.
There you go.
I just want to point out that the Army guy said that they want to be like the two Navy guys up here. But that said, I mean, look, we have 11 carrier battle groups, so they're not in reserve for someday. We're pretty much there now. Why do we care what Europe thinks? Why do we care what other countries think? Why are we catering, especially policy within the DoD, to what other countries think when we can do whatever we want because our aircraft carriers outrun their jet skis?
Well, that's true, too. I mean, I remember seeing a recruiting poster with somebody's water skiing behind a carrier and people laughing at it. I was like, no, that could happen. That's the fastest ship we got. Yeah. You know, and I can't tell you how fast it goes, but it's pretty fast. But talking about Europe, too, moving forward, every time we've left Europe, we had to go back. Yeah. So we got to be careful about that now, too. But the problem is with Europe being so weak, they're not, most of them aren't paying the 2% GDP they're supposed to be paying. Right. But we're not going to be able to deter China, especially a China-Russia coalition, while we're trying to hold the hand of the people that are afraid of Ukraine or what, you know, going into Poland. I don't think they're going into Poland, but regardless, we're not going to, the fight, you got to figure the 5,000 miles of a supply chain we're going to need in the Pacific. Right. When China tries, within the next few years, tries to take Taiwan, there's other allies over there dealing with a much bigger enemy, and then you're getting into the AI thing, the drone fighting. I'm so glad that wasn't prevalent when we were there, but microwave weapons, stuff like that. I mean, we're still back in time. We do have smarter people than this panel. They're working, but you know they got to be smart about being.
That's a pretty low bar, if you don't know, for us. But no, I mean that's 100% right. The technology is almost outpacing the need for some manning, not all. But how do you balance the technology versus the man on the ground?
I mean, this is a question that we've asked every single war and every single conflict. Ultimately, it really does come down to the men and women on the ground. Yes. You know, it comes down to the quality of the people, their integrity, and their work ethic. And I love this country. I'm so proud that I get to wear the uniform and the flag, and I get to look to my left and my right, and I am just so inspired by the strength of our service members and the men and women in this country. And I have total confidence that we have the best and the brightest in the world that are answering that question. And they are giving the best tools to the best men and women in uniform to then go and both prevent our next war and, heaven forbid, if we do have to fight it, win it.
Yeah. Let's talk about kids. Rob, I know you got a new one.
Yeah, I got a birthday on Sunday. Yep. My daughter Valor turns 1.
Wow. So, congrats. So, you know, I have 3 myself. You know, and for the last 4 years, and the first time in my life, you know, I come from a somewhat military family. I would not have advised my children to join the military. How do we make sure that no one ever wants to have that side of a conversation again?
That's a tough conversation, too, with, again, the politics getting in, the D.C. swamp ruining everything. I mean, it's a tough conversation to have, too, because a couple months ago, someone asked, are your children going to join the military? I don't know. I mean, maybe you tell them, get straight A's, get an academy, and learn how to fly something, but the other stuff, you know, I don't know, but now, I mean, it's turning the tide, but they got to maintain that. Right now, we're in the honeymoon phase still, even though it's Donald Trump's second term. You got to maintain that momentum. Yeah. And again, too, we have the great patriots in this country, too. The problem is, I mean, we have X now, but a lot of the voices get shut down. I don't know if you notice shadow banning and stuff like that. The Patriotic Americans have been shut down before, and we got to, hopefully, with some of the people coming over from the social media side, getting more conservative. I mean, we can hope, but we'll see what happens. Right?
I kind of want to leave it at this: is you know, as we move out of this phase. I mean, we got 3 years and 11 months left. I feel like a lot of countries have kind of said,
I think we're going to win the next 6 elections.
I sure hope so. But
at a bare minimum.
Yeah, I mean, zero reason why we shouldn't have at least the next 12 years.
We're fixing this country.
So, you know, when 30 seconds or less to solve the world's problems, how do you get to a place where we install mechanisms that even politics can't corrupt it?
Yeah, building that beachhead where these are things that are going to stand the test of time, that are going to stand a midterm election, and then, you know, the next national election. A strong thing is harder to kill. Like this idea, to answer that question simply, a strong soldier, a strong military, they're just flat out harder to defeat. So I want strength, masculinity, power, big, murderous men to be running towards the military, to put the flag on their shoulder to serve this country. That's what I want.
Who don't really care about people's feelings.
They do not. Yeah. They care about winning, and they want to be strong when they do it.
Rob, Tim, been a pleasure.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are switching to Newsmax. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need those woke streaming services anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Rob Finnerty.
Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific.
Gain access to exclusive documentaries, series, and special briefings. It's free to start. So go to NewsmaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp with CPAC. You know, we've had a huge problem in this country with election fraud. But at CPAC, that's not a problem. Our only problem is getting each and every one of you to vote. So look at your badge. You have a number on that badge. And get your phone out and vote on all the issues that matter. And my guess is you probably like what Trump's doing as well. And we'll have the results for you very soon.
This lunacy will end on my first day back in the Oval Office. I promise you it will end immediately.
Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
RSBN, by the way, how good is RSBN? They do a good job. So beautiful.
Creators, it's time to take control. With Bursts, you create impactful content in seconds. Powered by blockchain, your content and earnings are protected, transparent, and yours to control. Play TV isn't just a platform. It's a community of creators building a new future together. Your freedom starts when you press play.
Still under construction, but already the biggest news station in Poland. The only international TV station that interviewed Donald J. Trump.
I'd like to say hello to the Polish people.
Poland's leftist government wants to destroy us, but we are not backing down. We're building conservative, English-speaking European news station. Join the movement. Support the revolution.
Make Europe great again.
This is Republica, the home of free speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is CPAC in action. Please welcome founder Ditat Dose Group, Hobe Schabander. Founder of Walkaway, Brandon Straka. CPAC Chairman, Matt Schlapp. And your host of American Sunrise on Real America on RAV, Dr. Gina Loudon.
I'm going to go here.
Put me there. All right, everybody. Welcome, first of all. How amazing has this CPAC been for you? Woo! And you know, CPAC, the thing I love about it, I've been coming for decades now. Phyllis Schlafly actually brought me to my very first CPAC. Now I come every year with Real America's Voice and love talking to all of you. But my favorite thing about CPAC is it is what President talks about all the time, action, action, action. And so that's what we're going to talk about with you today, what we did right in this last election. If the message that's coming through to you as really the actors in the action, right? If that's the right message, because the people on this panel have the expertise to tell you all of the above. So I think what we should do is start with just a brief intro, if you guys can, just a couple of sentences about who you are and what you did in this last election.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Hobe Schabander. I was in the field in Michigan. My group launched the Arab Americans for a Better America, or APAC. And thanks to a great deal of CPAC's support, we set up shop in Michigan early on in the campaign as an outside group, working very closely with our favorite ambassador, Rick Grinnell, to reach out to the Middle Eastern community, Muslims, Christians in Michigan, and we helped turn Michigan deep red with a lot of first-time voters who had never voted Republican ever in their life,
voting for President Trump because they knew that he was a president for peace.
Hey everybody, I'm Brendan Strzok. I'm the founder of the #WalkAway campaign.
Don't get a big head, Brendan.
We are the largest national movement of former Democrats walking away from the Democratic Party at this point. In 2018, we started a national conversation about the need for people to walk away from the divisive, hateful Democratic Party and political left. As of today, Walkaway has grown to over 750,000 people who have joined our movement, tens of thousands of people who have created their written and video testimonials about leaving the Democratic Party. And dare I say that I believe that the 2024 election was the walk-away election. And I'm not just saying that. I'm not just saying that because we walked away with the presidency, and we walked away with the House, and we walked away with the Senate, and we walked away with the popular vote, and we walked away with every swing state in the country, but because massive numbers of minorities walked away from the Democratic Party in 2024 and led us to victory.
Well, you know this guy. Do you have any sentences you want to say about what you do?
Well, I just want to say that my wife, Mercy, just walked in. I think she's doing a great job. Thanks for coming to listen to me. I was told that there's going to be some judges, harsh judges of how I do in this panel, so I'm very nervous right now about what the scores are going to be. In my household, you have to do a good job where I have 6 women who kind of let you know you don't do so good. But and all my kids, almost every one of my kids is here today. So if you see them, you know, be careful because they're good staffers, I want you to know. Okay, so let me just give you a quick overview at CPAC. You guys are all very generous to us and to many other conservative groups. CPAC has, I think, a big role to play there, but Brandon's group has a big role to play there. I bet you have Michigan groups that have a big role to play there. The one thing as a conservative community, by the way, I'm preaching to myself right now. The one thing as a conservative community, which I think is the pro-America community, I'm not so sure conservative is even a word we have to use right now. We just believe in America and America's values. That we got to partner together really, really well if we're going to beat the bad guys, if we're going to beat the commies. So this is a little bit to myself. I get competitive. I think, well, that's a CPAC thing. CPAC did that. And we're doing a good job as an organization because all of you are helping us. But we all have to work together. And I have to say, to begin my comments, I think we ought to give a rousing applause to having an RNC chairman who was uber competent and did a great job in Michael Whatley. Susie Wiles, the campaign manager for Donald Trump, deserves a round of applause for being uber competent, and Chris LaCivita. Let's give them a round of applause. They're all friends of mine. They're all people I've worked with for a long time. Whatley and LaCivita, I don't even want to tell you how many decades it's been. It's a lot of decades. There's a lot of snow on the roof now, I know that. I have to comb it every morning, once a day. But beyond that, these entities, the campaign and the RNC, can only do so much. You got to have outside groups. You got to have nonprofits that will do a lot.
Right.
And I just want you to know, from a CPAC perspective, I have some of my board members here who helped me think this through. We tried to do what others weren't doing.
Right.
It was because the RNC was so competent and the campaign was so competent that I knew that they would do their pieces competently. And that's not always the case in politics. Sometimes they're not doing it competently, and then you're scared to death because you got to fill in. They did their job competently. And then we saw the seams, right? We saw the openings that we could spend time on. And for CPAC, we decided to focus on a couple things. We helped you in Michigan with Rick's direction. Right. Because we thought Michigan could be turned red. Are you here from Michigan, anyone? Wasn't that awesome? It happened. And it didn't. And funny, when you look for the openings and the seams, it takes less revenue, because nobody's playing. And so you play with smaller amounts of money. We still spent millions of dollars on this project. Mercy led the way on the Hispanic outreach. There, believe it or not, there was a lot of openings there. Thank you, sweetheart, for your great work and your voice on those things. And then we did something else. By the way, we believe that they cheat. I'm sorry if it's controversial. I'm never gonna stop saying it. I'm sorry if I keep getting canceled. I believe they cheat. We think, as a board, at CPAC, we think that if we expose their cheating, put cameras on their cheating, have people watching and reporting on their cheating, writing letters to state officials about how they plan to cheat, that stops a lot of the cheating. And I believe that's what happened this time. And we did plenty of that.
Well, Matt, here's a question, though. We heard a lot about banking the vote, right, in this last election. And the other thing about this last election that I'd like each of you to speak to is that, you know, we had Donald Trump. We're not going to have Donald Trump. Probably, well, I don't know, maybe we will. After yesterday, maybe we will have Donald Trump. But unless we change the Constitution.
We had one George Washington, and I think there's one Donald Trump.
I think there's one Donald Trump. But the question is, you know, we hear this message all the time of bank the vote, as if that was the only thing that needed to be done in this last election. What do you all see on the horizon as we look forward into the midterms and, of course, into the next election that we need to be preparing for already, at least in our minds?
Yeah, look, there is a culture shift that we saw on the ground in Michigan. Look, we're talking about precincts where Arab Americans are a majority in the Detroit metro area, that Joe Biden, you know, won by over 80% in 2020, that Kamala lost by over 10% this time around. That is a sea change. You know, I mean, Kamala Harris was going around campaigning with Liz Cheney. You know what we did? We spent just, you know, a few $1,000s, put up a few billboards of just a picture of Kamala looking into the eyes of Liz Cheney, and we put, you know, war. You know, this is the war candidate. Ours is the peace candidate. Those are the simple messages that resonate with immigrant communities, with second-generation communities. These communities that had never, these were deep blue precincts that had flipped red from Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck, Yemeni Americans, Chaldeans, the Bangladeshi communities, both Muslim and Christians. This is historic what is happening here, and we have a real moment to build on flipping Michigan and that what I call a cultural sea change that President Trump inaugurated. And I think we have a tremendous opportunity to build on that victory in places like Michigan.
And Matt, you're so right in what you said a minute ago. When I started Walkway back in 2018, 2019, what I wanted to do is fill in what I call some of the holes and where I felt like the Republican Party needed extra help. One of those was doing outreach to minority communities. I didn't see enough of it, and a lot of it wasn't, you know, truly effective. So we got on the road back in 2018, 2019, and haven't stopped talking to the Black community, the Hispanic community, the LGBT community, Asians, Muslims. And what we saw in 2024, I think after all these years of efforts and you know, many other groups doing amazing work, is the Black community shifted 3% to the right. The Asian community, 5% shifted to the right. The youth vote, 7% to the right. The American Indian, 10% shift to the right. In the Hispanic community, 20% shift to the right in 2024 from 2020, which I think is absolutely astounding. And
legacy media, Brandon, is not reporting some of those numbers that you're talking about.
Well, they don't want people to know.
Yeah.
You know, and they want to try to keep convincing people that the Republican Party is the same old Republican Party they've been able to malign as being racist and bigoted and not welcoming to minorities, when in fact, we are the new America First Republican Party, which is a big, diverse tent of diverse intellectual ideas and diverse people of all backgrounds.
And really, the Republican Party long has been the true big tent, but the media would really like to keep that a secret from the voting electorate. One of the things that you did that I think is so fascinating is, you know, you always hear you've got to go into the communities, and I know CPAC supported you. You went right into those communities, and probably no one had ever been there to ask them for their vote before.
No.
Yeah.
In many instances, we held dozens of town halls, anywhere from 20 people to 200 people, and, you know, Ambassador Grinnell, God bless him, was talking to everybody.
He didn't leave Michigan.
Yeah.
He just stayed in Michigan. He worked his rear off. It was amazing to watch the posts. And you guys didn't do it in a way to get a bunch of attention.
Yes.
You did it quietly.
Yeah. People thought we were crazy. When we started early on, they're like, why are you reaching out to them? You know, why are you reaching out to a community that was in the deep blue precincts that never voted Republican, let alone for President Trump? You know, but, you know, Ambassador Grinnell led the way. Leadership, you know, matters. Look, and these were conversations that were difficult conversations. You know, Kamala Harris didn't want to meet with the Arab Americans, the Muslim Americans, because she was afraid of tough questions. But our guy, you know, Rick sat in there, a lot of this conversation, they were respectful conversations, but they were tough conversations. And that is the difference when you have a paternalistic Democratic Party, far left, that doesn't want to treat minority groups that are American at heart, that are pro-America. They've immigrated here. They sacrificed so much for their families and for their children. I'll give you an anecdote. We did a 20-second ad called The Daughter of Dearborn that went viral in Michigan. It was a lady by the name of Sam Lukman. She was a Yemeni American, a daughter of immigrants, a single mother, was a progressive activist, and was looking into the camera telling her community to vote for Donald Trump because he is the candidate for peace, as he has proven to be. And that is I mean, we've never seen anything like it. It was absolutely historic. People thought we were crazy for even trying, but we proved them wrong.
And Gina, you hit the nail on the head with what you said a moment ago about, a lot of these communities haven't even been talked to, and if just a small amount of outreach can make such a difference. When we look at 2025, okay, so 2025, there's two very big races that we have coming up. There's a governor's race in Virginia and a governor's race in New Jersey, right? Yeah, but you guys listen to me, because...
Aaron, can we win New Jersey? Okay. Yes. Elizabeth, we can win, okay.
Yeah, but hear me out here, because there's two key philosophies that I'm asking people to embrace going into this year and every year forward. Number one, that every year is an election year. We can no longer just get involved every 2 years or every 4 years for a couple of weeks before the election. And number two, every election is a national election. What do I mean by that? Well, we saw in 2020 how just a few governors in a few states with the stroke of a pen changed their voter laws by executive order, which cost us the 2020 election overall. So it does matter in every state who the governors are. We have to get involved in all of this. Now, when we talk about communities that people are not connecting with, it doesn't just go by, the color of people's skin or their religion. Here's in New Jersey, convicted felons are allowed to vote in New Jersey. Well, guess what? The Democratic Party, who has spent decades screaming about criminal justice reform, when they decided to go after Donald Trump and decided to go after the J6ers, the Democratic Party decided that there's nothing worse in the world than being a convicted felon and that they're the scum of the earth. I am going into New Jersey all of this year. I'm going to be speaking in prisons. I am going to be speaking to ex-convicts groups. And my message is very simple. Which political party is demonizing convicted felons, and which political party just elected one to be president of the United States?
That's awesome. I love that. Matt, here's a quick question for you.
I like these guys talking, Gina. I think they're making a lot of sense.
Well, but I want you to address something, because you talked about looking out there at the landscape in your own states and seeing what no one else is doing, seeing the message that no one else is thinking or the action that no one else is taking. You did that in this last election. Just talk briefly about that.
Yeah, so, I worked on presidential campaigns. Mercy and I met in a White House. Like, we've been doing national politics. I mean, I'm kind of feel like I'm at an AA program here, because I'm like, I'm sorry to all of you that I've been involved in politics my whole entire life. It's the only thing I've ever done. But a part of that is, even when you're dim-witted, you can learn some things. And what you learn is that everybody's a genius when you win an election. So we're all geniuses. Everything we did was fantastic because we won, and that's not honest.
No.
Some of the things were difference makers, and some of the things weren't. When you lose, everyone's an idiot, and everything you did was stupid, and that's not honest either. So you have to really look at things in a clear-eyed way. I would say there's a couple things I've been doing this job a while, and there's a couple things I'm actually proud of, even though they say that's a vice, right? Pride. But there are a couple things I'm proud of. One of the things I'm most proud of is, back to Brandon's comments and your comments too, the first group, and we do this together, we're a community. The first group to invite RFK to speak was who? It was CPAC.
CPAC.
CPAC invited RFK. I got yelled at by everybody. What an idiot you are. He's a liberal. He's running against Trump. He's gonna hurt Trump. I was like, I don't know. I'm reading about these assassinations. I think he's got a real finger on the pulse of this deep state thing. And by the way, I don't know about if any of you've noticed, but I think I eat too many Snickers bars sometimes, and I don't think our food thing is working so good. And I go to all these other countries. I go to Hungary and Brazil and all these countries, and they all look so much better than the rest of us in America, who are a little porky and a little eating our processed food. So he might be right about this. So we let him come, and he spoke about this, and he hit it out of the park. Now he's in Trump's cabinet, okay? Do you know who was the first group to invite Tulsi Gabbard to speak on the right? CPAC. She headlined our Reagan dinner. Any of you who were in this room who were there that night who yelled at me, None of you. You didn't yell at me, Karen. But it worked out. But some of you said to me, what the hell are you doing? I was like, I don't really know, but we're going to give her a shot because the Democratic Party is literally kicking her out of it. And she just ran for president. And they say she's a Russian agent. Well, they say Trump's a Russian agent, so I really might like her if I get to know her. And she did a spectacular job. Yeah. By the way, you know who else we took a chance on, who everyone said it was wrong to do? Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah.
Came to CPAC.
Yeah.
Look at what National Review said when we invited Donald Trump to CPAC.
How many of you were there that year? How many of you were there? That's cool.
I was there. You were there, Kimberly. We're getting old. But talk about pearl clutching to invite Donald Trump, who wasn't a registered Republican and, you know, said some bombastic things. It was the right thing to do. So we're going to keep doing that.
Yeah.
We're going to keep having non-traditional, you might say, whatever, people be a part of our program. And sometimes they'll say things that maybe some of us don't like. But along this process, we're going to rediscover something as a country. The right to speak your mind, the right to not be canceled, and the right to learn and think a little bit out loud. And if we can allow that to be something that's acceptable again, I think we're going to self-correct as a country. So I'm proud that we played a role in that. So the answer to your question is, in politics, one of the first things we're going to do is we're going to say to Americans out there who can legally vote once, we're going to tell them, if you feel comfortable with a little bit about what you're hearing, for instance, in this conversation, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Matt,
you're welcome.
Matt, could I say to you, too, to your point about, you know, taking risks and inviting non-traditional people, people are very aware of what I've gone through for the last 4 years.
Which was wrong.
Thank you. But I want you guys to know that in 2022, very shortly after I got off of house arrest, and certainly when the national conversation regarding January 6th was still extremely negative, I got a phone call from Matt Schlapp in early 2022, and his exact words to me were, Brandon, don't think that your friends have forgotten about you. He said, I want you to come and speak at CPAC in 2022. And he invited me to speak in 2022 and 2023 and 2024 and gave me a stage and a platform to talk about my January 6th experience and to even erect a prison cell at January 6th to do a demonstration to draw attention to what the J6ers were going through. So I want to thank you for your consistent support of the January 6th community all this time.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, we are almost out of time. Do you have any final words? Because we want to leave.
Hey, no, first, Gina, can we say thank you for Michigan?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for believing in us. Thank you for believing in us when not many people believed in our mission. The Muslim Americans, Arab Americans love President Trump. They love the message for peace, the peace that the president has already delivered. And this is a community that's growing, and you're going to see a lot more of them voting Republican.
All right.
Awesome.
Let's do it. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Gina, and thanks for being here with Real America Voice. Have you all gone down to CPAC Central and seen their big Mac Daddy television set down there? It's a little boisterous and loud, but I kind of love it.
It's fun. And every single morning, 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time, American Sunrise would love to have you in our morning show audience. We do a fun but tight show, and we have well, we haven't had you on yet, but we'll have to do it. But we have these guys on all the time, and love to have your input and participation. Thank you all so much for a great CPAC.
We find ourselves in a pivotal moment where the call for unity, freedom, and a better future echoes louder than ever. For more than 10 years, Patriot Mobile has been committed to supporting the values that make our nation great. With affordable plans and reliable nationwide coverage on all 3 of the major networks, Patriot Mobile is not just a wireless service, it's a call to action for those who believe in the American dream. Choose a wireless carrier that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed the ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
Thank you, President Trump, for standing up for America's families. With the stroke of a pen, President Trump is shutting down radical gender ideology and racist indoctrination in our schools, protecting children from dangerous, irreversible transgender surgeries, defending the truth that there are only two genders and saving women's sports. They'll do anything to stop President Trump, but he's not backing down, and neither are we.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, the Great Expansion, a new energy economy. Please welcome CEO Curio 55, Ed McGuinness, Governor of Alaska, Mike Dunleavy, and founder and executive director of Power the Future, Daniel Turner.
I'm here.
Oh, you're here?
Oh, wait. There we go. Am I there?
You're like, Governor, you're in the middle.
It's like
we've got
a dating game.
Great to be with you. Hello, CPAC, and thanks for joining us on this panel about energy. An expression I say often, energy is everything. First thing you did this morning when you woke up required energy. You probably turned off your alarm, you took a hot shower, you looked at your phone to see what President Trump did during the night, you brewed some coffee, and the very last thing you will do tonight before you go to bed requires energy. Turn off the light, set your alarm. Energy is everything. And as President Trump says, if we're going to enter into this golden age of America, we are only going to do so with affordable, reliable, abundant American energy. So it's great to have a panel to talk about this with two gentlemen who don't just love energy, but because of that, they love humanity. I'm with Governor Mike Dunleavy, the 12th governor of the great state of Alaska.
Thank you.
And Ed McGuinness, who's the CEO of Curio, one of the most innovative nuclear companies in the country and in the world. And we're going to talk about energy. And Governor, if you don't mind, I'm going to start with you. So January 20th, plethora of executive orders. And yet Alaska got its own. Pretty remarkable. The first state to ever get its own executive order. Why was this necessary for Alaska? What happened?
Well, President Trump, for many reasons, has always had an affinity for Alaska, even in his first term, but he sees us as a solution to many of America's problems. As many people know, Alaska was purchased from Russia in 1867 because of its resources. Vast amounts of oil, vast amounts of gas, vast amounts of minerals, 49 of the 50 rare earths, millions of acres of trees, fish, the list goes on and on and on. And we've had a difficult past with some administrations. President Trump came on the scene, understood its importance to the world, the U.S. and the world. And when he came back here on November 5th, I got to tell you, November 5th, I don't know about you, but it was like Christmas for me, and I'm 63 years old. So, I mean, I was hopping all over the place. But long story short, a lot of the issues that could help America are in Alaska. So they put together an executive order on mining, oil, gas, different oil plays, different gas projects. I mean, one of the largest projects in the world that we're working on right now is our gas project, which would have gas go down a 42-inch line, 800 miles, and then to Tidewater for Asia and our Asian allies. And so he sees that as a critical link in what he wants to do. And boy, he's moving at breakneck speed. I mean, just like you said, Daniel, you wake up in the morning, it's like, what happened today?
Yeah, it's remarkable. And everything we need in the energy space is in Alaska.
Yes.
And to open that up to America is great. Ed, there's a line on your website, on Curio's website, which I love, and it says, energy access promotes human rights. And I wanted to ask you to talk about that and elaborate on it. What does abundant energy mean for human rights, just for humanity, and how Curio can help solve that?
First of all, I want to say what a great time in history to be an American. And I just want to say that. Also, what a great time. I'm in the energy business. What a great time to be in the energy sector. We have a country now that is #1 in producing oil and gas, and we need to do the same thing for our other key energy sectors, including nuclear. And as Daniel said, we need affordable, robust, reliable electricity that is accessible to all. We need that fuel to drive this agenda for this country, realizing the full abundance of energy resources we have in this country. The days of taking highly valuable material, whether it's oil and gas, with the shale revolution, the way we've shown how we can tap that, or nuclear, where we're throwing away perfectly good, highly valuable nuclear fuel just because of international government policies. The day to start maximizing our energy resources in the United States is now, and we need to reshore our nuclear infrastructure just the way the oil and gas industry brought themselves back from the days of the 70s with a slow decline, the supposed peak oil, and then industry came in and innovated and found a way to tap through in that shale through directional drilling, through hydraulic fracturing. Now we are the #1 producer in both oil and gas. We can do the same for nuclear, but I can assure you right now, Russia and China are eating our lunch internationally on nuclear, and the implications go beyond civilian. It's time for this country to really snap out of it and whip our nuclear infrastructure and fuel cycle back into shape.
Back into shape. You know, we just finished 4 years of Scranton Joe. And you are Scranton Mike, if I can call you that. You're from Scranton originally.
I'm the other guy.
You're the other Scranton guy. But you both look at energy, and it comes to blue-collar jobs, working Americans. You see it very differently. Why is our vision, the conservative vision, why is your vision, especially for Alaska, so much radically different than Joe Biden's?
Because I think President Biden seriously was hijacked by extreme environmentalists in his term. We both grew up in Scranton. We heated with coal when I was a kid. We took out the ashes. We had anthracite coal. Anthracite coal was Scranton was the anthracite coal capital of the world, built this country. But we were not rich, and that's the thing about energy. You know, in Alaska, we build policies for the single mom with 3 kids, and that includes energy and accessibility energy. But I don't know what happened there with President Biden. There was a time I think he was pro-energy, but again, I believe he was hijacked. And the past 4 years for Alaska has been nothing but brutal. I mean, executive order after executive order. We had 66 to 68 what we call sanctions put against Alaska by our own federal government. Those were more actions, more sanctions put against us than put against Iran or Venezuela. So in essence, our own federal government, our own federal agencies were at war with the state. The very state that was brought into the Union in 1867, purchased from Russia for our resources and our energy potential. And so, again, I believe President Biden was hijacked by the environmentalists. There was a social engineering program that was foisted on the backs of this country. And boy, oh boy, I guess the sun rose again on November 5th. That's all I can tell you. It's like Christmas every day now.
Absolutely. You know, and Ed, you were just saying how Russia is eating our lunch when it comes to nuclear. And one of the things that President Trump talks a lot about is artificial intelligence. Signed an executive order on it. And projections say that we need 2 to 3 times the amount of electricity production to win the AI revolution. What's the role you see of nuclear so that China doesn't eat our lunch when it comes to artificial intelligence?
Absolutely, we have a key role. That's why you see some of the big tech companies now investing in nuclear. We want to complement what oil and gas is bringing to the table. And our nuclear power systems can provide what we call behind-the-meter power dedicated for these data centers. And what that does is it helps prevent the inadvertent increase on the residents in the states where those AI data centers are going to be, and it helps insulate them from the potential of having escalating electricity prices because of these big data centers coming in and needing a large portion of power. So dedicated nuclear with a sustainable approach of recycling all that so-called nuclear waste. Most people in in the United States don't realize that nuclear fuel, when we spend hundreds of millions of dollars producing that fuel, mining the uranium, it runs in a reactor for about 5 years. Government policy has been in the past to try and throw it away. How many people realize that after it's run in a reactor for 5 years, you've only used about 4% of the energy value? You have enough energy value left in that used nuclear fuel to meet US electricity needs for 150 years. So we need to stop throwing away this material. It's like buying a beautiful Cadillac Escalade and driving it for a month and then throwing it away. I don't think those would like that.
No.
So I think that we need to be common sense again, and we have to maximize our natural resources, recycle this material, and Russia recycles, and they end up dominating the fuel supply market in isotopes. So I'm confident that if we get the nuclear sector on a good footing, like oil and gas, and we can do it, they will be able to respond to the AI data centers and increased demands on our finite grid.
And government policy has driven a lot of these problems. And
it
government
is primarily a function of government policy, nonsensical, and policy that's not looking out for the residents but of the states, but really focus on international issues having nothing to do with the benefit of the
bad government policy has ruined a lot of rural America, and that's why I started Power the Future, for those energy jobs, coal miners in Appalachia, rural energy jobs where bad government policy, radical green policy comes in and destroys their livelihoods in their towns. And Alaska has a lot of rural folks, and what do energy jobs mean to rural Alaskans?
It means everything. In Alaska, most of our energy plays and our mining plays are in the rural parts of the state where our indigenous people live. My wife is an Eskimo lady from north of the Arctic Circle. My 3 daughters work in the largest lead zinc mine in the world at Red Dog Mine, an engineer, logistics officer, and a buyer. So when you close down an energy play or a mining play in Alaska, what happens? Those people don't get the opportunity to work. The local areas don't get the revenue. You offshore that to someplace like China. You embolden child labor, you embolden dictatorships, you embolden really wrecking the environment, and America loses. We offshore everything, all opportunities. In Alaska, this is an interesting stat. Since oil production began on the North Slope, our Inupiaq Eskimo folks on the North Slope where the oil comes from, their life expectancy has increased by 14 years in research that's been done. That is the greatest increase in life expectancy of any group in the United States of America, and that was due to oil production because they could then finance clinics, better runways, better schools, doctors, you name it. And so resource development, oil production isn't just good for us, it's good for everybody, and it's good for the entire world, to be honest with you.
Yeah. And it's good for those jobs in rural communities that don't have alternatives.
Absolutely.
As we run out of time, Ed, a final thought that you think our audience, I mean, these are the people that get stuff done, right? If you want to leave a message with this audience, this group of patriots, what should they know about nuclear going forward?
Nuclear is in a position to help us truly achieve energy dominance in the United States and globally. Just like oil and gas, nuclear is not just a domestic issue. When we develop our own independent capability in the nuclear sector, that has global implications. Right now, shockingly, we have almost all of our nuclear fuel provided by foreign suppliers.
Which is insanity.
Russia still, to this day, provides well over 20% of our nuclear fuel. We need to rebuild our domestic nuclear sector, and we know how to do it, and it's time now. And with this president, in this unique moment in history, we're gonna do it.
And how much of these materials can be found in Alaska? Same deal, Governor. A final word for this great audience of what your state can do for the country, for the world, for peace.
So much more. I mean, we have uranium finds in Alaska that we can commercialize and assist with the industry. We have, as I mentioned, oil, gas, you name it, all of the critical minerals, all of the rare earths that we need to make sure that we have our technological approach not offshore anymore, but kept here in America. And I would say this, I want to leave the audience with this thought. You know, George Washington founded this country. Abraham Lincoln saved this country. I think history is going to show that Donald Trump will be the most transformational president we've ever had. And the next 4 years are going to be a golden opportunity for the United States of America.
Yeah. It really is. We don't need to buy oil from Venezuela or Iran. We don't need to buy it from the Saudis. We don't need to get critical nuclear materials from the Russians. We don't need to look to the Chinese for our cobalt, for our uranium, for our nickel, or so many of the rare earths and metals and minerals that are found in Alaska. We are entering this golden age of America. It's going to be remarkable. I marvel to think, with these last couple seconds to say, I marvel to think if we were here, but November had gone differently. The freak show of cabinet members we'd be talking about, the executive orders towards us, punishing you for just trying to bring Americans abundant energy.
Yes, the entire nation would have entered, I think, a dark period of time. And really think about it, it would have been just 4 years, because if there was a re-election, we would have 8 years of this, and we probably would have never gotten out of it. So thank God the election went the way
Thank God for November.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and thank God for our energy workers who are right now working in oil, gas, coal, and nuclear. They're powering everything. Energy is everything. And again, the last thing you'll do at the end of the day requires energy. And God bless the men and women who work in this sector tirelessly, that they have an advocate in President Trump, and they have an advocate in and a champion in these two great men as well. So thank you very much, and God bless. Thank you, sirs.
Secretary of State of Ohio, Frank LaRose, and Vice Chair, Center for Election Integrity, America First Policy Institute, Hogan Gidley.
Alrighty. Guys, how you doing? Sir. Good to see you. Hey, CPAC. How's everybody doing? Now, you know why they have us three up here is because they wanted to do a dry run for when Trump gets here and the raucous crowd. So we're basically exactly how it's going to be when Trump is here, just so everyone's clear. Guys, what a huge, huge, massive victory we had in this past election. Now, you can clap for that. I still can't believe it sometimes when I look up and I see Donald Trump in the Oval, and it just still means so much to me. I know it means so much to you guys because you're the ones who got him there. Yeah. You're the ones who did the work. You're the ones who went to the neighbors and explained to them why our policies made their lives better and how Joe Biden had been kicking us in the teeth if they didn't feel it already, for heaven's sakes. But at Palm Beach, election night, I'm down there doing all the media stuff, and Trump's about to come up, and one reporter comes by me and he says, "So what do you think? This is kind of like 2016 vibes, right?" I was like, "Are you insane? 2016? I was like, "Yeah, he beat Hillary Clinton. No one thought that was going to happen." But since then, the indictments, the mugshot, raiding his home, going through his wife's underwear drawer, for heaven's sakes, trying to get rid of his, his businesses, going after his friends, his family, his coworkers, his colleagues. Not one, but two assassination attempts. Not one, but two opponents, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. It's not even close to how it was in 2016. Also, he wins all the swing states, and he wins the popular vote. I mean, no one saw that coming. Yeah. And on election night, I don't know about you guys, but I was still really, really nervous. As those results were coming in, even after they called Pennsylvania, I'm like, we're still too short. I'm freaking out here. But I knew the work put in by so many governors and secretaries of state, attorneys general across this country to make it too big to rig, to make it easy to vote but hard to cheat, was going to hold. And the two men next to me were instrumental in making sure the vote was legitimate. And North Carolina led the way in 2020, holding steady. We know we got the North Carolina ladies somewhere, I'm sure they're there. So Trump gave you a big directive on trying to make what you did in North Carolina a thing all over the country. Talk a little bit about what you were able to accomplish, what you saw from 2020, how you fixed it, and how we're going to keep it that way moving forward.
Look, for you to win in a battleground state or a battleground district, you need 3 things. You need a great candidate, run a great campaign. Check. You got to get out the vote. Check. You have to protect the ballot. You have to protect the ballot. So what we wanted to do is set up a program. We had 3 real components. Number 1, you have to have the right rules of the road in place before the voting starts. Only American citizens can vote. You have to have a voter ID. States need to clean up their voter rolls, and you've got to have basic protections for your mail-in ballots. Has to happen before voting starts. And then second, you have to be in the room. You have got to be in the room with poll workers, with poll observers, and with attorneys. So we set out to build the largest election integrity program in the history of the country, the first time we've ever done it nationally. We recruited tens of thousands of poll workers. We recruited 6,500 attorneys, 230,000 volunteers. And in every single one of our battleground states and districts, we were in the room every single time a vote was cast or a vote was counted. And third, you have to talk about this. You have to go out and you have to communicate to all of the voters that you are going to be protecting the ballot. Because we had 5% of Republican voters said we are way less likely to go vote because we think that cheating is going to cancel out our vote. If we had 5% of the voters in Arizona stay home, we lose. If we have 5% of Republican voters in Pennsylvania stay home, we lose. Right? So we had to make sure that they understood. The flip side, and this is where Laura Trump, by the way, what a great job Laura Trump did, was make it clear in every single conversation, if you cheat, we will find you and we will prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. And so we were able to communicate very effectively all across the country. In fact, Laura and I we edited up over 1,000 TV and radio hits on election integrity alone all across the country. That's the program that we needed to have in place so that we could get there. And I have to say, one of the best things that we saw across this country was in red states and in battleground states where we had Republican governors, Republican secretaries of state, Republicans in the legislature. We were able to work with them to get those rules of the road the right way. Nobody was better across the country at working with us than Frank LaRose from Ohio.
No question. Now, thank you. He told me backstage I could call him Frank, but he said you have to call him Secretary the whole time.
That's not true. Absolutely.
So, Frank, you and I talked right after 2020. We had a meeting about this very topic, and you were talking about even though we had won Ohio and it was really trending solidly red at this point, you still saw some problems. And as we know, doing things in a state kind of becomes the blueprint for other states. So you've led the way on some of the things in Ohio. Talk about what you found and how you worked to fix it there.
Yeah, Ohio's emerged as a gold standard, but we don't rest on our laurels, right? And first of all, Chairman Whatley and his team, they knew the assignment and they succeeded at it. But in states across the country, we need to be working on list maintenance. That's like hygiene, like brushing your teeth. You do it every day. We remove dead people from the voter rolls on a monthly basis. That shouldn't be controversial, right? We make sure that only citizens are registered to vote in our state. I testified in front of Congress last year, and a couple of the Democrats said, all right, LaRose, there's no such thing as non-citizens on the voter rolls. I said, how do you explain the 700 that I caught in the last couple months? Well, guess what? In Ohio, we catch them, we refer them for prosecution. We make sure that our voter rolls are accurate. We also fight, not settle, these last-minute lawsuits. When the radical left comes suing us weeks before the election, they have bad intentions. We don't settle those lawsuits, we fight them. This year alone, last year rather, I was 7-0 against this creep named Mark Elias. We beat him when he tried to change the election laws in Ohio. And here's something else we do. We had to have smart policies for these things called drop boxes. Now listen, I'm not a fan of drop boxes, but my job in the executive branch is to carry out the law. Our state legislature makes those available at our county boards of elections, but I put them under video surveillance 24/7, and they're webcast. Anybody can go watch those. We made sure that they were emptied multiple times a day. And I also put rules in place that said you can only return your own ballot to the drop box. If you're returning somebody else's ballot, like a disabled person, which the law allows, or a family member, you got to bring it inside. We're doing this to prevent ballot harvesting, and that's the biggest danger with drop boxes.
No question, no question. Again, great work over there. Chairman, with the Democrat Party, we are very aware of the fact that to them, their God is government. They do this nonstop from sunup to sundown, Monday through Sunday. It's not just in election years like Republicans used to do, it's all the time. So they are preparing, scheming, plotting for this midterm as well. As Frank said, we don't want to rest on our laurels. We want to be prepared for the new wave of problems we could face at the ballot box. So what is the RNC doing to kind of get out ahead of the next the next big election, rather, but all the other little things that could come up?
Look, I think the first thing is that when Laura and I came in March, we had 8 months till Election Day to build a national program for the first time ever. And we really focused on the 7 battleground states. We played a lot in New York and California because of the congressional seats. And then we were working, you know, in Virginia and Minnesota and New Hampshire in case they got traction, right? But now we have 2 years. Now we have time to build this out and truly into a national fashion. We filed 175 lawsuits last year across the country to get those laws in place up front. Now we have the opportunity to go into every state and make sure that every single state is going to have the right rules of the road. We also have a chance to work with Congress. You know, Brian Stile, who's the chair of the House committee that takes care of election integrity, Ron Johnson is the Senate committee chair, are doing great work. We're going to work with them to make sure that we have national laws that are going to be implemented, right? Right now, it's illegal in every state. It's a federal law that only American citizens can vote. And every single state has got to clean up their voter rolls every day, right? Why do we not have a federal law that says you have to have voter ID? I think we should. Right? There are other things that we need to put in place right now through Congress, and we're going to take this time to work with Congress, the governors, and the states to make it even stronger.
It's so important. And you know, guys, when we first started looking at election integrity, you and I did years ago, we both did, one of the things that was shocking to me as we were polling this data and information and trying to find out what people liked about election integrity laws, we had, you know, 87% of people wanted photo identification, not voter identification, but photo identification. They wanted, 84% wanted ballots being returned to election officials by election day. All of these things were happening. But I said, you know what I want you to do? I want you to poll the number of Americans who believe only Americans should vote in American elections. Now, I thought that would be 90% easy. 3 years ago, it was 60%. And I went to the pollster and I said, that is so not true. Did you phrase it right? And he goes, no, I phrased it right. And he said, the difference is about 30 to 40% of America want open borders. And I thought, well, that's weird. In 2 years, after we had governors who said, you know what? You want illegal aliens? You want sanctuary cities? Fine, you got them. After those same people that were polled that said we want open borders got a taste of what it was like to have your communities flooded with people who don't have the right to be here, who are taking, you know, your resources from your schools, from your hospitals, from your first responders, et cetera, they said, you know what, maybe only Americans should vote in American elections. And that number went from 60 to 92% in just a few short years. That shows you how much the policy matters. And as you're talking about doing some stuff from the federal level, I think that's important because we still, as a party, we believe in federalism, because what works in Mississippi may not work in Montana or Maine or Massachusetts, but there are some common denominators there that you're talking about, that now we have the House, now we have the Senate, and Lord knows we got the White House at this point.
Yep.
We need to work together to make sure that happens. And Frank, before I get to you here, understand to me what's vital. Donald Trump has done something here I think is so important. All of his cabinet secretaries, which, let's be honest, what an all-star team he's got, they're not only well-suited and well-experienced to do the job that they've been asked to do, they're also good on television. And that matters because we have to continue to sell what we're doing to the American people. We have a history of just passing something and then going, the people get it. It's fine. They'll figure it out. No, 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 no. We have to pass it and remind them every day why it's so important and why what we're doing makes their lives better regardless of race, religion, color, or creed. And he's got the right team to do it. And with you, Frank, in Ohio, you already got, there's some Ohio. I hear. There you go. There you go. Knowing where the landscape is nationally, knowing what you're doing, talk about some of the things you're doing with other states, though, that at the state level, as you built out the blueprint and you kind of showed them the way, who you're working with, what you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, so I just finished a year as the chairman of the Republican Secretaries of State organization. So working with my fellow Republican Secretaries of State across the country, I'm helping them see some of the things that we've learned the hard way in Ohio. Ohio and Florida have sort of been in the national spotlight for 25 years, right? And so we've learned these lessons. We want to help apply those in other states. One of these examples, by the way, is not allowing foreign nationals to fund campaigns in your state. By the way, this is happening. Issue campaigns. We prohibited that in Ohio. It's hard to enforce, but I've got an investigative division that works to do this. I testified in the Kansas state legislature last week, and they just passed a bill saying that only American citizens can donate money to a campaign. That's just one example. But here's something else, and that's a great thing. The great thing about CPAC is it's a gathering of conservatives from all over the country, and we can get on message about how we talk about these things. So here's a couple things to think about. Let's put this idea to rest that somehow Republicans want to suppress the vote. It is utter nonsense. The left accuses me of wanting to suppress the vote. If that's my objective, I stink at it because we've had massive turnout in Ohio, and guess what? Republicans have won in record-breaking elections. We don't want to suppress, but we do want to make sure it's honest, and integrity drives participation. People are more likely to vote in an election when they know it's honest. Here's something else on citizenship. Ask a group of new Americans, people that have worked hard to earn their citizenship, have stood there and taken the oath and raised their right hand. Ask them if we should callously give away something that they worked so hard to earn. Those new American immigrants would tell you, protect citizenship, make sure that only citizens vote, and so don't let the left get away for a moment in saying that it is racist to say that only American citizens should vote in our elections. Right. Nonsense.
That's right, absolutely. And as we kind of come up on the close of this panel, I'm going to put you on the spot, Whatley. If you could do one election integrity piece, either at the state or federal level, that you think would make the most difference in making sure that the trust and faith and confidence in our elections either returns or retains, either way, what would that be?
I think a national voter ID is absolutely going to be essential. You know, and what I really appreciate is that Donald Trump is the first president, he's the first candidate who really truly made election integrity a core function of the campaign. You know, I had breakfast with him right when I became the chair, and he said, all right, Michael, what's the plan? How are we going to win? And I said, we're going to do two things, only two things. We're going to get out the vote, and we're going to protect the ballot. And we talked a lot about what that was going to look like. And as we got up to leave, he said, I'll tell you what, Michael, how about I get out the vote and you protect the ballot? Our mandate across this entire country as a Republican Party is election integrity. And I'd like to just ask, how many people here worked on an election integrity program, made a phone call, knocked on a door, or served as a poll worker? Awesome. Give yourselves a round of applause. As we go into this next election cycle in 2026, it is going to be absolutely critical that we do not walk away from this program that we put in place over the last election cycle. We absolutely have to build on it. And when everybody in this room and everybody watching all across the country says, yes, you know what, I'm going to go participate. I'm going to do a 4-hour shift or an 8-hour shift or work an entire day in the polls to make sure that we're there in the room, then we are truly going to be able to keep all of our ballots protected.
No question, and he's right, guys. And it's something we say in the South a lot, which is if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. You got to be in the rooms, folks. You got to do the work. And just because we won this time does not mean we'll win next time. Donald Trump is the single biggest driver of voter turnout I have ever seen in my 25 years in politics. It's going to be difficult, if not impossible, to duplicate that without each of you getting engaged and staying engaged. Last question, same to you.
Yeah.
One thing you would do differently or something that in Ohio fixed things?
If you don't have a Republican Secretary of State in your state, make sure to work hard in 26 to elect one.
That's right.
And then hold them accountable to actually do list maintenance. It's hard work. We have to work every day to take non-citizens off the voter rolls, to take dead people off the voter rolls, to make sure when people move out of our states, they're taken off the voter rolls. That's probably the most important thing your Secretary of State does on a daily basis.
No question. Well, thank you guys very much. Listen, I want to thank Matt and Mercy. I want to thank each of you for being here today, being engaged, being involved. And just real quickly, I don't want to speak for both of you, but you and I have had a chance to travel North Carolina quite a bit, go to a lot of counties, do a lot of Lincoln Day dinners and other things. It always fascinates me what we're able to do in this country that we can't do anywhere else on the planet. This nation affords opportunity like nowhere, and I think everyone understands that, and that's why you're here, and you want to be engaged and involved. And for someone like me, and being born in a small town in North Carolina, of course, and raised in a smaller town in Arkansas, I'm a nobody from nowhere. I shouldn't get to go into a White House. I shouldn't get to know a president or fly on Marine One or be in the Beast or Air Force One or any of those things. But I got to do that every single day for 4 years with Donald Trump in his first term. And it blows my mind when I think about it because, again, I didn't have a last name like Bush or Cheney or Kennedy or Clinton. Thank God it wasn't a Clinton. But you understand, I don't have that blue blood political last name. But I get to do the things I did, and I would go in the White House every day in my office, and you guys know the picture of the West Wing when you have those two Marines standing out front. That window over the right Marine's shoulder is my office. And I got to go into the White House every single day and stand right in front of Donald Trump, right in front of the Resolute desk in the Oval Office and give him advice. Now, he never took a word of it, not a single word. But that's not the point. It's only in this country would someone like me get to give it. And I am confident with the record-setting success Donald Trump had in the first term, the success he's already had in this second term, and your engagement from top to bottom in every room across every state to fight to get this guy reelected like you did, to fight to keep the House, to keep the Senate, that this country is going to remain that shining city on a hill. So thank you very much. Appreciate y'all coming out.
Thanks, everybody.
Robert Fico, four-time Prime Minister of Slovakia, a small, proud country in the heart of Europe. In May last year, an opposition activist tried to assassinate him for his policies. For politics based on the ideals of fight against fascism, for wanting an immediate end to the war in Ukraine, for the return of common sense and the barrier against wokeness, when he endorsed constitutional definition of marriage as the unique union of a man and a woman. For his grasp of reality when he vetoed the compulsory redistribution of illegal migrants among the European Union member states. For pursuing a sovereign Slovak foreign policy to all four cardinal points. For treasuring freedom of speech and rejecting the politics of single correct political opinion. For the first time, Prime Minister of the Slovak Republic is coming to CPAC.
Freedom, sovereignty, prosperity. The Patriots for Europe Foundation is on a mission to make Europe great again. Globalist elites have led Europe into a dead-end street. Violent crime has surged because of mass immigration. The Green Deal has put the future of the European economy at risk. Fake NGOs and the massive bureaucracy in Brussels are interfering in our democracies. Patriots must take action. We bring analysis. We organize debates. We build the network of patriots to challenge the woke narrative head-on. Patriots for Europe Foundation.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal.
He will become the founded a mighty empire.
Founders talked about this providential experiment that God had ordained and intervened at this unique moment in American history.
Most of them believed there were no accidents in history.
Americans of today should regain our bearings, that our nation is no accident.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp with CPAC. You know, we've had a huge problem in this country with election fraud. But at CPAC, that's not a problem. Our only problem is getting each and every one of you to vote. So look at your badge. You have a number on that badge. And get your phone out and vote on all the issues that matter. And my guess is you probably like what Trump's doing as well. And we'll have the results for you very soon.
As I think it was President Reagan said, we're from the government. We're here to help.
I think you all know that I've always felt the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
We're from the government. We're here to help.
Before the cabinet room, you saw Donald Trump's next cabinet make waves at CPAC.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Florida, Congressman Byron Donald.
Has a pretty good ring to it, doesn't it?
Yes, love it.
CPAC, look, it's been an interesting 12 hours for me. A lot of things have been going on. Hi, honey. My wife is here. Hi, honey. I love you. It's good seeing you. I want to tell you a little bit about the last 12 hours, and then we'll talk about the other stuff. But I want to talk to you about the last 12. Oh, thank you so much. I'm in an event and my phone is ringing yesterday, and it was with my good friend out of Kentucky, Andy Barr, and I'm at an event for him in Naples, and my phone is ringing nonstop, and I'm like, what is going on? And I'm trying to pay attention to the event because I'm trying to be a good friend to my colleague from Kentucky, and I get a phone call, and it's from the president. And he talks to me about what he just put out on Truth Social. And I just want to say, Mr. President, thank you. And I will never let you down. But I didn't even have a chance to really digest what was going on, because an hour later, our middle son, he and his team were playing in a regional championship last night. And I got to tell you, as a dad, let's put politics aside for a moment. As a dad, I watched my 17-year-old son play the game of his life. And I mean, I coached him from when he was 3, and he would be mad at me for making him take jumpers and layups. And so every now and again, you might have an argument in the driveway. He wanted to go play. I made him go to work. But last night, watching him really make key plays for his team, it all kind of came full center. So my phone is blowing up, and people in the gym are trying to talk to me about politics, but I'm watching my son just live that moment in time when all the work and all the preparation meets success. And they were down 5 points in the third, and they had to rally back. And then the thing that's iconic in my mind, and I know we're supposed to be talking about politics in the golden age of America and making America great again, but I will tell you, part of the golden age of our nation is the success of our children and our grandchildren. So I'm watching my son, it's 8 seconds on the clock. The place is going berserk. We have a lead. He gets a rebound, and he just starts dribbling down court. And I'm on the side of the baseline that he's dribbling towards. Like, I can't sit in the stands. I gotta stand on the baseline and yell at the referees. Not too loud. Not too loud, not too loud. I'm much more mature these days. My wife is looking at me like, no, you yell. And he's dribbling towards me, and it looks like he's gonna take off and dunk, and he decides not to. He passes it to a teammate. The clock expires. He turns around. He sees me, I see him. And he's all sweaty and nasty, but it was the best bear hug a father could ever have. My son was able to do last night the thing that we want all of our children to be able to do. To have the opportunity to truly excel, to find themselves, to work hard, and to deliver success, not just for themselves, but for the people around them. He and his teammates last night, they won a big game. They're going to the state Final Four next week, and I'm not gonna miss a game. I'm gonna be at each one of them. But as I was coming out here to talk with you today, it kind of gave me an ability to take a step back, because the things that we are fighting for, the ideals that we stand for, are for the future of this great nation. And so while the Democrats have continued to lose their minds, literally, yes, there were 5 senators who were standing at a podium all by themselves protesting the fact that Kash Patel is now the director of the FBI. You have Democratic members of Congress who are standing outside of the USAID building protesting the fact that Donald Trump has delivered on the promise of cleaning out the waste, the fraud, and an abuse in our federal government. Some of their donors are pissed at him, and they frankly should be pissed at him. I mean, they just wasted, $1.5 billion for a devastating loss? That's really expensive. To those donors, you should come and join us. We actually believe in using money efficiently and effectively. They're going to the courts, the last bastion of hope they possibly have, and they're going to the courts and they're now trying to sue President Trump because he's using the same discretion the Democrats have used for decades to build a leviathan of a federal government that is not responsive to you, that does not listen to what we the people desire, that ignores elections no matter the outcomes, but continues to build an albatross of a federal government. And now they are mad because we are committed to doing the thing we told you on the campaign trail for months. We are going to bring this government to heel. It will be responsive to the will of the American people, and we will make America great again. In my state, some of the things that we're going to do on Capitol Hill, we've been doing in Florida. You know, the phrase down in Florida is, make America Florida. There's a reason why citizens have been leaving blue states to go to Florida. There's a reason why people who immigrate legally, and I stress legally, from some of the worst places in the world come to Florida. There's a reason why students in Florida and parents in Florida have choice at their fingertips to find the best solution for their children. And that reason is because we have leaders who have been committed to the principles of individual liberty and limited government. They have been committed to those same constitutional principles that are the very foundation of the America First movement. And our leaders, Governor DeSantis, and before him, Governor Scott, and all of the men and women who have served in our legislature, myself included, a long time ago. Well, not that long ago. I'm not that old. I'm 46. I'm not that old. We were committed to making sure that there was a state that people could go to chase the American dream, to realize the American dream, to be able to watch their kids do something fantastic like I had the opportunity to do last night. And that state's Florida. But let me tell you this, Florida's not gonna stop leading. We're gonna build off of what we've done, and we are gonna continue to lead bigger, better, faster, greater, safer, freer, because the American dream is for everybody, and we're gonna show the other 49 states how to get it done. To my friend at 1600, who I know you guys are gonna see tomorrow night, my friend, Mr. President, I already know they're not gonna get you down. You just keep going. Because the forgotten men and women of this nation are grateful for your leadership. They are grateful for the vision, and they are grateful, frankly, for the guts to be able to stand toe-to-toe with the insane radical left and tell them no more. America is gonna be in the golden age, and it will do tremendous things for the people that live here. And as for me, stay tuned. A few miles from here, myself and my colleagues, we have a job to do. And I want to tell you, we are going to deliver on the agenda that all of you worked for, that all of you knocked doors for, that you made phone calls for, that you got people to the polls for, that you might have been watching your polling location for. We are going to deliver on that agenda because the Democrats are a mess. The media doesn't even know what to say. And quite frankly, have they ever really known what to say? I mean, their credibility, please. Margaret Brennan, oh my gosh. Thank God J.D. Vance spoke common sense and real talk to her. But we are gonna get this job done. A long time ago, my wife was with me. This is early on in this journey in politics. A long time ago, there was a phrase I always said when I would meet with people and talk to people. And this is when I was asking for votes, probably 8 years ago, 10 years ago. And I would say, I need your vote because we have a country to save. Well, CPAC, you delivered the votes. And now on Capitol Hill, working with President Trump, we are gonna deliver and save the greatest nation man has ever known. God bless you, CPAC. God bless America. And God bless the future children of this nation.
Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Scott Turner.
Hey, well, good afternoon. How's everybody doing? Hey, man, it's so good to see you here, and I want to thank you, CPAC, and thank you, Matt and Mercedes, for putting on this incredible event. Let's give them a round of applause for this wonderful event. And I want to thank each of you for being here today. I'm so excited to be with you all. There is a renewed sense of energy and enthusiasm in this country and in this room. Can you feel it? Yes, you can. Well, we're all excited to have President Donald J. Trump back at the helm of this country, ushering in the golden age of America. Well, CPAC, you know, I am a Baptist preacher. Yes. And so when I see people in the room and people in the crowd, it makes me feel very encouraged. But I promise to only have 3 points, and then I'll close. Is that all right? Well, it's a great honor for me to be here and a privilege to serve as the new Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. I look forward to supporting President Trump and Vice President Vance in their mission to advance policies that put you, the American people, first above all else. Amen. You will hear me say this many times over the next few years. I'm not really concerned with status. I'm not really concerned with media attention. I'm a purpose-driven person. Thank you. And my only goal is to do what's right by the American people. I'm grateful that the president has trusted me with this tremendous purpose of serving you, the American people. And I know you have heard this great, timeless statement from President Lincoln that government is of the people, by the people, and for the people. This statement today still rings true because we are one team in America. Never forget that the government works for you. There should be no division between you and your leaders in Washington, D.C. You know, I've been part of many teams in my life, in sports, in business, in ministry. And today I consider it a great privilege to be on this team with you, the American people. We are one people, and we will act with one voice under the leadership of President Trump. Leadership on a team is built on service and trust. And as a new secretary, as your new servant leader, I want to earn your trust. And that starts with you getting to know who I am and why I'm passionate about this mission at HUD. I was born in Richardson, Texas. Any Texas people out here today? My first job as a young man was as a dishwasher at Spring Creek Barbecue. I had to wear corduroy pants, steel-toe boots in the heat of the summer in Dallas, Texas. There was barbecue sauce everywhere, but that was my first job. And you know, that job and every job that I've had since then has afforded me the opportunity to meet new people, to be a critical thinker, and to be a problem solver, and most importantly, to serve others. And I'm confident that this opportunity at HUD, this blessing, which it is a tremendous blessing to me, will be no different. You know, like many of you in this room, I have faced difficulty in my life. I've had to rely on God's grace to overcome obstacles that the enemy tried to use to stop me from carrying out the Lord's calling on my life. We've all faced struggles. Can I get an amen? We've all faced struggles, family struggles, financial struggles, health struggles. We've all had the odds at some point in time stacked against us in our life. And if you have not faced struggle in your life, just keep on living, just wait. Because James says this, consider it a pure joy when you face trials of many kinds. Consider it pure joy when, not if, you face trials, because the testing of your faith produces steadfastness. How many know we are a steadfast people? Well, I graduated from the University of Illinois, where I played football, ran track, and met my beautiful wife. Football instilled mental and physical toughness in me. And after graduating, I was selected in the 7th round of the National Football League's NFL draft. Now, if you don't know, the 7th round is the last round in the NFL. And you know, many people, being a 7th round draft pick, many people thought that I was an underdog. They thought there's no way this guy's gonna make it, but I didn't view it that way. Instead, I viewed it as a tremendous opportunity in my life to make a generational impact, even in the world of sports. I was blessed to play 9 seasons in the National Football League with, thank you, with the Denver Broncos, the San Diego Chargers, and my beloved Washington Redskins. I went back to Texas, and since I've been back home, I serve as an associate pastor at Prestonwood Baptist Church. I also had the honor of serving as an elected representative in the Texas State Legislature. And in 2019, President Trump blessed me with the opportunity to lead the White House Opportunity and Revitalization Council, where I had the privilege of learning from our dear friend and mentor and former HUD Secretary, Dr. Ben Carson. I was fortunate to travel the country and see firsthand the impact of opportunity zones, which provide forgotten Americans the chance to create a true foundation for themselves and ultimately allowing them to become self-sufficient and self-sustaining and unleash the potential that the Lord has blessed every individual in our country with. And I'm excited to build on the success of opportunity zones in this next chapter and to continue delivering growth, opportunity, self-sufficiency to the forgotten men and women and families of America. After leaving the White House, I felt the Lord calling me to continue this service in the private sector. So my wife and I started our family foundation where we mentor high school and college student athletes. And we provide our First Kids program teaching children how to become proficient readers. How many know that leaders are readers? You know, an interesting fact for you all. As of today, only 1/3 of 4th graders in America read at grade level. Only 1/3. That is unacceptable for our nation, and we are failing our children. We do not give them the tools they need to succeed in life. Our chief aim for the First Kids program and our foundation is to change the trajectory of these children in our country. All along the way, you know, I believe the Lord was preparing me. And I say this humbly. I believe God is a sovereign God. In Jeremiah 29:11 says, "For I know the plans that I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future." And I believe that from before the womb of my mother that he was preparing me for this moment, for this day, for such a time as this. From washing dishes to graduating college, playing in the NFL, serving in the Texas House, building businesses, to now standing before you, the beloved people of America, as a secretary of the Department of Housing and Urban Development. He was training me and preparing me, and I will say I am truly honored to be here today. I want to encourage you, if I may. I want to encourage everyone in this room and those that are watching online to never let your circumstance define your ability or your opportunity to succeed. Never let your circumstance or the situation in your life or where you come from, I am a living witness, to define your ability to succeed. We must not have a defeatist attitude, but instead we will have a victorious attitude no matter the difficulty that we face. We will not be victims, but instead we will be victorious. Amen. Well, this is my story. But I look forward to hearing the stories of as many of Americans as possible as I travel around the communities all over our country. The stories will help inform my work at HUD and our team and the purpose for which we're there. We will be mission-minded at HUD. So I'm ready. I'm ready to do the work. I'm ready to rebuild and to revitalize American communities and ensure everyone has the opportunity to achieve the American dream. As young professionals, you understand, those of you in the room, you understand that housing affordability crisis that we face in our nation. Many people have felt this. I have a 24-year-old son who has said to me, how in the world am I going to be able to afford a home someday? The young men and women that I mentor in Dallas, they share these same sentiments and worries that the American dream is drifting further and further out of reach. But today, I challenge you to think of this not so much as a crisis, but instead as an opportunity to change course, an opportunity to uplift individuals and families and lead them down the path of self-sufficiency and self-sustainability, an opportunity, if you will, to decrease the cost and increase the supply of safe, quality, affordable housing in our country, an opportunity to enact impactful, enduring policies that build on President Trump's first day executive order to reduce housing costs in our country. At HUD, we've already created many opportunities for Americans to thrive. These opportunities are based on our 4 key principles that have been my North Star for many years: integrity, transparency, accountability, and efficiency. On my first day in office, I directed HUD to halt any pending or future enforcement actions related to the Biden administration's equal access rule, which ensures that HUD funding providers, such as shelters, offer services based on individuals' sex at birth, male or female. Our team at HUD, we are carrying out the mission laid out by President Trump on January 20th, when he signed an executive order to restore biological truth to the federal government. This means getting the government out of the way of what the Lord established from the very first day when he created man in his own image, male and female. We're going to restore integrity at our agency. You've probably heard that HUD has established a DOGE task force to review how the agency is spending your hard-earned tax dollars. As stewards of the American taxpayer, we will be detailed and deliberate about every single dollar we spend to serve all American communities, rural, tribal, and urban. Under President Trump's leadership, we will identify and eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse. To date, we've already identified over $260 million in savings and an additional $1.9 billion that was misplaced during the Biden administration. We've moved very quickly. This is our second week, and we've moved quickly to fix this issue and return the funds that we found back to the Treasury Department for other federal expenditures for the American people. See, these actions will help us to return to the primary mission of HUD, finding long-term solutions that provide affordable housing, spur business creation, and rebuild a prosperous American communities across our country. HUD will partner with local leaders who know what their communities need, to rebuild their lives and livelihoods rather than imposing top-down solutions from Washington bureaucrats. We will also expand opportunity zones. Through these public-private partnerships, 1 million people in America have been lifted out of poverty. Opportunity zones have attracted $84 billion in investment, resulting in new infrastructure, housing, revitalization, and business creation. These are the type of innovative, results-driven solutions I plan on continuing at HUD. Now, finally, we're going to take inventory. How many know what inventory is? We're going to take an assessment and inventory of every program at HUD. Amen. When I was a little boy, my daddy worked at a grocery store called Safeway. Y'all remember Safeway? And at nighttime, when I would go to the store with him, I would see the men and the ladies taking all the stuff off the shelves. And I said, Daddy, what are they doing? He said, we're taking inventory to see which products work for our customers and which products do not. Well, you as American people, you are our customers. We will take inventory to see which programs that we have that are serving you and which programs we have that are not serving you. And while stewarding, y'all heard that word in a long time, stewarding the budget and the resources we have as well. Y'all, I want to close with this. I gave you my 3 points, now here's my close. Scripture says that the government rests on the Lord's shoulders. Hope in America does not depend on a man. Our hope is in the Lord Jesus Christ. And it is him, it is the Lord who anoints. It is the Lord who appoints men and women to serve and to carry out his mission of bringing hope to the world. And I'm honored today to be called for such a time as this. All glory goes to the Lord, and I thank him for this opportunity to make a generational impact and to give a voice to all forgotten Americans. We will achieve great things at HUD. The best days are yet to come. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
The 47th President of the United States of America.
And, you know, I wouldn't say Fox has been exactly perfect. Fox has been a big difference of Fox between now and what it was 4 years ago, as you know. But we have others that come along, and they're doing well, and Newsmax has been really good, and, you know, others are coming along, and people are seeing that they're watching these conservative networks.
President Trump is right. That's why millions of Americans are tuning into Newsmax for the real news they can trust.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed to be ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
In a time when the very fabric of our nation seemed under siege, one organization was willing to fight for America's principles and defend our children's future.
Joining me now, Terry Schilling, president of the American Principles Project.
This is what happens when tolerance goes too far.
It's a bit shocking to hear Democrats talk about them losing the culture war. After all, they started it.
You're denying reality, and you're denying them the care that they need.
All right, America is back on track 2025. But next year, CPAC 2026 is going to be even bigger. Go get your tickets now. Go to cpac.org and join the movement.
This president is calling my family, is calling me, is calling MAGA supporters enemy of America.
That's right.
I am the daughter of a Cuban political prisoner who fought for freedom, who fought against authoritarian and dictators. He sounds just like Fidel Castro did. Fidel Castro would target the enemies of his government and try to take them down. This is exactly what we're seeing with Joe Biden. He should be ashamed of himself. No American should be called a Nazi or be called an enemy of the state. Yeah. Those of us who love this country, and I have spent my whole life defending freedom in America.
Ladies and gentlemen, a conversation with Prime Minister of North Macedonia, Christian Miskolski, and CPAC board member, KT McFarland.
Okay, you're probably wondering why you're here at CPAC, where you've listened to the most important and powerful people in the country and the most important people in the world, the people who are going to be governors and presidents and everything else. And now we have the Prime Minister of North Macedonia. And you're probably scratching your heads and thinking, really? Who? Why? How? So I want to put you on the spot, Mr. Prime Minister, and ask you, give us a little history of Macedonia. And why is it important? And in the America First era, why does it matter to America?
First of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm thrilled to be with you today. My country is a small country at the heart of the Balkans, which is a bit of door of Europe, southeastern door of Europe. And it's very, very important, especially because of one issue which was very popular a couple of years ago, and now it's very, very aligned with the new President Trump's administration politics, immigration, because we were at the front line fighting against the illegal migration, and we were protecting Europe from illegal migrants. But that is not the only reason why we should talk about my homeland, because Macedonian people are very traditional people. They love their families. We are maybe small, but Macedonian community here in the United States is a very important part of the life, and I know that they supported President Trump during the elections. They are conservatives, and they will continue to support President Trump, of course.
Yeah, isn't it great to hear about a European country that likes and supports President Trump? Feels pretty good.
And also maybe one very important thing to rise now. We were elected as a new government by a vast majority of our citizens 8 months ago. And
I want to point out, yours is a multi-ethnic country.
Yes,
Muslims, you have Christians.
Yes, we are a multi-ethnic country. Huge majority, about 2/3 are Macedonians, 1/3 are the others, Albanians, Serbs, Turks, Vlachs, Bosniaks, and the others. But 2/3 are Macedonians. And also, I said, a lot of Macedonians are living here in the States, in Canada, in Australia. We have a big diaspora abroad, which is with the equal number that is living at the homeland. So that's why my country is very important.
So there are 2 million Macedonians in Macedonia and 2 million Macedonians
abroad.
here. Abroad.
Also, my country is very, very important because there is one nice lake called Ohrid Lake. Okay. And lake as a lake maybe is not that important for this conversation. But when we are talking about Ohrid Lake, we have to know two things. First one, that is the oldest lake in Europe, and that the first university in Europe was founded at the Ohrid Lake, called St. Cyril and Methodius University. Very important, and that might be very attractive for the United States tourists to visit Balkans, to visit my country, and to visit Ohrid Lake. That's why I consider this as an open invitation.
So the Prime Minister is now the Culture Minister and the Tourism Minister as well, as you can tell. Actually, I went to Oxford. Isn't Oxford older?
No.
Oh, I thought I'd like to hear that.
St. Cyril Methodius University is much more older.
Okay, all right, I'll give you that one. Look, one of the reasons that the Balkans is important, so North Macedonia is in the middle of the Balkans. The Balkans is where a lot of world wars have started from. As you said, it's ethnically, religiously, it's complicated. Macedonia, you guys get it right, but a lot of the other countries in the region do not. One of the things that's happened in the last several years is the Chinese are all over the Baltics. The Chinese have decided about 20 years ago that they were going to establish a Eurasian trade route. It's called One Belt, One Road, and that they were going to link Europe with Asia by sea and by land, and that China was going to control this trade route. You're in the middle of this trade route, so explain to me how it works. What are the Chinese doing? How are they trying to get into the Balkans? How are they trying to get into your country? And what kind of success or failure have they been met with?
Yes, you're absolutely right when you're talking about Chinese so-called invasion, economical invasion of that part of Europe. Of course, we are under the heavy financial pressure that is coming from that country. But the only puzzle which they are missing in their economical mosaic is exactly my country. Why? My country is a natural intersector of two very important pan-European corridors, Corridor 8 and Corridor 10. Corridor 10, connecting South Europe, practically Greece, and ports from Greece, with the Central Europe and with the Western Europe. And Corridor 8 is connecting, and Corridor 8 is the second most important corridor for NATO, is connecting Black Sea with the Adriatic Sea. Practically both corridors are intersecting at the territory of my homeland. And this is, yes, like that. And the only puzzle which is missing for this Asian giant is territory of my country. Since we are strategic partners with the United States, I would be very keen to welcome as much as possible, let's say, investors, and American businesses are already present in my country, which will be a big competition to these Asian giant companies that are already present in the region. Therefore, my country, my homeland, is of big importance for the United States, not only for the region, but for the Europe as well.
Hey, that's great, but you quickly went over, but I want to get into a little bit more detail. You talked about the strategic partnership that you have with the United States. You also talked about you're really in alignment with at least the Trump administration and the new wave that's going through America, and you're really alone in Europe when you're doing that. Last week, at the Munich Security Conference, I'm sure you may not know the name of it, but you remember Vice President Vance went to Europe last week, and he stood up before all the European leaders, the NATO leaders, the European leaders, all the guys in the generals, and he stood up, and everyone assumed that he was going to talk about NATO, about to the European and Canadian allies, spend more of your money, your fair share on NATO, or he was going to talk about Ukraine. He did not. He talked about cultural issues. And as I'm watching Vice President Vance, I see you in the front row, and you're the only guy going like that, and all the other ones were like, really, and then most of them walked out. So, talk to us about that. You know, from Vice President Vance said things that were kind of, you're not supposed to talk about, but he did. And he did it in a very straightforward and polite way, where he talked about our shared values and how the Europeans are committing cultural suicide, that they're giving up free speech, they're giving up freedom of religion. Tell me how it feels like to be Macedonia supporting, you know, Donald Trump policies, even before Donald Trump was president, in the middle of a Europe that seems changing before our very eyes.
I mean, that was, for me, historical event. And according to my humble opinion, I'm not saying that I'm right, maybe some of the European politicians will be angry at me, that was a very inspiring speech.
Good for you.
And I was not at the front line, I was in the second row.
Yeah, but you were the only guy applauding. I want to point out, the only guy going like that.
Yes, but what is important that after the speech, some of the audience criticized the speech, and some of the audience said that that was a bit of interference into the domestic issues of sovereign countries. Because Vice President J.D. Vance flagged a lot of examples which are not good and which are not aligned with the freedom of speech, with the democracy values, with at least common shared values. And I will say it again, I think that he was right. Then, 2 days afterwards, I had a panel as well. Not like here, 20 minutes. I've got maybe 4 minutes to say something about my impression, not about the speech, but about the Munich Security Conference. And I said that really that was historical one with a lot of frank and straightforward talks. And I think that really this year was extremely fruitful and successfully organized conference. But what I said, I don't know whether the American people know that since the very beginning of our independence from former Yugoslav Federation, we had 2 strategic milestones. First one was to become a full-fledged member of NATO, and the second one was, and is, to become full-fledged member of EU, European Union. We've become a member of NATO, but prior to become a member of NATO, we changed our flag, we changed our currency, we changed our constitution, and we changed our name because some of our neighbors become a member of NATO prior to us, and they used or misused tool of veto to solve bilateral demands. If this is not interference into the domestic issues, then what is it? What we are talking about? So, if we are talking about double standards, and if we are talking about double standards that affects on the lives of humans, then it's not good. Then it's not good. Then we have to be honest, and we have to talk directly and straightforward. If we ignore those type of events that occurred in the past, and that is still occurring, for example, now we are not able to become a member of EU because now we again have additional hurdle to change our constitution again. If constitution is not internal issue of sovereign country, then I'm wondering what is it? And we've been asked to change our constitution again. Is it not fair? Is it not fair? And when we are criticizing, when someone is criticizing the speech, which was, according to my humble opinion, again, I will say, very inspiring, then should point the finger to themselves and to see what they are doing. This is not fair. This is not fair for the small country which wants to become a part of the EU. And the EU values are everything but not bilateralization of EU accession process.
I also want to point out that, as the Prime Minister said, that they had to wait a long time to get into NATO. And as one of the things that President Trump has talked about time and time and time again about NATO is that they want American money, they want American participation, but they're not willing to pay. They're not willing to pay their fair share. And I do want to point out that your country, small as it is contributing one of the biggest contributions per capita to NATO. So thank you very much.
We are above 2%. We are completely aligned and supporting President Trump's politics. And I think that 2% should be floor, not ceiling.
I think President Trump, if he's listening to this, will be thrilled to hear that. The other thing that I think he'll be very thrilled to hear is, you know, one of the big issues in Europe right now, well, one of the big issues in the world is energy production. And when President Trump talks about energy dominance, you know, doesn't say energy independence, he says energy dominance, says drill, baby, drill. What he means is the United States now has the ability, with our own natural resources, to get oil and natural gas. We have more of it than anybody else in the world. We can become the world's energy supplier, just us alone. We can replace Russia, replace the Middle East. We would be the dominant energy supplier to the world, and we would set the price at a very low price, which works for us, doesn't work for anybody else. You're a key part of this equation.
Yes.
Because if the United States exports liquefied natural gas, which we have in abundance, cheap, safe, wonderful, and it can go to Europe, it changes the entire strategic equation of Europe and really of the world. So explain to me very quickly how you're going to do that for us.
That equation now is missing pipeline that is crossing over my country. And we are building that pipeline now. Practically, we are building our southern interconnector with Greece.
That's great.
We will start building northern interconnector with Serbia and practically using the Alexandropoli terminal. American gas will be super big competition of existing pipeline, which is called South Stream. Maybe you're aware about Nord Stream, but no one is talking about South Stream, which is not on the top of Europe, which is on the bottom of the Europe. And there is flowing Russian gas. So American gas through this pipeline, which will cross over my country, will be a super big competition of the Russian gas to the Central Europe and to the Western Europe. That's why we are very important. And that's why we are strategic partners.
So you may have walked into here wondering, what am I going to listen to somebody talk about North Macedonia? I can't even find it on a map. Now you realize it is in fact one of America's great allies and doing great things with us. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for the invitation, and God bless American and Macedonian people.
Thank you.
Wherever human freedom is under attack, in courtrooms, legislatures, and the public square, we stand ready to defend it. This is why Alliance Defending Freedom exists.
Supreme Court victory for a Christian woman who was taken to court for standing firm in her beliefs.
The First Amendment follows a golden rule. If we want to protect speech for ourselves, then we need to protect it for others.
A video released this week by ADF International has attracted over 34 million views and even attracted comment from Elon Musk. It concerned a pair of Swiss parents who have had their child taken away from them because they objected to her gender transition.
We're not just here to stop the erosion of liberty for this moment alone. We are here to keep the door open for the gospel. And when the gospel does its work, truth doesn't just hold its ground. It advances. It sets people free for generations to come. This is our mission at Alliance Defending Freedom.
During my second term, we will fight for Alaska like never before.
I'm excited about what we can do with President Trump in the office.
We'll work together to provide affordable energy to Alaska and allies all over the world.
More investment, more certainty, production, more exploration.
Thank you to everyone in Alaska, and thank you to your great governor. I look forward to a long and enduring future relationship. Drill, baby, drill.
Still under construction, but already the biggest news station in Poland. The only international TV station that interviewed Donald J. Trump.
I'd like to say hello to the Polish people.
Poland's leftist government wants to destroy us, but we are not backing down. We're building conservative, English-speaking European news station. Join the movement. Support the revolution.
Make Europe great again.
This is Republica, the home of free speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome journalist and host of the Megyn Kelly Show, Megyn Kelly.
Hey! Hi! Hey guys! How's everybody doing? Oh, it's so great to see all of you. Hello, CPAC. Love you. Appreciate it, guys. Gosh, you guys have been out there all day. God, this is amazing. I have to tell you, especially now that I do my own show in my own studio, I don't get out enough. And it's wonderful to actually get out there and see the people and actually glad hand with people who watch the show. Yes, it can be like a little heady because you're like people at an event like this, they come over, they say the nicest things. And you can almost be in danger of getting a little too drunk on your own wine. Like, wow. Oh, God. I think you meant J.D. Vance. I think that's what you're... J.D., he's 48. So, yeah, 49. So you can start to get a little drunk on your own wine. However, the good thing is God is always there to balance things out for you. God or my mom. And bring you down a peg when you need it. And this reminds me of the inauguration just last month. I went... There were so many great people they were loving Trump, they were loving just the rebirth of our nation. And this one guy came over to me and he was so excited to see me. And he was like, oh my God, I can't believe it's you. Can I please have a picture with you? I'm like, oh, of course, I'd be happy to. Took a selfie. He's like, I'm sending this to my mom. She's never gonna believe this. I'm like, oh, I think I'm a pretty big deal. I'm like really making an impression on this man. And he walks away and we hear him say, I can't believe I just met Carrie Underwood. So, thank you, God. I appreciate that. It's important to remember who you are and who you definitely are not. But it was kind of a compliment either way. Anyway, speaking of big names you definitely will know, have you heard about what's happening with the Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni case? All right, I'm just gonna walk because I actually had all that. Can you hear me okay like this? Okay. Okay. Are you obsessed with this case? All right, there are millions of people who are obsessed with this case. I'm gonna give you a little background on it, and then you will be obsessed with it. And I'll tell you, there's a reason why conservatives in particular are following this so closely. It makes sense to me. All right, so you know who Blake Lively is, right? Most people know her. Yeah, see, the people who are booing, they know. Then there's this guy, Justin Baldoni, who's not as well known. And yeah, see, they've been following the story. So he optioned this book called It Ends With Us, and it's about domestic violence. And he managed to get Blake Lively to star in his movie across from him. He played the abusive guy and she played the woman. And this is the thrill of a lifetime for this guy. You know, he had done another like TV project, but nobody knows who he is. So he gets Blake Lively. She's married to Ryan Reynolds. These are Hollywood A-listers. He's gonna put him on the map. And she agrees to be his female co-star. Great, they're off to the races. Well, shortly into production, Blake Lively is very dissatisfied with virtually everything around her and decides to allege that Justin Baldoni, this, I mean, forgive me, very effeminate, evolved, modern feminist man bun kind of guy, is like this virulent sexual harasser who can't stop harassing one of the biggest stars in Hollywood in front of everybody on the set. I've got questions. I'm not sure why he would do that, whether he'd have the guts to do that, or whether the man bun is the most likely harasser in general. But you never know. Sometimes the ones who kind of bend over backward to be as woke as possible are the most, so okay, I'm open-minded about it. This is going someplace, you trust me, I'll get us there. So she says he's been harassing her, and they bring in some team, and he says, whatever you want, I will do it or not do it, you tell me. So they go forward. Well, we move forward in the story, and she's got to go do PR for the film. And she goes out in the summer, this past summer, and she had about 2 minutes of bad PR. The problem for Blake Lively, in my opinion, is that she does not improve upon acquaintance. And so the more time we got to spend with Blake Lively, the less we liked her, the more her promotional efforts for a film about domestic violence felt off. She was full of giggles and laughter and wanted to promote her liquor brand. Like, nothing says domestic violence like a bottle of tequila. What? So it felt weird, and she started to get hit by some in the media for being insensitive. Then this one reporter re-upped a video in which she interviewed a then pregnant Blake, a then 8-month pregnant Blake, and kicked off the interview as you would do as a journalist if there's something obviously different about somebody physically by saying, oh, you have such a cute baby bump. And Blake was taken aback, even though it was obvious, and said, oh, so do you. The reporter was not pregnant. It was a nasty jibe at her for no reason. So normal people at home who don't care about this woman at all are looking at her like, I don't like her. She seems like a bully. She seems like somebody who punches down to somebody who's only trying to do something nice for her. So negative press swirled around her during this whole, like a month, right? Later, she would describe this as though it was the pile-on against Trump. Honestly, it's like most of us, especially in Republican politics or the news, this is called Tuesday for us. It's like, grow up. You're in the public eye. You've got probably hundreds of millions thanks to your husband. Just shut up. No one cares that you got a couple of bad articles about you in the Daily Mail. She winds up suing Justin Baldoni. She files a complaint with the Human Rights Commission out in California saying, he sexually harassed me, and then he retaliated me by pushing all this bad press about me. He was behind it because I found his agent, his PR agent's nasty text saying, we can ruin her. If we have to ruin her, we will. And those texts do exist. And Blake Lively went to the New York Times, and the New York Times wrote the sympathetic, poor Blake Lively story. Oh, we were all wrong about her and her weird PR. She's actually a good person and a Me Too victim. And then Justin Baldoni did something very smart. He hired the lawyer who represented me in my fight with NBC News, which ended well. His name is Brian Friedman, and he's a legal genius. Highly recommend if you ever, God forbid. And Brian Friedman knows how to fight back against a bully. Trust me. And he started telling everybody Justin Baldoni's side. He told us that Justin Baldoni denied those claims of sexual harassment and only tried to appease Blake Lively because she was such a high-maintenance diva bully brat. He had to bend over backwards just to get her to shut up and complete the film. He told us that Justin Baldoni claims she tried to take over his movie because she has a history of saying, okay, I'll be the star, but what I secretly want to do is direct it and edit it and produce it. I want all the roles for me and only me. I want full control because I am a controlling bully. That Justin Baldoni, ultimately, by the time they got to the premiere, was mandated by Blake Lively to spend the night in the basement away from his co-stars and didn't even get to see the final cut of his own movie because Blake Lively insisted that she be the one to approve it until he watched it on the screen with his editors, who also hadn't seen it because her editors finished it up. That's the situation he says he was in. So it's a real he said, she said. Who's telling the truth? Is he some creep harasser who took a shot at somebody like Blake, jeopardizing his movie and his future career? Or is she just extremely high maintenance and someone who plays the victim when she doesn't get her way? Well, I've got my opinion, and I think you can guess what it is based on our little discussion here. The other thing is Brian Friedman produced text messages between Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. So we don't have to take his side's word for it. And what they showed is that Blake Lively has got a bit of a God complex. She's texting Justin Baldoni about how she sees herself as Khaleesi from Game of Thrones, mother of dragons. Did you watch that? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. So Khaleesi is stunningly beautiful. She's this effervescent, strong character with temerity and resilience, and she's fierce. She's literally the mother of dragons in Game of Thrones. That's her. That's me. That's Blake. And she says, and I've got the greatest dragons on earth, Ryan Reynolds and my best friend, who is Taylor Swift, though she's not named or they blacked it out. So she's telling him, I'm mother of dragons and my dragons will cut a bitch. And my dragons are named Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively. So the message is pretty clear. Like, okay, she's a powerful person with powerful friends. And she's got a bit of a God complex. All right, now we get into litigation. She files her human rights campaign. The movie comes out, it does all right. He's in the basement for the premiere. And he hires Brian Friedman and countersues her and the New York Times for $400 million, claiming this is a massive defamation. Okay? Drags Ryan Reynolds into it as well. And now we're off to the races. And where do things stand now as a result of all this? As a result of Blake Lively apparently wanting control of a movie she did not control, wanting to get the camel's nose under the tent as an actress and then take over the entire production, mission creep on steroids, and was shocked when Justin Baldoni did not want her to do those extra things. And then when it all blows up, lawsuits and cross lawsuits, and Blake Lively, who I believe thought she would be received or perceived as an Alyssa Milano or Ashley Judd Me Too victim, is instead looking a lot more like Amber Heard. How did that work out? Bad move. And honestly, to me, the lesson is, A, be a good person. But B, if you're a Hollywood star or any sort of a public figure, would you just please take your licks in the press and shut up about it? People have real problems. They don't give two craps that you had a couple of negative articles written about you in the Daily Mail. And in her complaint, the thing she's bitching about is that this terrible PR campaign that was opened up against her hurt sales of her liquor brand and her hair care products. Oh my God. Right? Like, while this is going on, inflation's like at 9%. Get a grip. Okay, so it was a terrible idea. They shouldn't have done any of this, but I think the reason that conservatives are so interested in this is a couple of fold. Number one, you seem to be watching the unwrapping of a public figure, like the unspooling. You know you've caught someone in what you believe is a lie. That's how I feel. And it's amazing to see it told and to kind of gone down the lane like, okay, maybe, here we go. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, because Baldoni's released these text messages. She says he inappropriately smelled my neck when we were doing a scene. Then you see the scene. They're dancing, they're caressing, they're making out. It's like, but the neck thing was too much when he smelled it? Like, all right. They went into my trailer when I was breastfeeding my baby. You're like, that's disgusting. What's wrong with these people? Then you see his text message where she says, come on over to my trailer. I'm breastfeeding baby, but it's fine. Yeah, she says his weird producing partner showed me porn. I'm like, these people are freaks. Then you see what he actually says he showed her, the producing partner, which was she was filming a birth scene in the movie, and it was a still shot of a water birth his wife had at home. You can't see anything X-rated. It's a PG photo. You can't see anything at all. It's like artistic. It made me wish I had a water birth. All right, so you wind up kind of feeling a little bitter. And this is where we come in. Because everyone in this room, because you're here, I know this about you, you've been gaslit to high heaven every time you've picked up a newspaper in the United States. Every time you've turned on CNN. You've been lied to. You've been bullied or seen others with lesser power bullied by the media and the leftist Democrats. You have been the victim of overbearing and controlling leftists who think they are the final arbiters of what's best for you and your life. And it's wonderful to see someone fighting back, right? She's become like an avatar for leftist overreach in a different, special way. I really believe this is why so many people on the right are kind of into this story. Just kind of want to see how it ends. Will it end as it ended for us on November 5th? Because we were pretty happy with how that went, right? Or is it going to be something else? I mean, only time will tell. But it's bringing up like room to explore the past 10 years that we've all been through and how, Trump put a period at the end of it, we hope, or at least the beginnings of the end by winning. So the bully thing. What was one of the biggest stories this past year? Daniel Penny, right? You guys know who that is. Daniel Penny stood up for others on the New York City subway when there was a crazed man who was out of his mind on drugs threatening to kill people, and got him in a chokehold, and the man ultimately later passed, and he got charged by that insane crank, Alvin Bragg, and had to defend himself against criminal charges. Yes, boo, he deserves it. So Daniel Penny got bullied by Alvin Bragg and the media, which did not stand up for him either. There was Nick Sandmann, remember him? Look, I love how you guys know these names, you're my people. Nick Sandmann goes out there in front of the Supreme Court to stand up for life, and CNN portrays him as this villain, as this smirking, crappy, arrogant villain. Look at him, and he's sneering at a Native American who's just there minding his own business. Totally the opposite. Totally the opposite. Nick Sandmann was standing there respectfully while he was being antagonized by the Native American who was dancing aggressively in his face and getting up on him and mocking him. That's why CNN had to pay him in a defamation case. That was settled. Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse tried to do what the Biden administration would not, and go to Wisconsin and actually protect the neighboring town. It did not go well. He wound up shooting 3 guys. He was acquitted on all charges ultimately. But before we knew much at all about that case, Joe Biden got out there as he was running for president. This happened prior to Biden taking over. As he was running for president, and called Kyle Rittenhouse a white supremacist. There was zero evidence of this. The kid was 18 years old. He's got the possible next, at that point possible, ultimately yes, president of the United States telling everyone he's a white supremacist, something for which he never apologized, Joe Biden. There was no evidence of that, none. So the left likes to bully people who are weak. He's a kid. Now he's on trial for triple homicide in one case, and you think it's a great time to pile on him publicly as the possible next president? There's something wrong with that. Something's off about a guy in a party that does it and supports it. And so the bully nature of the left has been on full display, as has its controlling nature. They want to tell us what we can eat. They want to tell us what we can drink. They want to tell us how fast the water can come out of our showers, what we can drive, what we can put in the tank, what we can turn on our stove with. I mean, it's over the top. What we can think, what we can feel, where we can pray, what we have to put in our arms, what we have to put in our children's arms, our babies' arms. It's a lot. They seem to be really drunk on their power. And we have to encounter this at every turn. And then we see that same camel's nose thing. Under the tent, you give them a little, and then they start exploiting it and taking it too far. May I remind you of a little thing called USAID? Right? There's a poll. I actually, you guys are going to talk to Karoline Leavitt in a bit. I interviewed her for my show today. And we were talking about the CNN poll. It shows Trump's approval numbers. They fell a little, a couple points since he took office, because he's doing things that the left may or may not like. And his numbers were kind of down on the closure of USAID. Okay, well, let's look at the crosstab. How did they ask it? It was like, do you support Trump's decision to close the agency that is helping those suffering abroad in humanitarian crises? Right? Like, would you like the children to die as a result of what Trump did? Yes or no? It doesn't say, do you support helping African people prevent HIV/AIDS? Virtually every American would say, yes, we can spend some money on that. Yes, we do. And also, then we will take that money and we will divert it for trans operas in Colombia. Who the hell said yes to that? We literally spent $70,000 on DEI dance in Ireland. They already have Riverdance. I stole that from the Ruthless fellas. But it's ridiculous. It's too much. It's overreach. And then, inevitably, when you call them out on the nonsense, right, when you send Elon in there with Doge and the Doge tech guys and they start kicking the tires, they play the victim, just like Blake Lively. How dare you? I am subjected to all these stories, right? You're subjected to the stories because you did something wrong, and that's the way the media and the world works, and because you deserve it. So we're tired of their games. The games are outdated, the tactics are outdated, they're old and they're tired. And speaking of the Associated Press, the media. The media's days of pretending they are holier than thou are over. President Trump kicked them out, not of the White House, not of the White House press briefing room, but kicked them out of the Oval and out of the Air Force One seat they had because they refused to call it Gulf of America. Now, this is interesting because AP is an American company. They say we have to do it because we report in international countries. Like, the people of Ghana are going to be upset if you start reporting on it as, folks in Somalia are really going to get upset? You're an American company. You're incorporated here. You're headquartered in New York. This is a stick in the eye of the president and nothing more. It's obvious. Trump knows it, and so do we. And the thing about the AP is they love word changes, name changes. They live for this crap. Just as soon as they were told they have to call girls who transition to boys, boys, they did it. Boys who transition to girls, they did it. They went with the pronouns, the whole thing. You can't even read an AP story about some trans thing without leaving utterly confused. Now there's no more somebody born male or somebody born female. It's assigned male at birth, assigned female at birth, like it was a sin committed by the doctor, and it still is very ambiguous. They love that name change. They did it right away. Illegal immigrants, we don't have those anymore if you read the AP. They got rid of that term. It's too offensive. Now you have to say undocumented immigrant. What does that mean? An illegal immigrant makes sense to everybody. Now you have undocumented, that's what, they got rid of the term crisis at the southern border when Joe Biden was president. Could no longer say crisis. As soon as the numbers hit 100,000 a month, the word crisis kept appearing. Not in the AP, we don't do that. That's not okay. Even though Jay Johnson, Obama's Homeland Security Secretary, said it's a crisis if you have 30,000 in a month. This time under Biden, it was 100,000. AP gets rid of the word crisis and didn't bring it back even when we had 300,000 crossing a month. Forgot that word. They won't say terrorist when they're talking about Islamic terrorists. All of these word changes they're totally in favor of, but Gulf of America is a bridge too far. So look, I'll leave you with this. Blake Lively had a point on one thing. Her time as the Hollywood it girl. The days of the left bullying and controlling us without much pushback. The days of the media pretending to be objective and independent and demanding to be left beyond. It really does end with us. And not a moment too soon. Thank you all for listening. Thanks for being here. God bless you, and God bless America.
Welcome the Prime Minister of Slovakia, Robert Fico.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate very much the opportunity to address you. I am the fourth-time Prime Minister of a small, proud country in the center of Europe, Slovakia. Thank you. I would like to open my speech by paying honor to one of Slovaks living in the United States. His name is Miklós. Sergeant Miklós served in the U.S. Marine Corps during World War II and commanded a squad of soldiers on the Pacific island of Iwo Jima. And it was the very same squad that raised the victorious American flag on Iwo Jima exactly 80 years ago on February 23, 1945. A photograph from that event became the inspiration for the Marine Corps War Memorial in Arlington. I was in Arlington today and bowed before Miklós' grave. In doing so, I paid my respect not only to him, but to all American soldiers who fought and died in the Second World War. The contribution of American troops to defeat the fascism is unquestionable. Please do not allow new Hitlers to arise. Please do not allow anyone to question the horrors of the Holocaust. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we can celebrate the 80th anniversary of the end of the Second World War by stopping the senseless killing of Ukrainians and Russians in Ukraine. The energy and determination with which your President Donald Trump has entered into the peace process in Ukraine is admirable. He has many supporters in Europe for his directness and for spreading the truth. My good friend, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán, recently complained, with a smile on his face, of course, that he has been trying to hold a mirror up to the European Union for years, and that the process has been extremely slow. And then Donald Trump comes along and manages to do it in a matter of days. If you will allow me, I also join Viktor Orbán in this complaint today, again with a smile on my face, of course. If there is one thing Europe needs today, it is the truth. If there is anything Europe needs ever more, is the diversity of opinion and respect for it. The politics of only one single correct political opinion is devastating us and has serious practical consequences. If you go against the current, you are excluded and punished. Between 2020 and 2023, criminal law was brutally abused against the Slovak opposition, of which I was the leader. I myself was charged 4 times for political activity, illegally monitored and wiretapped. However, the institutions of the European Union remained silent because they had a submissive and vassal government in Slovakia. Ladies and gentlemen, no one is disputing that Russia's use of military force in Ukraine was a violation of international law. However, Russia had serious security reasons for doing so because it has long been misled on the issue of NATO enlargement. The conflict could have been brought to an end shortly after it began. The absolute majority of the European Union member states, with the exception of Slovakia and Hungary, have endorsed the idea that the war in Ukraine should be used to weaken Russia politically and economically. Ukraine has been the victim of a bad strategy. Today, it is evident that the limitless financial, military, and political support, coupled with the anti-Russian sanctions, did not bring its effect. I was among those who warned against senseless killing, calling for ceasefire and supporting all peace plans. As a reward, I was branded a Russian agent. The word peace has been virtually unused in Europe for the last 3 years. Whoever spoke of peace was a warmonger. Whoever supported the war in Ukraine was a peace activist. Ladies and gentlemen, your president is doing Europe a great service. He's bringing truth, and we all hope peace back to Europe. The attitude of the major European players and of President Zelensky of Ukraine, therefore, comes as an unpleasant surprise to me. They are pushing themselves to the US-Russian peace negotiation table, even though for 3 years now they have and still do openly support the war in Ukraine. More and more, it seems that President Zelensky actually needs this war. When there is war, there cannot be democratic elections. Zelensky is particularly worried about that. Let us recall in what a favorable situation Winston Churchill lost the 1945 election in Great Britain. When there is a war, it is difficult to investigate where a huge part of the funding given to Ukraine ended up, where an enormous number of arms ended up. When there is a war, Zelensky knows that he has total support of the European Union. I say all this quite openly, as Prime Minister of Slovakia, a country which is bordering Ukraine. Yes, we have to recognize that peace is being negotiated at a time when Ukraine is very weak. That is also why the proposals may come out of the negotiations may not correspond to the idea of a just and sustainable peace for Ukraine and its territorial integrity. However, Europe should in any case help the US president to end the senseless killing in Ukraine as quickly as possible and not hinder him from achieving this goal. Ladies and gentlemen, I have spoken many times today about the truth, respect for different opinions. It is particularly dangerous when the response to a different opinion is not just to ignore or disrespect it, but when the opponents reach for radicalization and violence. Such dangerous radicalization is now typical for liberal and progressive ideologies, which in addition to this new quality of political conduct, promote abnormalities in everyday life and present them as normal and healthy. Let the attempt to assassinate your president or me be the proof of my claim. I grew up in a regular family where my father worked as a worker in a furniture factory and my mother as a shop assistant. Our lives were dominated by straight talk, common sense, respect and consideration for others. I brought a strong social sense from my family, and as an ordinary person, I openly espouse all the values associated with a common sense and a normality. As a politician, I add to this the respect for international law, for the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries, for sovereignty and strong national leadership. If anyone thinks that we will be intimidated by violence and that we will stray from this path of values, they are so strong. We used to say in Slovakia, what does not kill us, make us stronger. I intend to continue my efforts to amend the Constitution to improve the protection of fundamental values. When we adopted the Constitution of Slovakia in 1992, we had no idea that there might be a need to constitutionally define marriage in order to create a barrier to woke ideologies. The need arose, and we incorporated into the Constitution the definition of marriage as the unique union of a man and a woman. After all, marriage with this meaning has served for centuries as the cornerstone of Slovak families. We do not intend to question it because of external pressures or fashionable ideological trends. We are now working to recognize in the Constitution only two sexes, male and female, nothing else. Then, the conditions for adoption of children only by spouses, and the prohibition of teaching anything in schools that would contradict these constitutional definitions. With a great respect, we are also following your President's administration fight against illegal immigration. As Slovak Prime Minister, I too feel a strong commitment to protecting our borders and national sovereignty from external threats, foremost among which is the impact of illegal migration. That's why I blocked the redistribution of illegal migrants among the European Union member states on the basis of so-called mandatory quotas. Ladies and gentlemen, it is difficult to build a barrier against dangerous woke ideologies if they have substantial support in an entire network of NGOs and media. These, often financed from abroad, are turning into active political anti-government actors, of course, with no political accountability to the citizens. I recently sent a letter to Mr. Elon Musk about the role that organizations such as USAID have played in the unwarranted interference into sovereign internal affairs of other countries. I agree that we need to separate useful and beneficial projects from flagrant interference into Slovakia's internal affairs. The message I sent to Mr. Musk was very clear. We in Europe must oppose such interference and demand transparency and access to all information as the anti-government NGOs and media funded by USAID have been. We must protect our sovereignty, our right to choose our future, and to take decisions without external pressures. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, may I say a few words about the powerful movements that have emerged in the United States and globally, MAGA and MEGA. These movements are not only simply slogans. They represent a vision that resonates urgently not only in the United States, but across the world. I know, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I know that you want fairness, reciprocity, and high-quality jobs. So do we. So let's talk. Let's work on it. Let's resolve our differences as friends and avoid pain of tariffs, measures, and countermeasures. I am known for my critical views on the European Union. At the same time, I am absolutely convinced that the European Union is our living space, which must be constantly fought for. For Europe to be great again, and for the European Union to be respected as an institution, that will require a lot of self-reflection, common sense, self-confidence, and money. So on behalf of my country, Slovakia, I openly declare that I am ready to work actively for such a renaissance of the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, just as the Slovak Miklós stood side by side with his American friends on the island of Iwo Jima in February 1945, Slovakia stands next to the United States and the United States next to Slovakia. I appreciate President Donald Trump's pragmatic approach and his clear focus on American national interests. This is exactly what each and every one of us should be doing. Slovakia's national interests, that's my homework. The United States are a key strategic ally and partner for us, and we are interested in deepening this partnership. I very much look forward to working with the new US administration, and on behalf of Slovakia, I guarantee an open and frank dialogue. Let us be proud Let us be united. Let us defend our values. I thank you all, and I express my conviction that the next time you meet the name of my country, Slovakia, you will remember this day. Long live the United States. Long live Slovakia. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp with CPAC. You know, we've had a huge problem in this country with election fraud. But at CPAC, that's not a problem. Our only problem is getting each and every one of you to vote. So look at your badge. You have a number on that badge. And get your phone out and vote on all the issues that matter. And my guess is you probably like what Trump's doing as well. And we'll have the results for you very soon.
Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
Puts a very bright light on the two-tiered system of justice that only seems to go after President Trump.
The reason why we want him as president is because he's not stuck in this kind of bureaucratic machination. He was very clear. If you hit your target, you were golden, and you could work and work and work and do a great job. He's a very inquisitive person who loves to talk about the economy.
Trump does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because he kind of came outside the Republican Party.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most important issues are to voters.
Not only is America a great country, but that we Americans are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
We just lived through history. We're never going to see anything like this ever again.
Being woke is easy when it was just a call to defund the police or end capitalism, right? It's a little different when your fellow ideologues start cheering for your beheading. And here's a question. This next video, does this look like London to you? The pro-Hamas protests making for a very interesting political moment at Harvard. A university recently ranked the worst school for free speech in America. What would Harvard do in a moment like this, we all wondered? A school that will expel you for using the wrong pronoun and making a pink-haired trans girl cry. Well, in this moment, Harvard just miraculously transformed into free speech absolution. Apparently at Harvard, there's nothing offensive at all, even though everything's offensive at Harvard. There's nothing offensive at all about celebrating the murder of 1,000 people, including a whole bunch of kids.
Ladies and gentlemen, a conversation with Executive Director, Foundation for Freedom Online, Mike Benz, and CPAC Chairman, Matt Schlapp.
They like you, Mike. They like you.
They like you more.
I don't think so.
Yeah, great to see you.
So, we get to talk to a lot of really interesting people on this stage, but nobody more important than you. Thank you for all your work, your courage. I've watched some of your videos in the early morning just saying, what the hell they've been doing to us? They've hit us every which way but loose, a bunch of dirty tricks. Today, things are different.
Well, today we're hitting back.
Yeah, we're hitting back.
And you know, we were talking backstage. The wind has never been more at our sails. In 1 month, more has been done to reform these rogue agencies than has been done in a century of variously virtuous things, but malfeasance that was never really accounted for or redressed. And in my wildest dreams, I could not have imagined a first 30 days bigger, bolder, and more historic than the time we're living in now.
Yeah, I agree. By the way, I want to tell the ushers, these red seats, if anybody wants to move forward and sit in them, you're welcome to. You have my permission. I only have a few prerogatives, you know, when paying the bills, and that's one of them. I get to fill seats. But the, Mike, so this USAID Doge thing, I was cynical. I didn't know kind of how this would work. I was thinking that the swamp would fight back. This has sent a lightning bolt around the globe like nothing I ever could have anticipated. Am I wrong?
No, you're totally right. It's, you know, this is the joke I always tell on this, is that it's what they tell you to do your first day in prison, is you walk up to the biggest, baddest, guy on your cell block, and you punch him straight in the nose, and that sends the message, even if, they're going to attack you back, that, you're not someone to mess with. And this is what happened with USAID, and I think they never saw it coming. This is a $44 billion annual slush fund that has been fully weaponized against the American people. We have these democracy promotion programs that define our own elected government as a threat to democracy. At some point, we had two choices. Either you keep USAID or you create a new USAID to stop the actions that the previous one was doing. And so now, under the gun of their funding being cut and the entire ecosystem being cut, they're finally being brought to the negotiating table. And frankly, many of them are groveling on their knees.
And that left-wing media is talking about how psychologically difficult it is for these federal employees because they have to do things like go to work. They might have to tell their boss what they're doing. They might not be able to engage in coups and stuff in other countries with this funding. Yeah, a tiny little violin. Now let me give you the other side. For those of us who've been the victims of psychological warfare, as Dr. Malone would say in his great new book, this PSYOP of misinformation, destruction, I think a lot of us are psychologically damaged. I'm not saying that because we're wimpy, or we're psychologically damaged by all this work that the government colluding with these media companies have done. Is that overdramatic?
I actually think that's right, but the other side of that is what they call, when they run these psychological operations, they call them psychological resilience, which is this idea that you need to build up an inoculation against psychologically. And I actually think that's where we are right now. There are a lot of harsh realities that are dawning on the American people with the veil of covert operations and quasi-overt, USAID, covert activity cloaked under NGO work. But the fact is I think it's been an incredibly responsible response from the American people. I think that, most, in ancient civilizations were they to hear about this, it would be a lot more drastic action than the simple defunding. But the fact is...
What, a beheading? What are you trying to say?
Pro-democracy wellspring. We would liberate this country. But the fact is this is all being done in accordance with rule of law. It's all being done with incredibly immaculate technical implementation from Elon Musk and Doge. It's being done with vision and foresight from the White House. I've been incredibly impressed. J.D. Vance, the shot heard across Europe and frankly around the world. We've really assembled an all-star team, and there are almost no weak links in the chain. And I think the fact that we are all so united in this moment, the fact that the coalition is so broad, has made it really hard for opposition to actually find a surface area of attack. And I think with the, they weren't wrong to call it shock and awe with all the dramatic action that's happening right now. So they're now being sequestered, losing the court of public opinion, losing their censorship capabilities.
Losing some donors.
Losing donors and losing a weaponized Justice Department that was always their fail-safe in case anyone got too brave. All they're left with now are New York judges.
So we ask ourselves this all the time, which was you have a conference, which is important to have a good conference. And by the way, you honor us with your presence. Thanks for being here. Do you love this guy or what? He's amazing. Yep. I was kind of pinching myself yesterday as I saw the president of Argentina walk down that thing with that big super badass chainsaw, chromed out. By the way, I got a tour of the chainsaw. It had a replica of the planet Mars on the throttle. Pretty cool. And so Malay's walking down. Elon Musk is there in his iconic, crazy-looking glasses. And then I saw the Twitter, the X action and everything else online. What kind of psychological impact does something like that have on the bad guys?
Well, I think the symbolism of the chainsaw does not leave much room for nuance and subtlety. But it's preceded by the President of the United States with a giant samurai sword. So, you know, I think that, you know, we are in a period of radical reform. We are totally restructuring rogue institutions that have gotten so corrupted, and they now face the choice of reform or termination. And I think as more and more of these see what happened to USAID, what may be happening to other agencies as soon as this week, perhaps, the ones that remain will understand that if they want to continue to exist as American institutions who have earned our trust, they have to reform. And people, we live life cycles where, you know, we're all mortal. We live, we die. Institutions can pretend that they live until infinity. There's no moment that an institution like USAID peacefully sunsets. And so they can get away with rogue activity until the moment they're confronted by a population who will hold them accountable, by a brave executive branch who will do the same. And so it's taken this much, and these abuses have been chronicled by scholars and academics and media institutions for a century now. And it took until this moment, and Donald Trump and Elon Musk and Matt Schlapp and consensus-building organizations and institutions and events like this that have held the line and have given us a forum to all come together and show the world we are completely united and nothing is going to stop us now.
So, I'm trying to read between the lines here. Are you saying that the combination of all these amazing people, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Tulsi Gabbard, I mean, all these amazing people that are stepping up and being brave, I'd like to add Kash Patel to that list, Pam Bondi. Are you saying that if we get the first couple of steps right, that the bad guys will realize we're not going to stop and they'll actually start changing their behavior rather quickly? Or is that kind of like Lucy with the football and they're going to kind of hide, wait, and go right back to being bad, and we got to just kind of mow through the whole agency after agency and move on from there?
To be clear, this struggle is not going to end in our lifetimes. No matter how many successes we get in 4 years, the institutional interests are too deeply entrenched. The money on the line is too great for many of these institutions and donors to feel like they would lose if they had to actually do what the American people voted for. But the fact is they can be, many of them can, the worst excesses can be excised, and the remainder can be brought to the negotiating table. But at this point, one of the main concerns is the international picture. The MAGA movement started as a nationalist movement, but the international picture from USAID and the rogue activities of the former State Department and intelligence community, they're one thing, but here at this conference, we've seen heads of state and people from almost all populated continents coming to this conference to say that we are together, and the opposition is going to be doing the same on the other side. The censors in exile will be running to Europe, and the in-power governments with the UK Labour Party and in France, they will be forming a coalition to try to use the weaponized powers of foreign governments that they have lost over our Justice Department and our regulatory bodies here. which is why it is so important that this unity movement is international and takes that international lens, because one of my concerns is that while they've lost their grip over the Justice Department and potentially may lose that over the NGOs, the European Union, governments in Brazil, governments in Central Asia and Central and Eastern Europe will all try to band together. You know, you ever see that meme of a minnow and a shark, and then the minnows all get together and they look bigger than the shark? And that's where we are right now. And the thing to watch for is what happens when the sharks all join together to form this super shark. And I think that's what we're seeing now with the forces against places like Slovakia and Hungary, and the forces trying to destabilize their governments, as well as what's happening in the UK with people being, when they're rising to power, they get arrested for clicking the like button on a tweet. But we have to bring the whole world up with us.
Yeah, that's right. And so I guess that would be my final question, which is, I don't know if we should all feel so happy and joyful. They said they had joy. By the way, I've never met a joyful communist ever, except for the guy who's in charge. They usually have at least some degree of pleasure. I don't know if it's joy.
I would say sometime between 10 p.m. and midnight when they start drinking. That's when you start seeing.
No, that's called numbing. That's not really joy. But so I guess the question I'd have for you is, the more you read, the more you can get awfully depressed. The more you know, the more you realize this has been a giant struggle that you said for 100 years, could go on 100 years. Yep. For a while here, I thought I didn't know if we'd have 100 years left, because I thought they had folded up their pup tents. You talk about all these people here from overseas. You can't walk down these hallways without hearing all these accents, right? People from all these countries, people who felt so desperate in their own countries. And then Trump wins, which is your guys' win too, because you did a lot of the work. My perception is a lot of powerful people around the world are permanently turning away from a leftward drift and embracing this idea that you can be for freedom and be politically successful. Right. And there's a great political benefit to exposing all of this corruption, all of this propaganda, all of this lying. Is that too optimistic? Or do you think it's where we are?
I think that's exactly where things are heading. I've heard the same thing, and I think everyone is inspired. Just as you said, I think we really were on the brink of losing it all, and maybe forever. And a lot of countries under the thumb of authoritarian rule, or that are being rolled up by their own versions of their Justice Department, or tarnished by co-opted press, or censored into oblivion, they feel as hopeless as the American people felt 6 months ago, 4 months ago. And, it's just like the symbol of the chainsaw and the samurai sword. There's something very powerful to the difference between prison and president, the difference between this and this being life or death, that
the millimeter miracle.
The millimeter miracle. It's a literal shot across the bow.
So we're hearing optimism from you. I like it.
If I may defend myself.
I wanted to give you one more shot to really clarify things.
Vigilance is eternal on this. Take a vacation if you feel you need to. Drink your champagne. If you're an Eagles fan, do a little touchdown dance. But then get right back to work.
Get right back to work. Are we going to do that? Are we going to get right back to work? Thank you, Mike. Thanks for being with us. We appreciate it. Yeah. Thanks, Mike.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, an interview with the White House Press Secretary, Karoline Leavitt, and host, CPAC Senior Fellow, Mercedes
Okay. All right, let's hear it for Karoline Leavitt.
Thank you. Thank you.
She's going to be doing the White House press briefing from the CPAC stage, right? No news. Sorry, guys. No way. All right. It's so great to have you here. Okay, so is this your first time at CPAC?
This is not my first time at CPAC. In fact, last year when I was at CPAC, we were on the campaign trail with President Trump.
Yep.
I was doing Media Row, and I was pregnant with my child. I was wearing this big blazer, and now I have a 7-month-old baby, and we're at the White House. So it's been a good year.
Well, for me, it's an honor to be with you and be able to interview you. I do feel like you're kind of like my kid's sister. And I do know that blondes have more fun because my younger sister is also blonde. But, you know, I got to ask you, you know, we're 31 days into this administration, this historic Trump administration. What's the president's mood?
Jubilant, excited, exhilarated, and defiant. And the president is not backing down. We've seen judges in courts acting like judicial activists. We have Democrats who are hooting and hollering outside of empty federal office buildings because we want to simply cut fraud, waste, and abuse from our federal government. And we are not going to be deterred. The president will not be deterred. He is going to continue moving forward, delivering on the promises he made. And look at 30 days, the golden age of America has begun, and we're just getting started.
All right, give an insight into, you know, when you walk into the Oval Office, President Trump is there. He presses his button to get his Diet Coke, which is one of the coolest things. And then he sometimes will ask you, do you want one too? And so, and you really don't say no. Even if you don't like Diet Coke, guys, I'm sorry, you don't say no. But, you know, when he comes to you and he says, Karoline, this is what we need to say. I mean, give us an insight as to one of those instances that you can recall that you were like, wow, okay. He's really in charge. We got to get this done.
Yeah, I mean, every single day. The president, we joke.
Every single day.
He's the president of the United States. He's also the communications director of the White House because he dictates the message. He executes the agenda. You know, one of the things I love about President Trump, and I think what makes him such a great leader, is that he's so deeply involved in every decision that is made. Every speech that is written, every executive order that is signed, where most politicians, you just hand them the script and they read it. President Trump cares about every word he is saying and every action he is taking. He's our leader.
To the point of putting the period or exclamation point, right?
Or the capitalization of a random word, that too.
Okay, that's a good one as well. You know, but I got to ask you because, you know, Mark Rubin, that guy who's, I don't know, he makes money or whatever. He said that he made that comment during the campaign about there's no strong or intelligent women around Donald Trump. Those strong and intelligent women, I think, are one of the most critical parts of the White House.
Definitely.
And how he listens to the women. Tell us about that.
Absolutely. Look at the White House and look at the exceptional cabinet that President Trump has put together. Who loves the cabinet team that President Trump has put together? It's amazing. It's amazing. And while we don't care about identity politics, you brought it up, and it's true. The president has appointed Susie Wiles, who is our first female chief of staff in United States history. Brooke Rollins heading up the secretary, she's our Secretary of Agriculture. I mean, look across the entire cabinet. There are incredible women. Linda McMahon leading the Department of Education. You know, the list goes on. And the White House is full of working women. In fact, I was going up the staircase in the West Wing today and saw 2 of my female colleagues, both of whom are pregnant, having babies this year, and they're working and they're saving America because President Trump believes in the best people for the job, the brightest people for the job.
That's right. So tell us, okay, that first day, because I remember we were like, okay, it's Karoline Leavitt's first press briefing. How many of you people were watching out there? So, of course, as the older sister, I'm like going, I better start praying right now. And we're both Catholic, so I'm like praying to like Mary, the saints, everybody else, Jesus. I'm like, Jesus, come on, just cover. When you walked into that White House press briefing room, now you were there beforehand as one of the press assistants, but this is different. This is like one of the most important jobs of the administration. How did you feel? Yeah. And what was your focus? Like, how did you know, okay, I'm ready, I mean business?
Yes. Well, there is extensive preparation that goes into each briefing. And I'm so blessed to have an amazing team at the White House who helps me prepare. I brought 3 of our big guns yesterday. We had Stephen Miller and Mike Waltz and Kevin Hassett join me at the podium to celebrate 1 month. And I lean on the policy experts in the building and, you know, to figure out what is fake news versus what is truth. So a lot of preparation, a lot of reading, talking to the president to understand his thinking. And then when I got to the podium, I realized the president is delivering on everything he said he was going to do, which makes my job as his spokeswoman easy, because I'm not working for a politician who's lying and we have to spin. I'm working for a man who said things and he's delivering on those things every day.
Now, I remember, because I worked in the first administration, and the press secretary at the time, I was a strategic communications senior advisor for President Trump, and our press secretary at the time was now Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who will be on stage with me tomorrow. But I remember those exchanges between Sarah and this guy, let me remember his name, wait a second. The CNN guy, Jim Acosta? Oh wait, he's not on CNN anymore. That's right. He was like, it was just so, I would say, you don't mind the aggressive questions, you take the aggressive questions, but it was just always to the point that it was like, how do you destroy Donald Trump? How do you destroy the individuals of staff? It was so, when they do say Trump derangement syndrome, and I do think that there's also Elon Musk derangement syndrome happening too with the media, because they don't know how to handle it. How do you view that differently from the first administration till now? Because it was a lot of dealing with Russian hoax at the beginning, special counsels. It was constant because the media was trying so hard to, and they never apologized, right? They didn't apologize about the Russian hoax. Yeah, that's right, they didn't. So this time around, it's a very different strategy that you all are taking forward. What is that strategy?
Well, first of all, since you brought up Jim Acosta, he's been saying some not so nice things about me online, and I've resisted responding, but since you brought him up, I'd like to say to Jim, at least I have a job, Jim, okay? Just saying. Now, moving on, as far as the strategy, we are on offense. We are on offense every single day, and the president leads from an offensive mindset. We are not going to apologize for cutting waste, fraud, and abuse from our government. We are not going to apologize for mass deporting illegal immigrant criminals who have broken our nation's laws and terrorized our communities. And we are not going to apologize for slashing regulations and undoing the disastrous policies of the previous administration. That's what the president said he was going to do, and that's what the majority of our fellow Americans want. The latest CBS poll, 70% of Americans say that President Trump is delivering on what he said he was going to do. So we're not going to apologize. We're going to keep moving ahead, and we try to bring that approach in our messaging every single day.
So I got to ask you, you know, you're working all the time. These jobs are, when I tell you so demanding, they are so demanding, and I do feel that it is like warp speed what you're dealing with, even more so than we saw in the first administration. How do you get the strength to just get through every single day?
My faith in God, absolutely. Waking up every day and just remembering I'm blessed, and we're all blessed to live in this country and to have a president who is looking out for us every day. Family support, and our team at the White House. We really have a great team. And you talked about how the media tried to cause so much division within the White House in the first term. They're trying to do it, but I think they're failing. They are not getting away with it because we truly have such great camaraderie. And the people I work with every day, they're friends and we're together. I mean, 18 hours a day. So you gotta like who you're around. But we truly are having fun and we're getting work done. And again, the president is leading with that positive, happy warrior attitude, and it transpires to the rest of the White House every day.
And you know, in the first administration, there were those chiefs of staffs that were trying to undermine President Trump. This is, I mean, Susie Wiles is so impressive in terms of being able to bring order and just, I think, so much structure to what we're seeing at the White House. Your reaction?
Susie Wiles is wildly respected by every single person in that building, and she sets the tone, she sets the pace. She's like that person in your life that you'd never want to disappoint. Like, you'd never want Susie Wiles to look at you and be disappointed. Everybody just has the utmost respect for her, especially the president. And they have a great relationship, and she's done a phenomenal job. She led the most historic campaign in American history and the biggest victory on November 5th. And we're so grateful to have her at the White House.
Now, I remember when I met Karoline, she was running for Congress in New Hampshire.
Yes.
And I mean, the energy and the charisma of this young woman. How old were you at that time?
Oh gosh, I wasn't
Like
even old enough to be in Congress when I started the campaign. I was 23 years old and turned 25 in the midst of it all.
So what lessons did you learn during that campaign? And I watched you in action to what you are able to apply that to your job today.
So many lessons. First of all, running for office was an incredible experience, and I think it helped prepare me a lot for this job. But obviously, you know, public speaking, not being afraid, and just doubling down on your positions and your values, and grateful for the experience. Glad I lost the general election, because this job is a heck of a lot more fun.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, you realize something in life, and you appreciate this. God has a plan, right? God has a plan for every single one of us. And, you know, with disappointments that come in life, then come other great opportunities and great things. Okay, so let's talk about the Gulf of America. Okay. So okay, tell me what happened with the AP. Give me what's going on here.
So
it's just us, right? It's just us. Okay.
Well, I really would love to answer this question, but upon driving over here from the White House, I actually learned that I have been sued by the Associated Press.
Oh, that means, okay, we cannot, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, personally?
We'll see them in court.
Wait a second, personally?
Yes. Yes.
See, this is what these people do. It's called lawfare. You can't say it. I'll say it. It's called lawfare, people. That means I'll probably get sued in the next 30 minutes or so. Okay, keep going.
So I wanted to get the White House counsel on the phone before taking this stage to see what I can and cannot say.
You really can't say anything.
But look, we feel we are in the right in this position, and I said in my first briefing at the podium, we are going to ensure that truth and accuracy is present at that White House every single day. And one of the changes that we made, President Trump ran a non-traditional media strategy on the campaign trail, and he owned it. And he did podcasts, the Theo Von podcast, the Joe Rogan podcast. He went places that no other politician has ever wanted to go, and it helped him earn votes, it helped him earn support, and we wanted to continue that approach at the White House. So we've added the new media seat in the White House briefing room.
That's been fantastic.
Thank you.
Yes.
We are inviting podcasters and influencers and independent journalists who aren't constrained by this legacy media bias to join us. They deserve the privilege of covering the President of the United States just as much as any other legacy media outlet who has spewed lies about President Trump for years.
Lies about President Trump. Lies about the people who work for President Trump, lies against people like yourselves. This is what the media, so many in the media have done. I'm not saying all of them, because there are some good eggs out there for sure. But there is definitely the sense that they drove this narrative, that they pushed this leftist agenda. Didn't they forget to talk about Biden's mental decline for quite some time?
Yeah. That was a narrative that they just ignored, I guess, the cover-up of the century.
What were they doing? Sitting out there in the White House just like eating popcorn and going, yeah, why isn't he coming out to speak to us? And they didn't cover it.
And I was so glad that Stephen Miller called out the press yesterday in the briefing. I'm not sure if you guys saw that. But he said many of the people in that room covered up Biden's mental incompetence, and he is right. And if you talk to these reporters off the record, that's the worst part about it. They won't report on it, but they will tell you off the record to your face that they knew Biden was incompetent, that the White House staff sometimes weren't showing up until noon, no work was being done, nobody knew who was in charge. We all knew the truth in this room, and they tried to tell us, don't believe your lying eyes. He's, you know, has all this energy and spirit. It was always a lie, and shame on the media for peddling it.
Ken,
So there's this thing called the press pool, and they walk. So President Trump, he's in the Oval Office with all of his executive orders, the blue binders, and there they bring in the press pool, and he loves it.
Loves it.
Thrives on it. Tell me about those exchanges. I just feel like the press, they're really, I mean, I don't know if they can work these 24-hour cycles of President Trump's new administration. I mean, can they?
They're exhausted. They're exhausted.
Don't you think they should just take a vacation at this point because they just can't keep up?
Well, we've signed 73 executive orders. Actually, the president was signing 2 more when I left the White House, so 75 executive orders. Quadruple the number of Barack Obama, double the number of Joe Biden in that same period of time. He is outworking every president ever, and the media can't keep up. But that first day, President Trump was, think about this, he was inaugurated, swore the oath of office, goes to the White House, sees his old office for the first time, the Resolute desk, and he says, let's invite journalists into one of the most intimate spaces of the American presidency in the Oval Office, and I'll take questions from them on any topic they want for more than an hour. This is the most transparent and accessible president we have ever had, despite what the media wants to say.
So, you're a mom.
I am.
Isn't that fabulous?
It's the best thing ever.
It's the best thing ever.
It is.
And I will tell you, in my time at the White House, it was with Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Ivanka Trump, Kellyanne Conway, Brooke Rollins. Between all of us, we had 19 kids. I just, goodness gracious, a lot of kids. It's a huge sacrifice. It's a huge sacrifice. But you look at your son, Nico, and why are you doing what you're doing?
For him and for all of the other children in this country, we have a country to save. And you know, I want my son to grow up in a free and patriotic America that we can be proud of. And thank you. I try to remind myself of that. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, one more question here. So yesterday I asked Vice President J.D. Vance.
Yes. Who's great, by the way. Who loves our Vice President?
I mean, seriously.
The best.
I asked him the question, what is your message to young men? There's a lot of young women out there, young girls who really admire you. I mean, in addition to being the youngest press secretary in history, really doing the work that you're doing and just being so strong while you're doing it. It's so admirable. What's your message to these young women?
Stay strong, speak the truth, and don't let anybody tell you you can't achieve your dream or you can't get to that next step. Just believe in yourself, because there will be a lot of people who don't believe in you, who cast doubt on you, who talk bad about you. Screw them. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Ladies and gentlemen, Karoline Leavitt, your press secretary.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes day 2 of CPAC 2025. We ask that you all gather your personal belongings and promptly exit the Potomac Ballroom so we may prepare for the Ronald Reagan dinner. Once again, in order for us to prepare, we ask that you gather all your personal belongings and promptly exit the Potomac Ballroom. Thank you for your cooperation and enjoy the rest of your day.